Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие. Динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to this session on digital assets. Some people refer to digital assets as crypto assets. I think it's one of the big and I would say most interesting developments we have seen in the financial sector in the past decade. As you know, crypto assets are based on blockchain technology, and which promises a new paradigm for the financial system that is less intermediated and is, for this reason, more efficient, that you can make more peer-to-peer transactions. Of course, the financial sector is probably the most regulated sector in the entire world, and this new emerging world of digital or crypto assets, of course, has to comply with existing and possibly new regulation, which is challenging for certain types of setups. So today we have a very exciting panel that I will present. My name is Daniel Heller. I'm a board member of AFSA, and I also work for a company called Finality that is developing payment systems on distributed ledger. I would like to introduce now the two panelists that are here. And we have two online. So to my left is Jesse Knudsen. He is head of operations of Bitfinex Securities. And then we have on the far left, we have Nurkat Kuzhinov, the CEO of the Astana Financial Services Authorities. Online, we have Douglas Armour, Kerry Holdings Professor in Law of Hong Kong University, and Gleb Kostarev from Binance Asia. So the way we want to run this session is that we have a first round of interventions and of, say, 5 to 7 minutes per panelist. Then we have a Q&A from you, hopefully, also online. You can submit questions that we will pick up here. And then we have a final round where I propose each panelist has one minute to wrap up the session. I'm told that we are bound to the 50 minutes sharp, so I will make sure that we will keep within the time. So now, without further ado, I would like to start the first round of interventions, and I would ask Douglas Armour to kick off. As you know, he is a professor of law, so I would be curious to hear from him. What does he see as the big trends in regulation of digital assets globally? Doug, can you hear us?
Thanks very much for the introduction, Daniel, and thanks to everyone for joining today. It looks like a lovely event, and I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. But at least so far, the technology appears to be working reasonably well. And as Daniel suggested, if we think about finance, of course, is one of the world's most digitized industries. It's one of the world's most globalized industries, and it, of course, is one of the world's most regulated industries. And I think if we look at really the history of finance and technology across the past couple of thousand years of human history are co-developmental. We can think about stone tokens to metal coins to paper notes to bills of exchange to telegraphic transfers to electronic payments to RTGS systems to mobile money to cryptocurrencies, stable coins, and central bank digital currencies. And that is about 4,000 years of human monetary history and co-development in the context of technology. But if we look at the past 20 years in particular, we've really seen a revolution in technology. And I think we can say that both from the centralized standpoint, if we think about the impact of systems like RTGS systems, fast pay systems, mobile money systems, as well as from the standpoint of decentralized systems. And of course, we are now almost 15 years from the release of the Bitcoin white paper. This is no longer necessarily new news. It's actually been evolving and developing for a while now. And I think one topic that we'll come to is we're also increasingly seeing an intersection between centralized and decentralized technologies in money and payments. And stablecoins are one example. Central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, are another. And I think if we look at the past 10 plus years of regulatory approaches to cryptocurrencies and digital assets, we can see an approach where for much of that time, many central banks, particularly in developed markets, have taken a fairly hands-off approach, actually. Whereas in a range of developing markets, we've often seen approaches that are often much more restrictive. I think China provides an example of a decade of increasingly restrictive approaches to non-state oriented digital assets, and in particular, non-sovereign currencies. But if we look at from a regulatory standpoint, I think the initial years we kind of focused in on market integrity issues around potential criminal use, and a lot of efforts from law enforcement agencies, as well as more recently from the Financial Action Task Force and the G20, from the standpoint of developing a range of domestic and international systems focused on the VASP rule now being implemented across jurisdictions around the world to try to address some of those concerns. And interestingly, I think from the law enforcement standpoint, law enforcement has often increasingly come around to the benefits of blockchain technology, particularly from the standpoint of its use in the context of tracing of transactions and documentation of network relationships, which they actually find highly useful. We then see a focus in the aftermath of the failure of Mt. Gox and then the ICO bubble, looking at customer protection and questions of securities regulation, going up to around 2018 or so. And most jurisdictions are still in the process of actually developing systems. We can think about the EU or the US, but an increasing range of jurisdictions, Russia, Switzerland, come to mind, have implemented comprehensive legal and regulatory frameworks dealing with blockchain and digital assets more broadly. I think looking back 2 years ago, the often question was about systemic risk. Had the size and scope become so big that we actually needed to be concerned? And I think until 2021, most global regulators largely concluded that we hadn't reached that point yet. But I think in 2021, we see a significant broadening of the market and some emergence of concerns about potential scale and risks, some of which have been playing out in the context of some of the market volatility this year. So looking forward, what I think we're seeing is generally an increasing effort to bring digital assets into the financial regulatory framework across most of the world, looking at your main financial regulatory objectives. Probably big focus right now actually is in the context of stablecoins, not necessarily as a result of recent market turmoil, though that has been an issue, but because in the aftermath of Facebook's proposal in 2019 to create Libra, what would have been, if it had ever been launched, the world's first global stablecoin, you had a global process to develop regulatory approaches 2 stable coins, which are now largely at the consultation stage across major jurisdictions. So I think what we're seeing is a concerted effort to really develop comprehensive regulatory approaches which take into account some of the major risks while continuing to support and enhance the viability of markets. Back to you, Daniel.
Thank you, Doug. This was a great introduction to the topic and also outlining the complexities that we have to face. Let me now move to Jesse, who works for Bitfinex Securities. One of the big digital assets or crypto assets are securities token offerings, STOs. So could you explain a little bit more what an STO is? What is the value proposition behind STOs, and what does Bitfinex do to protect the investors that are buying STOs?
Here we go, we're live. Yeah, so maybe stepping back a little bit, an introduction to Bitfinex. So Bitfinex, as you mentioned, is one of the largest global digital asset trading platforms. We also manage Tether, which might be more familiar to some people. That's an issuer of tokenized fiat assets, so including US dollar, recently GBP, UR, also Mexican peso, and many other fiat assets. We also offer tokenized gold. And the business I'm responsible for is Bitfinex Securities, which is an STO platform operating under the AIFC's FinTech lab. So I think, you know, conceptually, the idea of tokenized securities is not that different from what was mentioned just now about ICOs, right? I think that's where the idea got its birth. But what the difference is you have regulatory oversight, right? You've got KYC, you've got AML compliance, you've got better transparency. Because I think in hindsight, what came out of the ICO boom and bust was an interesting proof of concept, right? That you've got this opportunity to provide industries and companies looking to raise capital with global liquidity. And that's a very powerful combination with our technology. But in hindsight, what was missing was regulatory oversight and transparency and clearly defined investor and issuer rights and obligations. So if we think about the opportunities for assets that can be tokenized as securities, I think it's huge, right? If you try and put a number value on it, if we try and look at some percentage of these assets and just kind of conservatively define them as global securities, some percentage of global securities, some percentage of global bonds, some percentage of global private equity, some percentage of even global real estate, it's easy to get to an opportunity that's in the tens of trillions of dollars. And I think what our industry offers, as was just mentioned, is advantages in terms of technology, which translates to better efficiency, better productivity, and cheaper costs, right, especially to issuers. So, you know, the advantages of tokenization are, you know, 24/7, 365 trading, real-time settlement, global liquidity, fractional ownership, and cheaper costs to issuers. So I think if we look back at the legacy financial system, my background is in investment banking, in ECM specifically, in equity capital markets, which is the business within an investment bank that raises money for corporates. It's been very resilient, very resistant to adopting technology, right? So I think we've had some superficial technological adoptions, things like, you know, retail trading platforms, online trading platforms. But when you think fundamentally how assets are issued, how trades are settled, how assets are custodied, nothing has changed really in the last 10 or 15 years fundamentally in terms of mechanics. You know, I'm Canadian, but I live in Taiwan, so my home market is considered to be Taiwan. We trade 9 to 1:30, all right, 5 days a week. We don't work on holidays, and we do T+2 settlement. So you can contrast it to Bitfinex, where we trade 24/7, 365. We do instant settlement, and you can self-custody your own assets. You can pull them off the platform. You can do whatever you want with them. So I think that's a big difference. And I think inevitably that will pull in more mainstream institutional investors, just because the efficiency is so much better. And in terms of demand, I think if you look at 2021, this was one of the key themes, I think, of 2021 was a transition from an industry that was largely retail focused to one that is increasingly shifting its orientation to becoming more institutional oriented and having platforms and products that mainstream institutional investors are better able to interact with. And I think security tokens are a huge part of that. So I think the challenge for us now is on the regulatory side, right? To have commercially friendly regulations that allow us to grow this industry. We have the demand, we have the technology, and this is the part that we kind of need. So I think, in my perspective, that is unlikely to come out of the incumbent players in capital markets. I think we're not going to see the type of regulations we need to move this business forward from New York, Tokyo, or London. So for places like Astana, this is a huge opportunity. So I think, it's for regimes that are willing to, countries and jurisdictions that are willing to invest in what I think are the next generation of capital markets, that are willing to be a little bit more front foot on the regulations, I think it's a massive opportunity.
Thank you, Jesse. This was really interesting that you outlined kind of the benefits of the technology, right? And that financial markets are moving to T+0 instant settlement 24/7, and the push comes from blockchain, right?
Yeah, I think it's really a push the push eventually will come from investors, right? Because it's just a more efficient system. And from issuers of these assets. So I look to ADRs or GDRs as an interesting idea. So that was my job previously working at an investment bank, was to help companies in Taiwan do global depository receipts, right? So if you're a company in Taiwan, Korea, a lot of these Asian markets, you want access to global liquidity, you do an ADR in Luxembourg or a GDR. And I'd like to see companies come to Astana. I'd like to see them do STOs and achieve that same liquidity, but at a higher level. So I think it's a massive opportunity for the domestic economy and to have I think there's an opportunity for players like Astana to leapfrog the incumbent players by embracing this technology.
Okay, let's now move to Gleb from Binance, another big crypto exchange. I would say the criticism about the traditional financial system that I hear most is that it's just dominated by very big players, the globally systemically important banks that are under a lot of scrutinies by regulators and so on. And one of the promises of blockchain is that it will lead to less concentration, it will lead to a more democratic financial system. And my question to Gleb is, what's the contribution of Binance to this less intermediated, less concentrated financial system?
Sure. Thank you for the great question. So I think that overall there should be balance between like centralization and decentralization, because overall, when Bitcoin appeared first time, there were a lot of discussions that we don't need like KYC AML, we don't need other procedures. You can just send like value from one country, to another country in a big volumes. But what we see right now is actually, it's not working like that. We are pretty far away from like anarchy, like crypto anarchy. So, the market, as we can see, the market is developing, and we actually need more and more like procedures, and some of those procedures, are taken from traditional finance market. And we see right now that you can't actually work without KYC AML. So I think that right now you would hardly find, an exchange, like a big crypto exchange that, that didn't implement like, new KYC, like KYC and AML procedures. So right now, almost all exchanges, have KYC, KYC procedures. So, and I think that it's really important to have it because, of course, like regulators, they have their own concerns. And of course, we see that sometimes crypto can be used by criminals, money laundering. But at the same time, we should understand that just a small portion of crypto can be used, for those purposes, just below than 1%, according to Chainalysis reports. So I would say that we should, in the industry, we should try to find this balance when we have some some procedures that will decrease the risk for retail investors. But at the same time, we should keep to values of crypto industry, like eliminating some intermediaries. So I think this is what actually Binance is doing. So right now at the crypto market, you don't have brokers as in traditional markets, right? So you have crypto exchanges such as Binance, Bitfinex, and others. So you can just register, and you can buy, sell crypto. You can keep your crypto there. So and you don't have brokers as intermediaries. So we also have brokers in crypto, but they usually provide some specific products to some specific audiences. So this is what I do in brokers. So overall, we see that access to crypto is very, I would say, yeah, it's very easy to have access to crypto. You just need to register on the platform, pass KYC, and you can trade. But again, as I mentioned, regulators, they have different approaches, again, towards KYC and AML procedures as well. And of course, some regulators, they want to separate qualified and unqualified investors. And that's another discussion whether we really should have, this split, and whether we really consider some unqualified investors as those investors that shouldn't have access to crypto. Now, I would say that we should really discuss it, because probably we need more education in the industry, but not limiting access for the population to crypto. Yeah, so that's basically what I wanted to say on this balance. But maybe you have some additional questions.
I think you raised an important point, and that's the relevance of KYC, know your customer, AML, CFT requirements that also apply in the crypto world, and that these are now broadly enforced with some country-specific differences. And I think that's important to keep in mind, right, when people say that the crypto space is just not, is used for money laundering and so on. That's just not true, that the access requirements are weaker than in the banking system. But now, speaking of policy, I think we should now finally turn to Nurkat, the CEO of AFSA, and I would like to ask him, what are the policies here at AIFC to attract the crypto business, and which goals are you trying to achieve?
Thank you. Let me welcome all the participants of this session and our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much for coming. I think this is a very interesting and let's say trendy topic. And answering your question, I think what as a regulator we're trying to achieve it to strike a very, very delicate balance between fostering innovation and on one hand, and protecting the financial system and protecting customers on the other hand. And then this is a very actually difficult balancing exercise for any regulator. And as was discussed by previous speakers, there are so many different options which regulators could take. And in the absence of kind of practical aspects or practice, because that was the only short period of time when we have this new emerging trends in the financial services area, that very difficult for any regulator to decide. But we want to be very friendly, business-minded and business-friendly regulator in general. So we want to achieve what Jesse just mentioned, that we want to leapfrog and actually kind of outperform many other jurisdictions in what we are doing. This is a very ambitious goal, but I think we have all the ingredients ready to actually do that. Just an example on the side of innovation, kind of. Just let us remember that in the 90s, to settle a capital markets transaction, it would take us 5 days. So the normal transaction would be 2 + 5. You sell your share today, you receive your money next week. Now, most of the capital market exchangers trade T + 2. So it took us 30 years to slash just 3 days. So this is we need to understand, this is the speed of the financial market innovations in the past. So 30 years to reduce the number of days to settle the transaction just by 3 days. What the new era of technology brings to us is to reduce it to T plus less than 1 second. In not tomorrow, not week after, today. So we as a market and regulators and consumers will no longer be able to avoid or to ignore these technologies, because they give us just a different frontier. And that's why I think kind of any regulator, and us at AFSA particular, need to be very minded about what these innovations are. So you just, if you ignore them, you will be out of the history. That's probably the verdict. But on the other hand, we have kind of customers, financial stability, and many other points we also need to consider. And then kind of people who are kind of a bit far away from the industry, there is a perception that it kind of runs as a Wild West, no KYC, no customer protection, etc. I would say that's actually absolutely different. So kind of our approach to regulating this market. So even if you trade $1, you have to go through a very proper and diligent KYC. So we will not allow even a $1 transaction being done without proper due diligence, without proper client classification. And then client classification also brings another point. Kind of we want to introduce, and we did introduce, some customer protection mechanism, not to allow very unsophisticated kind of investors to invest in this market yet. There will be time that probably these restrictions will have to be lifted, but I think for some time, and it also relates to this point of education, financial education, we need this restriction, but I think this is something that kind of marketplace could tolerate for a while. On the other hand, again, if we speak about customers, yes, they do need our protection, but do they want? Now, kind of many customers would say, I don't want to go bank to do my transaction. I want digital services. So by protecting them, we sometimes just not giving them enough services they want. And then they go to another jurisdictions, they go to another markets, or sometimes they go to to a non-regulated area, which is even more dangerous. So I think kind of what our policy considerations around this area, that first of all, there is a trend to regulate this area around the world. I think everyone will already understand there will be no unregulated crypto market in the next couple of years, I guess. So the one who moves to a regulated area will survive, others will die. And then regulators, I think, will around the globe also will take a bit stronger view to these unregulated animals around. So that will be, I think, very harsh measures taken, and then this is exactly what we probably will do. But we will not do that to a regulated area. And then I think kind of taking this as a baseline, so that market will be regulated. Now we need to bring it to the next level, what exactly we want to regulate and how we want to regulate. And then we do a lot of research and policy kind of making around these areas. And the first one was digital assets trading facilities. We introduced what's called cryptocurrencies. Just before this session, we had the opening of our pilot project with Kazakhstani commercial banks allowing fiat gateways. Also in the area of tokenizing securities, I think this is one of the big areas where kind of unleash potential, and then we need to bring it to the market as well. We also do a lot of thinking around stable coins. We actually started it before this turbulence, which kind of we see a couple of last months. But I think that actually proved the point that kind of regulators need to be a little bit ahead of what is happening on the market and not behind the market. And the major point to achieve that is expertise, which most regulators or many regulators doesn't possess today. And then at AFSA, we were very keen to have this expertise in-house. And we created what is called Sandbox. And with the help of the industry, market players, I think we developed this expertise inside of our team. And now we could actually deliver many more projects, many more regulations, which are very well suited to the market participants, to customers, and actually could strike the balance, which I mentioned at the beginning. Thank you, Daniel. That's all from me.
Thank you, Norkat, for this comprehensive outline of your policies and principles as a supervisor of AIFC. So now let's open up for questions online and from the floor. Let me check if we have something from online. Not yet. So in this case, I have a question for Doug, actually. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You know, when since you brought up Libra and what was called DM afterwards, right? And when DM announced that they would stop with the project, they basically said that they realized that it was just too complicated to comply with all the regulations for what they wanted to do. You know, maybe this is just a cheap excuse, I don't know. but let's assume it's correct. Like, it's not possible to launch a global stablecoin, even if it's just in one currency, because regulation is just too complex. But what is your view on that? And if it's correct, what should change to make such projects feasible?
You know, I think there are a couple of things that have come out of the sort of Libra DM experience. I think the first was really a strategic error in the way that Facebook and the consortium approached it from a regulatory standpoint. In other words, I think that had they taken an approach that was more collaborative and developmental with a number of central banks, we might have seen a different evolution. And of course, we are seeing a number of projects that are taking those more collaborative approaches, including some related to your own firm, that I think show that working with the central bankers and policymakers is probably often the better strategy. And I think that's lesson number one. The second, however, and I think this is really interesting because we see an initiative of the G20, which basically focuses on how new technologies can be used to build better payment systems. And I think that really takes the fact that one lesson to come out of the Libra Diem experience was a recognition, certainly by central bankers, that the technology offers a potential solution to many of our issues in the context of cross-border payments and remittances. And so I think that the second aspect of the Libra Diem experience is really a recognition that there's a lot of validity to this. And I think what we are now seeing is a range of projects, some of which are public sector only, central bank digital currencies, some of which are public-private, involving various consortiums and institutions looking at how various sorts of products and systems could be launched. And we're seeing a range of efforts at the regional and multilateral standpoint to look at how one could build, say, MCBDC systems or synthetic CBDCs, regulated stablecoins that could address many of these aspects. So I think in some ways, the lessons are not necessarily that the regulations were overly complicated. I think it was in some ways more an approach that really wasn't very effective from the standpoint of working with regulators and policymakers. But I think that has really raised a realization about the possibilities and dozens and dozens of major projects around the world related.
Thank you, great. A question from the floor?
Daniel,
do you want to respond or?
No, I want to ask a question to Doug as well, but yeah.
So let's take these two questions quickly and then you can intervene. Do you want to go first?
Good morning. Thank you for the speak. Has been very nice. I have a question regarding, maybe I'm going one step forward, but seeing the recent events we had with Celsius, with Nexus, with these CeFi platforms that let you put your funds and you get some percentage back, some yield for letting your funds in there. I know right now we are talking about one more broad regulation, more basic regulation like KYC, like normal regulation stuff and customers protection stuff. But in my personal view and what I have seen in these events is how the protection of customers must be done also with these kind of depository institutions that let you make deposits. For example, in the European Union, we have this insurance that protects like $10,000 when you make a deposit and you cannot lose that money. So my question is for all of you, kind of your view in this next step regulation. We're talking more like depository protection of consumers when they make these type of centralized platforms that we have seen they have been crashing sometimes, and these consumers have been like they cannot put the money out, they don't get anything, they don't have any insurance. So this second step regulation, how long do you think it will take until we have this type of regulation that is more advanced regulation, more than the basic regulation that just KYC and these type of things? Thank you.
Who wants to answer that?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. And I think, yeah, now we're definitely in a different level. We are trying to achieve a basic regulation for this industry to emerge and develop. There will be some customer protections mechanism and build limits for trading, etc. But I think to introduce regulations and kind of higher regulations about customer protections, like deposit insurance system, etc., is a bit too early for now. I think that should come like next 2 to 3 years when the industry is developed enough to actually kind of be regulated on the same level as the banking sector. On the other point of these stable coins, etc., I think that should be regulated now. So we at AFSA are kind of looking very kind of it's one of the points which on our radar, and then we're doing a lot of research on how stable coins should be regulated and what is the best approach to it. So some of our policy views will be probably published towards the end of this year, Q1 next year, and then we want to engage the industry in such discussion as well.
Thank you. Question over here. Do we have a mic? Here.
Dear speakers, thank you very much for your information and for the insights. I have a question I would like to raise that it's very weird for a new generation of clients of crypto exchanges that crypto exchanges are actually working B2B or P2P, and I just wanted to raise the question: what's the future of the business models of crypto exchanges in context of strict regulations, and how is it going to work? Is it going to adapt a model of New York or NASDAQ when you have brokers, or you're going to continue developing ecosystems where you'll be able to provide services to clients directly?
I can take a stab at that. Oh, go ahead.
Why don't you start, and then I would also like Gleb to come in on this one. Huh? Yeah. Afterwards.
As someone who used to work as a broker, I mean, I think this is probably a layer that could largely be removed. So I think, you know, traditionally, if you look at capital market structure, you have exchanges, you have custodians, you have brokers, and when, you know, the earliest exchanges started to emerge, there was no differentiation between all of them, right? So I think that was one of the reasons why institutional investors kind of in like the 2018 period had a little bit of reluctance about the industry, is because, you know, one of the things was structurally, they don't like to see all of those roles combined together. It's just from a risk perspective, it doesn't make any sense. But I would say, you know, in terms of a centralized exchange, which is what an STO business is, right? So you have to differentiate between DeFi, which in hindsight wasn't actually that decentralized, most of it, right? And CeFi, which is, you know, what my business is, Bitfinex Securities, where STOs are naturally centralized. So, you know, I think there's one of the things we could highlight would be some of the technological solutions to that. So previously, I worked at Blockstream, and Blockstream developed a protocol called the Liquid Network. And on top of the Liquid Network, you can issue assets on Bitcoin, right? And you have transfer restricted assets, meaning you can control who does transactions within that. So I think this is a very good balance of KYC AML obligations and low friction, because low friction is a very, very important part of this industry, right? I think it applies to stablecoins too. Why are stablecoins so popular? It isn't just low volatility. It's low volatility plus low friction. So if CBDCs come in and central banks say, okay, we can do digital stable coins, but you're only allowed to trade in $100 size, you know, that will kill it, because the low friction is an important part of it. So with technologies like the Liquid Network, which is, you know, on Bitfinex Securities, we have one asset trading right now, the Blockstream mining node, which is a tokenized version of Blockstream's institutional Bitcoin mining business. That's issued on the Liquid Network. So all the participants within that network are KYC'd AML. They're all on a whitelist. So you can take your assets off of the exchange, you can put them on another exchange, you can self-custody them, we can trade them peer-to-peer, We don't even need an exchange. And all of that is done in a KYC, AML, regulatory oversight friendly ecosystem. So I think that's one of the directions that it's going to head. And I would like to see STOs kind of develop in that direction too, so that everything can be done like that. If I wanted to take my assets and self-custody them, I can. But at the same time, the regulator has sufficient oversight and KYC, AML is able to be done sufficiently. I think that's kind of the direction of it.
Thank you. Gleb, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, sure. So let's start with centralized exchanges. So what we see right now, that regulators, they put additional requirements to centralized exchanges. So for example, in some countries, regulators asked to segregate clients' funds and keep them on separate wallets. In some countries like Malaysia, for example, they have a requirement to have segregated liquidity. So we see that there are more and more requirements from local regulators. This is why the whole product of centralized crypto exchanges become more and more sophisticated. At the same time, for example, in India and Indonesia, there is tax on transaction, and let's see how it will be implemented by exchanges. But at the same time, we should understand that from user perspective, pay tax on transaction just because you send funds from one wallet to another wallet, it will push users to use more and more DeFi, decentralized exchanges. So I think that in the future, exchanges that have some kind of centralized matching engine, and at the same time, users, they keep their funds on their wallets. So not exchange. It's not an exchange that provides custody services, but users will keep funds and use this centralized matching centralized platform. So I think that decentralized exchanges, they will get more and more popular, but at the same time, centralized exchanges, they will stay. So they will continue to be the main fiat gateway to the crypto industry. Because in the end of the day, there should be some kind of centralized, I would say, organization, centralized platform that will, that will take your fiat money and that will give you crypto. Because even to go into DeFi space, you should somehow transfer your fiat money into crypto. So I think that overall, DeFi space, has a huge potential to grow, but it doesn't mean that centralized exchange will disappear. They will just become more and more regulated, and they become the major gateway to the crypto industry.
Thank you. So we have just 1 minute left. We will give the last word to Nurkat, but I think so. We skipped the wrap up, but I think I didn't give you the floor before, so please, Nurkat.
I just wanted to ask one additional question, with your permission, to Doug. There was just recently a letter published in the US in support of responsible fintech policy, where the number of high-ranking officials stated I quote, by its design, blockchain technology is poorly suited for just about every purpose currently touted as present and potential source of public benefit. And my question, whether we agree with the statement of blockchain's uselessness.
Okay, the final word. Let's start with Doug. Just say yes in the short sentence or no. Is blockchain useless?
I think that's too strong. We've had a lot of trouble developing some of the applications. It's not a panacea for everything, but we are seeing a range now of quite successful use cases. So the takeaway, no, it's not a solution to all problems, but we're having some important successes.
Thank you. Gleb?
Sorry, for blockchain, I think that crypto is actually one of the main use cases of the blockchain. And we also see that, raising funds in crypto, it's still one of the major use cases. We had ICO, but right now we have other types of raising funds in crypto, but it still exists. So blockchain is definitely not useless.
Thank you. Jesse?
I'm going to surprise everyone and say, yes, it is largely useless, but the applications are important. They're limited, but important. So I think peer-to-peer decentralized digital money, Bitcoin, is the primary application. That's number one. I think this is a revolutionary technology. It's a revolutionary asset. The other applications, I think, are largely limited to finance. So security tokens, stable coins. Outside of that, I think it gets a lot more speculative.
Thank you. Noorkat?
I think the technology is here. All this application that was mentioned by colleagues here, and the only question for me as for regulator, do we embrace them or we vanish in the history? So my answer would be yes, there is potential use, and as a regulator, we have to embrace it.
Thank you. I would like to thank everyone, the panelists, the audience, people online who sent in questions. I thought this was a great panel, very interactive, very rich on substance. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Мир стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG
ERG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ERG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ERG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ERG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Yep. Okay, so let's begin this session. So firstly, thank you all for joining us today, both in the hall and online, for this session on the challenges and benefits for the growth of financial services industry in the face of the ever-evolving world of AML and CFT. So my name is Gareth Ling, and I will be the moderator for the session. And I am the Deputy CEO and Chief Regulatory Officer of the Astana Financial Services Authority, where I oversee the AFC's divisions of authorizations, capital markets, financial conduct, prudential supervision, and last but not least, the AML division. We are joined here today by our four distinguished panelists in the form of Sergei Teterukov, who's the Executive Secretary of the FATF-affiliated Eurasian Group on AML and CFT, covering the 10 Central Asian countries as well as India. We then have Ernest Lima, who is a partner at XReg Consulting, which is a policy and regulatory consultancy that specializes in the regulation of crypto assets. And Ernest previously managed certain legislative reforms at the Gibraltar Financial Services Commission. Then we have Tung Lee Lim, is the Senior Policy Advisor at the regulatory service provider of Elliptic, which focuses on issues related to cryptocurrencies and other virtual assets. Prior to this, Tung Lee was a Deputy Director in the Enforcement Department at the Monetary Authority of Singapore, as well as having roles before then with the Singapore Police Force and the Casino Regulatory Authority over a period of 17 years. And finally, I'd like to welcome Renata Galrea, who is the Risk Strategy Specialist for the Customer Risk Intelligence Group of Refinitiv, which is part of the London Stock Exchange Group, where Renata leads on KYC matters, including due diligence reports, and the WorldCheck One customer screening platform. And Renata is also a certified AML specialist with a law diploma in criminology. So can I just check that all our panelists can hear me, can hear us? Is that, yep, okay. Good, okay, well, let me start with Sergei. For our first topic, which is on, and so my question is to Sergei on global trends in AML regimes and in particular how transparency of beneficial ownership has continued to gain momentum this year. So over to you, Sergei.
Thank you, Gareth. It is a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Actually, is there translation available? Because I think it would make more sense if I speak Russian, since I understand the most of the target audience are Russian speakers. So
yep, there is translation available.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Then I'll switch to Russian then.
Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to welcome all of you for inviting me in this opportunity to talk to you and to speak today. As it was already mentioned by Mr. Ling, I would like to share with my thoughts regards to the latest trends in MLM. First of all, I would like to stress out two moments among these trends. First of all, it's based on my personal experience as well as on mutual assessments of FATFA members and other regional groups, including ENG. So the first trend that has gained specific moments and weight is connected with PPP, public-private partnership. It's the format of interaction between public bodies and different financial institutions and non-financial specific industries and professions. This format can exist in different forms. They can be joint committees, they can be forums, they can be fusion centers. There are a lot of many examples. But what's the main point of public-private partnership? First of all, it's an online channel of feedback for a financial sector in order to receive some information from public bodies to use it in their own daily work. As a rule, the objective of such groups is to find new risks and to elaborate some responding measures. It can be a joint activity on specific legal acts or the development of manuals for supervisory bodies and so on. There are many examples of such PPPs that operate in different countries. In particular, there is such a format when law enforcement bodies gather a team or a group of trustful banks where their employees are checked and after that have got the access to a specific piece of information. And law enforcement bodies can check own issues or people, suspicious people. It's made not in a traditional form when the banks trace suspicious transactions and send it to law enforcement bodies, but vice versa, when law enforcement bodies can, for example, send the information with the names or suspicious schemes, and the financial institutions can check it in their own database and give the feedback to law enforcement bodies or other agencies. It's one of the options of such public-private partnership. And also in EAG, we focus our attention on the private sector. When we established our group, we conducted some consultations with our private companies or groups. It's an international council of compliance that helps EAG to interact with private sector on a permanent basis and to share with specific information with the partners from private sector and to receive a feedback from them. It's the first option or the first element of these tendencies that is connected with the system of MLM. And another trend is connected with digital transformation in the world. And here we have three aspects of this digital transformation. When I speak about digital transformation, I think you all understand what it means. It's the development and implementation of digital technologies in all spheres of economy and finances. And this digital transformation also responses to different issues of MLM at different levels. So the first, the most obvious, is the development of financial technologies, so-called fintech. I think you are aware about this definition. It means that financial services practically are rendered online without any physical offices or departments of the banks in different countries. There are so many online banks, and not only, but other financial institutions that are widely spread. And despite online banks, we have new technologies like crypto assets, digital currencies, and so on. All of this are one of the aspects of this digital transformation. And of course, such trends are not just positive, but also have some risks. And that is why there is another aspect of this digital transformation. You know that criminal activity is now online as well. And we are aware the whole criminal industry that is connected with, for example, stealing information and selling this information in order to restore users' data. There are many types of online fraudulence and so on. It's the second tendency of this digital transformation. And the third,
if I just in the interest of time, so that the other panelists can have a chance to complete their pieces, can you perhaps try and wrap up in a next minute or so? Okay, thank you.
Да, конечно.
Yes, of course, I'm finishing. And the last element is connected with the development of supervisory and regulatory technologies based on IT technologies. It's the analysis of big data in order to use it for supervision over financial institutions. And also the data analysis from MLM point of view, security point of view, is the use of new technologies for different authorities. This is what I wanted to say about our second element of digital transformation. Once again, it's the development of financial technologies. It's the emergence of new types of criminality and new forms of regulation and supervision over financial institutions. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, Sergey, for that comprehensive comments. So over to Ernest. question to Ernest is, FATF has made new recommendations in relation to virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, or VASPs. What are these new recommendations?
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you for the invite. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of you today. So yes, just I think it would be useful just to set a bit of the background. As you've said, FATF did extend its recommendations to virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. In late 2018, they did clarify that virtual assets and virtual asset service providers fell within scope of the recommendations. FATF, as you probably all know, applies to more than 200 countries globally. So those 200 countries need to implement all the standards that FATF sets. And in mid-2019, they published a new guidance on a risk-based approach for virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. Its recommendations 15 and 16 were extended to those type of new obliged entities under the FATF standards. And later on in 2021, it updated its guidance further, setting out new requirements and applying existing ones or clarifying elements of existing ones. So elements around stable coins, unhosted wallets, the application of decentralized finance, and the travel rule, amongst others, were incorporated or clarified within the FATF guidance in 2021. So over the last few years, there's been a lot of developments in relation to virtual assets and virtual asset service providers, which derives primarily from the extension of the FATF standards to such type of new assets and entities. So in terms of how what is the position globally at the moment in terms of implementation of the FATF guidance, I think at the moment there are varying degrees of implementation going on globally. There are many jurisdictions that already have a regime in place. So many jurisdictions are extending their AML, CFT legislation to capture virtual assets and virtual asset service providers within regulation. Other jurisdictions are going beyond AML and implementing broader regimes to implement other requirements such as conduct of business to ensure more consumer protection, prudential requirements, market integrity, etc. At the moment, as far as we are aware, there are approximately 35% of the jurisdictions globally have implemented some kind of regime. 12% are in progress, so are in the process of doing something about it. There are many jurisdictions, as far as we're aware, that haven't done anything. They haven't started. That's approximately 48%. And FATF allows a jurisdiction to ban any activity around virtual assets, and we know that there are around 5% of the jurisdictions globally that have currently banned those activities. This data we've managed to obtain from BASNet, which is a regulatory reference data platform, which collects the regulatory status of virtual asset service providers globally. As you will appreciate, because of the varying degrees and the varying stages at which countries are at the implementation of regimes, there is a lack of harmonization at the moment in terms of the standards. All jurisdictions that fall within the remit of FATF need to do something about it, but for different reasons, there are some that are taking longer than others to implement something. So I think it's important that jurisdictions, at least as a starting point, do implement an AML regime for virtual assets and virtual asset service providers. That is what I wanted to say in terms of the FATF and what is currently happening at a global stage.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that, Ernest, and we'll obviously come back to questions on that later. So over to Tung Lee now. Question for you is the regulatory landscape for crypto assets remains quite fragmented and polarized, with different levels of maturity or awareness and even enthusiasm, either for or against, from regulators and governments. What would you say is the key to dealing with these different views and perceptions when it comes to looking at the AML CFT risk in dealing with crypto assets?
Thank you, Gareth, and of course for the invitation to speak on this panel. First, a shout out to Sergey for highlighting the importance of regulatory technology to mitigate new financial crime risks in crypto, and Ernest, of course, for the good overview of the global regulatory landscape for virtual assets. So for those of you who are less familiar with our work, Elliptic was set up in 2013 and is a pioneer in blockchain analytics, which refers to the inspection, identification, understanding, and visualization of data on the blockchain. We use a combination of public on-chain data and proprietary intelligence to identify wallet clusters controlled by the same entities, trace the flow of funds, and assess the risk of transactions with illicit actors. In doing so, we help those businesses that deal and trade in crypto assets, or VASPs, as defined by the FATF, as well as financial institutions to comply with their AML CFT obligations. So a big part of my role in Elliptic is to interact with regulators to understand their priorities and concerns with crypto, and to help clients navigate the fragmented regulatory landscape in Asia, as pointed out by Ernest. In particular, I found that 3 top myths about crypto persist, especially in relation to money laundering and terrorism financing risks that have often been raised by regulators and financial institutions alike. So first, there is a perception that crypto is anonymous and transactions are difficult or impossible to trace. In fact, transactions are pseudo-anonymous, and for most parts, transaction data is transparent, immutable, and highly traceable on the blockchain in a way that will be envied by the fiat world. What is missing is the ownership data of wallets on the blockchain, and that is where blockchain analytics firms like Elliptic help to identify both licit and illicit entities that control the billions of wallet addresses operating on the various blockchains. This is how crypto businesses can use blockchain analytics to screen wallets and transactions to fulfill AML CFT obligations in areas such as KYC, KYT, and CDD, and as required by the updated FATF guidance on virtual assets. Second, crypto is used mainly by malicious actors to facilitate criminal activities, and therefore its use should be limited or banned. So as context, let me just share a few numbers that have been widely quoted as estimates for the scale of this same criminal activities in the fiat world. In 1998, the International Monetary Fund stated that the total size of money laundering in the world could be somewhere between 2 and 5% of the global GDP. So using 1998 statistics, this would suggest that the money laundered through the global financial system could have been as high as US $1.5 trillion. In 2009, a report by the UN estimated that criminal proceeds generated by drug trafficking and other criminal organized crime amounted to about 3.6% of global GDP, with 2.7% or $1.6 trillion being laundered. More recent research has estimated that financial crime causes the loss of about 7% of the global GDP, which works out to be about US $6 trillion. So in comparison, the entire market capitalization of all crypto assets in existence is estimated at less than US $1 trillion at prevailing prices. Research has also suggested that less than 1% is being lost to financial crime, such as money laundering. In other words, the estimated amount of crypto that is believed to be used to facilitate criminal crime, financial crime, is a mere drop in the ocean as compared to what is happening in the traditional financial sector. Yet, no one is suggesting that we should limit or ban the provision of financial services, but instead implement proper controls and mitigation measures to address the financial crime risk. The same approach should be taken for the crypto sector. The last myth, crypto is an easy way for sanctioned actors to evade sanctions. Again, to debunk this myth, we just need to look at the recent Russian sanctions as an example. So for context, the Russian economy and its financial sector in total, in terms of assets and in terms of exports and imports per year, is estimated at about $2 trillion US. Again, the total market cap of all crypto assets is less than half of that. Therefore, it is impossible for Russia to evade sanctions purely through crypto, as there's just not enough crypto to mitigate any disruption to its economy. So aside from issues of liquidity and accessibility, it's also often challenging for crypto to be used for payments and certain transactions at mass scale, given the lack of widespread adoption and usage. Crypto is also highly volatile, and sanctioned countries such as Russia, Iran, and North Korea might not want such volatility while trying to manage the stability of their currencies. Crypto is also very transparent, as I shared earlier. If sanctioned actors try to move large funds in the billions of dollars through the blockchain, it will be easy for them to be tracked and monitored using blockchain analytics techniques that we use at Elliptic. More importantly, sanctions compliance is not new to the crypto industry, which is often regulated for AML CFT obligations. There are existing solutions and best practices for sanctions compliance adopted by the crypto industry that make it very difficult for any sanctioned actors to use crypto successfully for sanctions evasion at scale. So in view of all these myths, education is key and critical to the mainstream adoption of crypto. So hopefully the information I'll be sharing during our discussion later will be useful and help address some misperceptions about crypto in the audience.
Okay, no, thank you, Tung Lee. So perhaps it almost seems the fear of the unknown perhaps colours people's views. Okay, and then over to Renata. So I have two questions really for Renata. Firstly, what are the biggest challenges that financial institutions face in dealing with sanctions risks and sanctions compliance? And what is the role of beneficial ownership disclosure in ensuring sanctions compliance, and how effective this is when it comes to the crypto industry?
Sure, thank you so much, Garrett. Just checking that you can hear me well.
Yep.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today and also be together with a panel of amazing professionals in the industry. So when I was invited to the panel, I was thinking about the AML challenges and also trends this year. And it became quite clear that there is a lot happening in 2020. I think after 2 years of a pandemic that is still ongoing, we are busy catching up in 2020, the industry, putting a lot of things in place as things slowly start to stabilize, obviously. But I think that we cannot talk about the trends and challenges in 2020 without talking about sanctions compliance. On my day-to-day role dealing with financial institutions across the globe, I definitely hear from compliance teams that one of their main concerns and burden throughout this year has been sanctions compliance because of the huge sanctions activity that we have been seeing related to the Russian-Ukraine conflict, but also related to other sanctions activity that has been happening across the globe. So there is a lot happening. And what we see as the biggest challenge for financial institutions, I mean, I could talk here about 2 hours about the challenges, but it really is related to, first, the amount of data. So we have over 300 sanctions authority across the globe. So how do you manage the screening across so many different lists, right? I think that's one of the main things. The other point that I wanted to bring today is that sanctions compliance doesn't stop on what we call explicit sanctions. So as you know, you have sanctions authorities. They publish lists of names of individuals that are sanctions, corporate or persons that are being sanctioned. And then a lot of the sanctions lists, and a few of examples is the OFAC from the US, UK, also the EU sanctions list. They attach a narrative statement to it. So basically they said, here is a list of people that are sanctioned. Whatever they own, 50% or more, indirect, direct, or in aggregate, is also sanctions by association, but they don't inform what are the corporates that they own. So it is a burden on the financial institutions to make sure that they are aware of the ownership of information of the sanctions entities or individuals, because whatever they own, 50% or more, is also sanctions, but that information is not given by the sanctions authority. So in order to comply with that, and it is a huge burden to financial institutions, right? But that type of compliance is only possible through ownership information. So I think we all definitely welcome the trend in the regulatory industry, in the AML regulatory industry, of having a lot of initiatives that we have been seeing a lot of discussions going on related to UBO data, transparency of ownership information, that is essential for compliance within financial institutions related to AML, related to sanctions, related to counterterrorism financing as well. So in order to comply with that, we need ownership information, right? And I think just as a third point, bringing crypto to the story, and as was pointed by my colleague Tang Li, crypto is extremely transparent, but there is one thing that is missing, which is the ownership data information in the blockchain. And that, again, it becomes extremely important for sanctions, specifically related to facilitators network, which is something that is also starting to be sanctioned by major sanctions lists. So this year in May, we had the first criminal prosecution related to crypto being used to evade sanctions. So in the US, we had an American citizen that was criminally prosecuted for about $10 million that was transferred using the cryptocurrency to a sanctioned country that was comprehensively sanctioned by the US. So that was definitely a major development, and it's something that our industry definitely needs to keep an eye on, because the need for ownership information related to sanctions compliance is definitely translating to the crypto world. So as a third point that I wanted to bring to the discussion is that I think that for the AML regulatory industry is something that is just something that is the trend. We need to be able to translate guidance, a regulatory guidance, as a default to the crypto world, and not something that is an afterthought. Exactly because it is the future. And if you don't regulate that type of industry and ownership information related to it, it will slowly start to be used by bad actors. And I definitely don't want Tang's Li point to not become true anymore. That is not an industry that is being used, highly being used by bad actors to evade sanctions or to conduct other type of AML related crimes, right? And just as a final point, we have the Enablers Act in the US, so a huge AML reform that is ongoing. And one of the things that are introducing is the fact that our dealers are now regulated, so they have to report to the AML regulatory industry as well. But one point that they didn't bring was the NFTs, for example. So the digital art that is being highly transferred through the blockchain. So this is one point that I wanted to bring forward, just to highlight that there is a need for our industry in terms of regulatory guidance just to be as a default translating to the virtual digital world as it relates to the cryptocurrency, because it's definitely something that it is the future, and I think the activity is only going to increase going forward. That's it for me right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So perhaps, Vanessa, if I could just keep you on the line at the moment. I don't think we have any questions online at the moment. I have one or two questions that I'd like to run through quickly, and if anybody has any questions from the audience, we'll try and cover those in a moment. But just conscious that we have about 12 minutes. So, Vanessa, I wanted to ask, how does the trend towards more transparency and open UBO information for the purpose of meeting regulatory requirements sit with the increasing depth and scope of personal data protection laws?
Sure. I think this is definitely something that there is a lot of discussions going on in the industry, because at the same time that we had this huge increase of regulatory guidance related to transparency of information, specifically related to ownership information, because of the risks attached to it. We also have on the other side an increase on legislative guidance related to data protection of personal information. So it seems to be one thing that goes against the other. It shouldn't be. It should be complementary, but I think that we definitely are missing the chance to talk with one another, to have that conversation as two different industries that are walking towards the same purpose. So personal information being protected is definitely in everyone's interest, but also personal information as it comes to ownership information is also in everyone's interest as it relates to AML, as it relates to the fight against financial crime. So in our work at Refinitiv is something that we battle quite a lot, and we have a lot of advocacy occurring with different governments as privacy laws are being introduced, where we have a very honest and targeted conversation with governments around the world to kind of expose the fact that, yes, privacy of information is extremely important, but there is one very important factor, which is the fight against financial crime and the need of some of that information to be made available to financial institutions, to other non-financial businesses and professions that are also regulated by the AML industry, because you can't have it both ways, right? You can't want the industry to be compliant without giving that information to the industry. Otherwise, it just becomes an exercise of risk-finding mission that you never will be able to find. Yeah. Okay. So, yes, yeah. So that's my point. Thank you so much.
Good. No, it's an interesting point. A question for Tung Lee, very topical at the moment in terms of Russia sanctions. Have you seen any signs or actual evidence of Russia evading sanctions using crypto assets?
Thanks, Gareth. So this is basically the million-dollar question, especially given a recent comment by European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde, who said that there were signs of large amounts of rubles being converted into stablecoins and crypto, and she thinks that they were likely for the circumvention of sanctions. So there may have been some anecdotal reports suggesting that Russian oligarchs are trying to use crypto to move money outside of Russia to evade both sanctions and capital controls. This is because in the 2 weeks or so after the Ukrainian invasion, there was a surge in ruble to Bitcoin trading on crypto exchanges that provide such swaps, which led to mass speculation that sanctions evasion activities are happening. However, based on our research at Elliptic, there hasn't been any clear indication of sanctions evasion occurring via crypto yet. It's entirely possible that some of the increased ruble to Bitcoin trading in the days immediately following the invasion was just ordinary Russians trying to hedge against the plummeting value of the ruble, or to move funds out of the country in anticipation of any restrictions on the Russian banking system. Also, as I mentioned earlier, due to the size of the Russian economy and the market cap for crypto, it's just simply not feasible for Russia to evade sanctions using crypto at mass scale when there might be other simpler methods, as I pointed out, through the fiat world. Recently, senior officials and the White House have also acknowledged this as well. That said, if sanctions are sustained over the long term, as they appear to be, with Russia digging in for the long haul in its conflict with Ukraine, the US and other countries are likely to keep these significant sanctions in place for some time. Therefore, it will become increasingly likely, the longer these sanctions remain, that Russia or other sanctioned individuals will look to crypto as a way to reduce the impact of sanctions, albeit on a limited scale. But again, this is a forward-looking statement, and we have not seen any direct evidence yet, to answer your question, that sanctions evasion via crypto is occurring.
Okay, no, thank you. That's very interesting. Question for Ernest. FATF now referred to something called the travel rule. What does this mean, and what are the challenges that this travel rule brings?
Yeah, thank you, Gary, for the question. I think the travel rule is a very hot topic at the moment. I talked about the implementation of AML regimes before, and one of the key elements to its implementation is the travel rule. So just to briefly explain what the travel rule is. So it's the requirement for VASPs to obtain customer information and exchange customer information when transferring value on a customer's behalf. So in other words, if a customer has an account with one VASP and wants to send fiat or crypto to another VASP, both VASPs are required to obtain information from their respective customers, and the VASP that is sending the value to the other one needs to submit that information through a secure means. So there is a lot of debate at the moment with the travel rule, because like the implementation of AML regimes, there is a very fragmented approach globally to the implementation of the travel rule. And one of the key challenges with that is the fact that what they call the sunrise issue. Because jurisdictions are implementing the travel rule at different stages, it's very difficult for VASPs to comply with the travel rule, because it may be that a VASP in one particular jurisdiction needs to comply with that requirement and obtain information from their customers, but the counterpart VASP in another jurisdiction doesn't need to comply. That is one of the key issues. Like I mentioned before, the fact that there are different regimes in place at the moment, the taxonomy, the terminology that is being used, I've been referring to VASPs throughout, virtual asset service providers, which is the term that FATF uses, but we also know VASPs as crypto asset service providers or digital currencies or digital assets. That creates issues as well, and there's a lack of harmonization globally. So there are a lot of challenges with the implementation and the ability to comply with the travel rule at the moment. We know that there are many technical solution providers out there that are trying to provide some kind of platform to be able to transfer that information securely, to be able to comply with this requirement. But as I said, there are jurisdictions are at very different stages in terms of implementation of this requirement. So this is going to be a topic that we will continue to be talking about for the next couple of years.
Okay, well, thank you. And there was a question I wanted to ask Sergey. You mentioned that new FATF standards require that countries assess risks, not only in relation to legal persons established in a particular country, but also in other countries where there are sufficient links. So what is meant by, sufficient links?
Большое спасибо, Гаррет, за этот вопрос.
Thank you very much, Garrett, for this question. Indeed, a new standard envisages the risk assessment not only of local legal bodies, but also a foreign legal body. And by this sufficient link, we mean 4 aspects. A legal body has got a permanent representative office or a branch or another branch that operates in a specific country. Another moment is when a legal body is active in a specific jurisdiction or have permanent business connections with financial institutions. And another moment is when a legal body invests into local assets or property. And the first element is when a legal body or its beneficiary owner is registered in a tax body or subject to taxation in a specific country. And I would like to make a comment because Kazakhstan this year will conduct a mutual assessment from ENG, and I think it's very important to clarify that FATF standards are connected with sanctions from OECD, and other standards are not checked or verified. And that is why I think it's a very important moment that should be taken into account in September. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sergey. In the couple of minutes that remain, are there any questions from the floor? If anyone wants to ask. There are a couple of microphones floating around. Okay, perhaps. Okay. So I think let's just then wrap up quickly. And as in the previous session, what I'd like to do is just give each person, each panelist, just and firstly, thank you very much to our panel. In the last couple of minutes, can we just, can each of you highlight your key takeaway for the audience in less than 60 seconds each? I know it's a bit of a challenge, but please do your best. So we'll go in the same order. Sergey.
Thank you very much, Garrett. From my side, I would like to say that we need to make a dialogue in public-private partnership. It's very important not to lose the development of new technologies and to respond accordingly and to use them adequately, taking into account local peculiarities. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Ernest?
Yeah, thank you. So my key highlight is crypto is not going anywhere. I think the requirement to have AML legislation in place is an absolute requirement that jurisdictions need to ensure that they implement. Alignment, I think, between governments, regulators, and other key stakeholders is key to the development of these regimes. There are a lot of tools available out there to assist firms to comply and regulators to ensure that those firms are complying with these new requirements. And I think it's important that everyone is taking a reasonable and pragmatic view and approach to the implementation of all of the key requirements.
Yes, no, thank you. I mean, whether we like it or not, whatever your view is, crypto is here to stay, and it's probably not going anywhere, or at least not disappearing. Tung Lee?
Thank you, Gareth. So I think one important takeaway is that in terms of the use of technology, it's often a cat and mouse game between regulators and illicit actors. So one point that Renata raised about the dichotomy between privacy as well as usability is, I think, a very interesting one to consider. I think what blockchain analytics as well as other service providers, solution providers such as Travelroo do is to push bad actors to the fringes of the cryptoverse. So yes, you can use obfuscation services to hide your transaction data, to hide beneficial ownership. But what happens is that regulated entities in well-regulated jurisdictions will not want to deal with you. So what happens is that they will be pushed to a small area in the cryptoverse, while the rest of the investors, the retail investors, regulators, as well as regulated exchanges operate in a good, well-regulated area with high liquidity. And that is something I think what blockchain analytics can do. We can help to push the bad players just to one side and then let the rest of the ecosystem for crypto flourish.
Okay, great. No, thank you. And then in our last few seconds, Renata, can we have your thoughts?
Sure. So I'll be very brief in the interest of time. So key takeaways, if you are a regulator, align, look at the big picture that relates to having the alignment with data privacy, also having the alignment with crypto, the digital world, not regulate that side of the industry as an afterthought, but something that is integrated also with regulation being issued for financial institutions and traditional banking, for example. If you are a financial institution related to sanctions compliance, I will say, please do look at technology and how that can help you be compliant with sanctions. Just to finish off, I have a dear colleague that pointed out that the complete works of Shakespeare is 5.2 million characters, and all the sanctions lists around the world together form 5.3 million characters without spaces. So absolutely is not something that you can be doing on a manual basis. So please do look at technology to be your best ally when it comes to sanctions compliance. Thank you so much.
Okay, no, great. Well, thank you very much, everybody. That's it.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Бұл не екен? Ойын емес, мынау. Бәлкім сіз визаны жай ғана банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көз қарасты өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Isaac Berni. I'm the Managing Director and Chief Legal Officer of the Astana Financial Services Authority. Our panel today is going to be talking about development of financial services in the Central Asian region. Now, it's a very interesting topic because we still talk a lot about, like, you know, the new upcoming bright shiny things like crypto assets and new industries coming up. However, very much a point that sort of remains in the background is that the financial services sector per se is much in need of development in the entire region per se. And it's very important to actually keep in mind that perhaps increased cooperation between ourselves can actually increase the size of the pie instead of everyone having a short little pie all to themselves. So I think this is an important concept that we in this more traditional regulatory panel are going to explore. I am very lucky to have a stellar panel with me here today. So Gregory Tanza, who is an independent board member of AFSR, and also the former Secretary General of IOSCO, is a powerhouse in the regulatory space. I think there's not many people in the regulatory industry who do not know Greg. Mr. Sever Akhmetov, who is the Director of Capital Markets Authority in Uzbekistan with the Ministry of Finance, and is the supervisor of the exchange in Uzbekistan. Mr. Hossein Ojan, the country director for EBRD, who is honored us with his presence. Thank you very much for flying down. And Mr. Abdulazim Hoja, the chairman of the Uzbekistan Stock Exchange. And of course, very much our own Mr. Renas Bektarov, the CEO of the Astana International Exchange. So with this stellar panel with me, I wanted to start the scene by setting the scene in terms of some slides. Can you see the slides? Okay, so essentially, if you look at the pie of, like, you know, the Central Asian region, you actually discover that Yep, okay, great. It's responding now. So if you look at, like, you know, the region in total, you know, you discover that, you know, there's a bit of fragmentation within the region. You look at it from three perspectives that generally capital markets and financial services industries look at. They look at what's the total GDP, they look at what is the total population, and then they look at the ingredient of, like, you know, what's the share of the financial services industry in that particular region. So if the region put together, like, you know, you find that, you know, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan stand out quite clearly. Turkmenistan also makes a sizable appearance as well in terms of total GDP. But if you put it all together, the GDP actually becomes a bit more sizable from a financial services industry perspective. Then you look at the population in terms of how big is the region from potential users, both from a retail perspective and the retail to corporate and corporate to the markets perspective. And there you actually discover that, you know, the population is not very, very significant, but if put together, it could account for a sizable market in that respect as well. And then you look at the share of the financial sector GDP. Now, you know, it stagnates around the 3% mark for the average for the entire region. You know, Kyrgyz Republic a little bit higher, but there's some other reasons for that as well. But I think the one very important perspective is that, at least in my view, I mean, having looked at the numbers here, I think this should be in the north of 5% region. And to do that, I think it is difficult, given the fragmentation and the liquidity issues that various markets in the region have, to be able to get there without having some sort of concept of broader economic cooperation across the Central Asian region as well. Okay, so if we then look at, like, for example, volumes, like, you know, we find that, you know, there's a high propensity. Now, these are by the way, the brighter numbers, you know, I think in estimation, perhaps, like, you know, they're a bit more liberal than perhaps in reality happens as well. But, like, you know, a high propensity for money market instruments, not that much depth in terms of equity instruments. And it's kind of interesting because when you start thinking about like, you know, the growth of SME markets and other areas, well, they need capital to grow. And it's very good to talk about, like, supporting statements about SME growth and, broader entrepreneurship in the region. But you do find that, that can only be done if perhaps there is an element of access to capital increase there as well. So what comes out, due to the turbulence of, the markets put together can account for a sizable factor. Due to, and actually, when you look at it on a slide, you actually realize how big a region of the world that is, in terms of the potential. And then you start talking about, the importance of, cross-market cooperation in terms of increasing your depth, your breadth, and, the diversification of the market as well. One thing that comes out is that Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan seem to be the key markets. So we have the key stock players from these markets here with us on the panel today to comment on various matters. And then, financial markets per se, cooperation can increase, cross-border cooperation in terms of promoting cooperation among the stock exchanges, I think, which is very, very key to actually any ambitions in this regard. What it might do is increase the investment attractiveness from a regional country perspective. It would perhaps encourage some pooling and the asset management industry significantly as well. We, for example, at the Astana Astana International Financial Center, have seen quite a sharp uptake in the asset management regime lately. We now have quite a few funds, and when we track ourselves to other financial centers who are at a similar place in their life cycle, we're actually doing reasonably very well in terms of the growth of the asset management industry here. Quick access and being able to have yourself recognized as being able to hold your information number or being able to access one market and then another on the back of that is also very important as well. And of course, from a liquidity perspective, increasing capital market access becomes very important from that perspective as well. Okay, now, before we actually go a bit deeper into this, I think a precursor question is, it's all very good to talk about regional cooperation, but how does this work in terms of your challenge to sovereignty? Because, as I said, my tribe, I would much rather control it myself rather than have a bigger tribe, and this works perfectly fine for me. And on the other side, you have the opportunity. So it's really a hard tension between sovereignty and the opportunity on the other side. So with that, I think it'll be appropriate now for me to actually seek comment on that, a quick comment from Greg, from our colleagues at Uzbekistan, and then following that, Renat from an AIX perspective, because Greg, as the former Secretary General of IOSCO, had to herd all the regulators of the world together to try to increase their cooperation with each other. Greg, can we seek your comment on that, please?
Perhaps by sending you greetings from Australia, which is my home country. I wish I could be with you in Nur Sultan. But I would like to sincerely send my greetings both to those of you who are there in person in Nur Sultan and those joining us virtually from all around the world. So Ishak's question went to the tension between sovereignty and, I guess, the opportunity that is available through cooperative mechanisms, especially regional cooperation. And I guess I wanted to challenge the central premise behind that regional cooperation necessarily involves some impairment of sovereignty properly understood. Because I don't think it does. I think properly understood, cooperation in trade and services and regulation, properly understood, plays to the strengths of the partners in that cooperation and helps to mitigate their differences. And I think that can only strengthen their national sovereignty because it's playing to their strengths and reducing and mitigating the weaknesses. Ishak gave a very good example that is often cited, and it's a very evocative image of the pie. This is the pie that we have available to eat, to consume. And the thought is that if we have our national pie, we can be satisfied with that pie and we can control it. We know what goes into it and we can control this. Well, the first point I want to make is that regional cooperation, especially in trade and services, inevitably grows that pie. It makes that pie much larger. And I wanted to give you the Australian example as a good example, but there are many others around the world. You know, about 100 years ago, Australia had an economy that was very similar to that of Argentina in South America, an agriculture-based economy, a relatively dispersed population, and a relatively small GDP and a fairly closed economy. If we fast forward 100 years to now, Australia has a very open economy, and the advantage of that is that we are a very significant net importer of capital, which fuels investment in our economy, and we are a very significant still net exporter of commodities, especially resources, but also still agricultural commodities, to the point now that our GDP ranks somewhere between the 7th and 10th largest in the world. That pie has clearly grown because of trade and particularly the growth of services. And the second point I wanted to make is about the depth and the nature of the pie, not just the size of the pie, but the depth and the nature of this. And that is all about the benefits of diversification that come from cooperation. It links to the first point that I made, which is that cooperation plays to the strengths of the partners and helps mitigate the weaknesses, because you can draw on the strengths of other partners. To give you an example, in the Australian economy now, I mentioned the growth of the resources sector, particularly the minerals sector, but more particularly by being an open economy, we've significantly grown our services sector, particularly financial services, but with financial services goes a whole range of other professional services, engineering, geology, law, accounting, and so on. And so the nature of that pie is much more diverse, and that also is a direct result of cooperation.
Thank you very much, Greg. With that perspective, of Greg's years of experience, I'd like to pass on to Mr. Sava from Uzbekistan to give us his perspective from an Uzbek take on this.
Good afternoon to everybody. Once again, from our side, greetings to everyone who are taking part in this event from Nur Sultan, but also to everybody who is taking part virtually as well. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there myself, but happy that we're taking part in this, and appreciate the invitation from AFSA side as well. Gregory has kind of laid the foundations for this already. And I think at the beginning you mentioned that the regional economy is quite big, north of $300 billion economy. And if you actually look at that as a pie, part of that pie is the capital markets, right? And cooperation, regional cooperation, is not only limited to capital markets. It's actually part of the bigger cooperation regionally. So when regional cooperation discussions take place, capital markets is just one part of it. Now, if we actually want to increase that segment of the bigger pie, then for us, I think it's something that doesn't need to be argued that the capital markets should be part of it. And the question is how we do it. It's basically to ensure that country to country there is some kind of harmonization, because essentially what's needed here is that, there's supply side, there is demand side in the capital markets, and of course there is the regulatory side. Now, if you look at the liquidity, which is the supply side and demand side, the point that where it meets, if the regulators or the supervisors actually harmonize their processes, sovereignty is something that it's a trade-off. It's something that will actually be catered for as that segment of the pie increases. So, it is a trade-off, but ultimately it's going to be an advantage benefit to everybody who's involved in capital markets. And similarly in Uzbekistan, we are working on changing our legal system, our regulatory system, to meet that of the IOSCO principles, which is widely accepted globally. And this is to ensure that the integrity of the markets increase, and regionally the supply side and the issuers, and also the demand side, the investor space actually increases, because that ultimately leads to increase of liquidity. But from regulators' perspective, we need to ensure that global best practices are applied. There is a harmonization between or among the regulators, and then that's what we as a region should strive for.
Thank you very much for your perspective. Renat, we seem to have started a pie revolution.
Thank you.
How does the AI extend on this pie revolution?
Thank you. Yes, I'm a big proponent of regional integration in terms of financial markets, and especially the capital markets. And I have to say that the competition is not in the region. It's actually, there is no competition, right? We have a very low starting point. But now the capital markets and financial markets are linked so closely globally that we're actually competing on the global level, right, for the attention of the investors and etc. And I view it in lay down a few components, right? First is the hard infrastructure, right? And as you said, we are doing quite a lot in that, building the infrastructure. I mean, for example, like roads, right? And then if I want to build the roads everywhere so they're accessible, regulation plays a key role, where I can build it or not. But second side is more of a human capital, right? So if regulation can stop me from building the roads and building the infrastructure, it cannot stop capital and brain. If we have hard regulation and we don't allow many things, first, money may leave, and if you stop the money, people will leave. And when people leave, money will follow them, right? And that's I think that's where we are. We don't have pretty much the option, right? We cannot constrain it. The world is so developed. For example, now when we have the underdeveloped capital markets, people will go and trade on the developed markets. Then you see money leaving the country. It could have been the money that works in the country here, right? And then again, if regulators allow, we as a market participants, us and our colleagues in Uzbekistan, other countries, will put a lot of effort in connecting to our market. So I don't think there is a question of sovereignty. Each market can stay independent. However, we want to be interconnected so that we allow the population here in the region have access to different opportunities, right? So I don't think there isn't any question of actually sovereignty or you giving it up. And same then goes to the regulatory level, right? We want this regulation to be open. I mean, we understand that there has to be rules. We have to obey the rules to protect the final investor from different fraud and etc. activities. But at the same time, it should be open for business activity. It should be open to build that infrastructure and allow us to work together, right? And again, there are not many opportunities. And if we want to create them, it has to be, I think, is the common market. And we have few, I mean, even it should be just maybe Central Asia. It could be Central Asia and Caucasus, right? And we had an example. I mean, it's a subsidiary of course, local bank, Halyk Bank, but Halyk Bank Georgia raising capital on Astana International Exchange. And we could see many of that. And again, in terms of sovereignty, who are we competing with? We see a lot of our large issuers going and issuing already bonds, euro bonds, outside the region, outside the country, in Europe, and they're regulated by that market rules. And it will happen even more if we don't have access to capital here. And there are good cases when the local market was developed, for example, Romania, where I think on average 95% of the local equity trade on the equity market locally, despite having listing on other big venues. So I think it's very important, and it's very important that we all align, regulators, the market participants, on actually elevating the level for the whole region, rather than thinking about just ourselves. We kind of, from the global financial map, each of us is too small, but if we can come up together, then we could make the difference.
Thank you very much, Renat. Now, with that, I think I'd like to pass on to Hussein, a tremendous amount of experience both as a banker and now responsible for Kazakhstan EBRD. Surely in a place called Europe, once upon a time you experienced similar issues and what seemed to be the learnings from there.
Thank you very much, Isak. Definitely. Look, I'll start with some of the things that I heard, which is absolutely, I fully agree with that. Making the pie bigger, the pie revolution, I will remember that. And also what Sarvar said in terms of the regional cooperation, in addition to capital markets, so the broader cooperation. And that's also reflected very well between the opportunity and sovereignty. That is also extremely important. Harmonization and global best practices, also another two keywords that I heard, which is very good. And also I will come to last to Renat, what it said about the hard infrastructure and the human capital. So if you put all of these together, you actually have all of the ingredients, actually. So, but let's take a step back. Look at Central Asia first, and let's see do a little bit of stock taking. So, hard truth, it should be admitted that the regional integration for financial markets, not only capital markets, but financial markets in Central Asia has not progressed much in recent years. And we've observed in other countries, the cross-border cooperation can be an effective solution to overcome, especially on the liquidity problem side, which are typically more for relatively smaller countries. And I think you started off with the overall Central Asia, and then you gave us the differences within the countries. This is very important as well. So substantial challenges remain, and there's quite a bit to be done. So in our opinion, the initial focus should be making the markets more attractive to the regional and international investors to broaden their investor base and also deepen the markets itself. So definitely cooperation will be the key here. So one way to support this is making cross-border transactions financially and operationally efficient. So it should be easy, as also Renat said, it should be easy to operationally and financially for all of these bigger populations and the bigger economic output should be able to trade and invest and become a part of the financial system. So I'll give you an example. The Southeastern Europe link is a project that started in 2014, and when we say Europe, EBRD operates in 38 countries, but we're not in the developed part. So we are in the more of the legacy markets where they are picking up as well. So actually the distance, although they are now ahead, but it's not that far. So for example, this project started in 2014. That's between the three countries originally. It started between Bulgaria, Croatia, and Macedonian stock exchanges. The aim was to create a regional infrastructure for trading of the securities listed on each of these stock markets. As EBRD, we supported this with a sizable grant to introduce the electronic order routing system. It was very important at the time. So since its establishment, the network now has expanded of the many other unity stock exchanges from 7 countries in that region. And we are talking about 7 countries that their populations are relatively similar to the markets that we have, some of them in Central Asia. and economic output of actually not too far from, say, Kazakhstan as a whole. So now it includes also Serbia and Slovenia, and with a combined equity market cap of around $50 billion. So it has become a relatively sizable market. The work, of course, is not finished, and we're continuing our efforts to integrate the post-trading systems. So this is also very important to reach the optimal outcome in terms of market access. So we're also supporting the integration of stock exchanges. As we have seen, we were also talking about not only Central Asia, but also Central Asia Caucasus, but there's already some work that has been done on the Caucasus, where Armenian Stock Exchange and Warsaw Stock Exchange are currently working together earlier this year, actually. So we provided a market development strategy and a business plan for the Armenian Stock Exchange, and which forms a part of the due diligence ahead of completing the acquisition by the Warsaw Stock Exchange, and together with the Central Bank of Armenia. Let me leave it here for now, and then we can come back to it later.
Thank you very much. That actually highlights a very important point, which is that, in terms of the markets per se, they are the primary tool of financial services and increase in terms of, the overall size of the pie, as we so say. And to that, there is a lot of steps, for example, that the regulators need to take as well to ensure that, these train tracks, in other words, are there for these trains to, channel back and forth. With that, I'd like to, pass the floor on to Greg Tanzer on telling us a bit about what regulators can do in terms of development of financial services, with the different markets collaboration, and also in respect of perhaps Central Asia as well, from their experience of such. Because it takes significant amount of expense and time to build regulatory regimes, and perhaps common derived benefit is the way to go. Greg, over to you.
Thanks, Ishak. That's a very helpful introduction. I must say, I agree with all of the points that have been made here a little earlier. Particularly, I think, as Hussein was speaking, I was reflecting on the fact that common market infrastructure is it's a great model to have in mind, because market infrastructure is quite expensive to establish and put in place, and if you can share it, all the better. But in order to do that, you have to have excellent information sharing mechanisms and enforceable information sharing mechanisms between the regulators and between the different market operators to enable all of that to work. So my experience in IOSCO was very much steeped in the importance of building strong information sharing mechanisms. So that sounds nice, but for what purpose? Well, the first purpose is that regulation is a difficult business. There are a range of difficult problems that come up, and like any walk of life, the more that you can share your issues and problems and experience and draw on the experience of other people who may not be having exactly the same problem or experience, but might be able to give you some insights, the better your solutions will be. So the first point to bear in mind for any regulator actually is that sharing of information and sharing of experience is absolutely axiomatic. And IOSCO, as an international organisation of securities commissions, that's one of its fundamental objectives. Second purpose, the market will tell you that the most important thing in order to build your financial market is that there are predictable regulatory settings. And how you get there is by speaking with your colleagues and perhaps developing agreements on how it is that you are going to go about regulating a particular area, or something as significant as the shared market infrastructure that Hussein was just referring to, which will be underpinned by a number of more significant issues. Sorry, was someone trying to break in there? No. I'll continue on. The second key reason that we share information is to reduce cost and friction involved in regional initiatives. Now, it's not necessarily to create an identical regulatory regime, because often that will depend on your own legal system, and this is often where sovereignty comes in. It may not be possible to have just a single regulatory regime, but what there must be is adequate information sharing to enable the cost and the friction of these regional initiatives to be reduced as much as possible. And that's normally done once you've established the information sharing by some sort of recognition of licensees in other jurisdictions or intermediaries, or some smoother path to getting a licence if it's necessary to obtain a licence across the whole of the region. The third thing I would say is that with respect to regulatory settings, it can often be useful to have some differences in order to test out regulatory models. There's a lot talked about best practice in regulation, the holy grail of regulation, but sometimes we might think we have the very best system and we need to modify that system to deal with something new. And this is happening in many parts of the world through the use of regulatory sandboxes. And I think that in regional cooperation, regulators in the region can do a lot by cooperating on how they are going to regulate innovative industries, or agreeing that we'll see how this industry develops in a particular sandbox environment before we jump in and decide how to regulate. Thanks, Ishak.
Thank you, Greg. So, Greg, where you leave us off is you say that, there has to be some sort of familiarity, and there's some, sharing of resources, perhaps in terms of encouraging greater cooperation. And that's something that I wanted to put to Mr. Server from Uzbekistan, because surely with that some problems arise as well in terms of perhaps differing approach to sanctions might be one take, because there is an element of country-driven foreign policy in terms of such issues as well, and likewise other challenges as well. So over to you, Mr. Server.
Thank you, Shaq. I think Gregory, as former Secretary General of IOSCO, laid the foundations there perfectly for regulatory changes. I can't argue against that, but you asked me a very difficult question. But one thing that I want to comment on top of what Greg said is that we, as a region, as regulators, need to ensure that through information sharing and harmonization, we reach some kind of mutual reliance and mutual recognition to ensure that investors coming from abroad into the region, from country to country, be it Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, or Kazakhstan, or any other country, feel that their rights are, per the legislation, protected at the same level, right? And that's how that's done from investors' perspective. That's to ensure that there's some kind of mutual cooperation between the countries. Now, for professional participants, a very similar case, because be it brokers, underwriters, or anybody who's actually making the market, they like to operate in places where the regulations are at least symmetrical. Now, with regards to issues that might arise because of countries' perspectives to different issues like sanctions, of course, I mean, that's something that really should be kind of decided at the policy level and communicated, right? And communication here is key. If there is enough mutual reliance and cooperation between countries, then dealing with this kind of risks and issues will be easier to deal with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Server. I think that sort of puts us in good stead to actually ask our to stock exchanges as to, that's fine, regulators working together, but how does, this ambition of regional cooperation and working together with each other's markets work out from a stock exchange to stock exchange perspective? And first of all, I just wanted to invite Mr. Abdulazim Khoja, who's the acting chairman of the Tashkent Stock Exchange, to give us his perspective. Mr. Khoja's presentation, I believe, will be in English. However, his speech will be in Russian. So invite you to use your headphones if you'd like to use translation. Over to you, Mr. Abdulazim Khoja.
Здравствуйте, добрый день.
Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to participate at this event and to share with my thoughts regards to this topic. The main moments of integration of stock exchange in our region is that it was, like it was mentioned before, so first of all, we need to focus on legal acts and legislation. And first of all, I think we need to have clear rules and game rules for our investors. Whether it's an investor from Kazakhstan or international investor who invests in our region, they need to understand the rules at stock exchange. First of all, they need to trust this exchange, and in the future they need to understand how to trade and in what aspects their rights will be protected. I have a brief presentation on our activity, the current situation, and how we work. So the exchange was established in 1994. I think it's the oldest exchange in the Asian region, and the shareholder is the Korean exchange. It means that we are ready to cooperate with financial international institutions. We are open for a dialogue, and the main activity, like in other stock exchanges, is the organization of trading, membership, listing, and post-trading operations, provision of the information for different markets on the transactions. As it was mentioned before, first of all, there should be clear, transparent rules without any manipulations or, so-called curve adaptation to the market, but at the same time, the analytics should be transparent because investors need transparency, a disclosure of information. At the same time, we need to create clear, transparent conditions for all investment banks and institutions, for them to participate in our market, not only as investors, but as members who will become the bridge to attract other investors. And we need to have a clear general listing conditions for our investors to understand that the stock exchange will guarantee the emittents the opportunities to make money. And currently, our stock exchange infrastructure consists of a unified technological complex that was established in 2016 by the Korean Stock Exchange that has got 5 modules: regulatory module, broker system that allows to trade, organization of trades, clearing, and so on. And we have a bond, a market, stock market. They are main markets, AFC market. And this system allows to trade and to conduct different transactions. So the infrastructure allows to conduct different transactions, but at the same time, we have some limitations. For example, the integration with international financial markets and bridges with other institutions. And currently at our stock exchange, we have more than 50 members. And among them, there are some members that are foreign residents that were established by foreign companies. And they are present in all regions of the Republic of Uzbekistan, the intermediaries. And just briefly, I just wanted to show the listing procedure that consists of the application of the documents, and all these procedures are always being improved based on the international standards. And currently the categories of listing consist of 3 categories: standard, premium category, and transit category for securities. And here you can improve your stock exchange indicators and to achieve specific categories. Here you can see brief information on the current situation. And our stock exchange is the stock exchange for corporate instruments. In the capital markets, of course, there are some state bonds market, but it's traded in another stock exchange, the Republican one. And you can see this break between stock exchange of Uzbekistan and other countries, for example, Kazakhstan. Why? Because of a lack of some instruments in our country that is connected with the treasury system of the Republic. If we take this stock exchange and the market, I think it will show a very good volume, and probably we could even take the first place in the region. And so here you can see our experience in IPO among our companies. And here you can see, for examples, IPOs of local companies. And another moment is that the regulator is the Ministry of Finance. In order to develop the market, the capital market of the Republic of Kazakhstan, recent time, we accept different decrees and orders in order to improve the field of economy. That is why we want to align our rules of listing with international standards. For example, as the members of our stock exchange. And we adopted a strategy for the capital market of the Republic of Kazakhstan. One of the objectives is to improve the availability and accessibility of the stock exchange for different investors with other international financial markets that allows to use different informational technologies to make it comfortable for both local and foreign investors. Based on the decree, we took several companies of Uzbekistan for IPO. So it means that the state has the biggest share of these companies. And one of the important moments is that these companies are preparing for international IPO in order to attract foreign investors. And we have 23 companies that are preparing for public and listing, and they align their financial statements with the international standards. So here you can see brief information about our stock exchange, what happens in our market currently. That's it from my side.
Mr. Abdulazim Khoja, Renat wanted to pass on to you. I think you'll also be seeing us home on this panel now. quickly, within 2 to 3 minutes, does that look familiar to you? And one question that we've actually received, what is this Central Asian index that people are talking about, and is it really possible?
Yes, first of all, of course, everything resembles. I think we're pretty much with Uzbekistan on kind of same phase of transition or rebuilding our capital markets. There are a lot of reforms happening, and again, AIFC is part of the reforms in Kazakhstan. We see that the regulation being changed in Uzbekistan, and there is a privatization program ongoing in Kazakhstan, and we see that there is a privatization program similar in Uzbekistan. So I think first thing to start, we have to cooperate with Uzbekistan, try to build bridges so we can actually enforce each other's markets, right? Make them stronger, try to help with the liquidity. I'm a big proponent that we shouldn't be stealing liquidity from each other rather than strengthen. And yeah, I know cross-listing is one of the opportunities, but rather that mutual access of the participants is, I think, a better solution. Again, helps to consolidate liquidity. And again, building bridges is important. And here, like publicly, I can say that if our Uzbek friends are open to the idea, would be happy to work with that on building the infrastructure. And I think there are good cases. I mean, easy, you know yourself, right? In 2013, UAE and Qatar were both upgraded to the emerging MSCI emerging market index, right? And that helped like overnight bring hundreds of millions, if not billions US dollars of passive investor money, right? That's something we should be aiming at. And how that happened, they worked closely, both UAE and Qatar, on upgrading, right? They clinched, let's say, together, especially on developing the post rate and then the infrastructure to achieve that level. I know there is a lot of work ahead, but I think that's something that we should and could aim at. That helps to bring the local issuers and then the local investors, because in the end, we have to understand that the mission of the exchange, it's the Tashkent exchange, is to actually help the business, help the issuers to raise capital and to fund the ideas that are most promising, right? It's about that. It's actually about being the place where they can raise capital, where the capital can be efficiently placed. So I think, again, I'm all for that and building all the connections and bridges. So again, I'm very supportive. I hope we can start the kick off the work with our Uzbek partners from, let's say, this point on. And yes, you're right, I have to unfortunately run. There is another session I have to get, if you excuse me.
Thank you so much, Renat. And I hope that we all have helmets strong enough to actually require the headbutts on having to redo the UAE Qatar experience all over again. But yes, it has a lot of market benefits, as we say. Hussein, I will actually invite you to make our closing comments on this topic, and see us home.
Thank you very much. I would like to point out two important aspects. Number one is also mentioned to build up on what the main discussions went through. It's the easy access and reliable and up-to-date information regarding the corporate's overall performance. This is an essential component for developed financial markets. So company filings, periodic reports, financial statements, as well as other important information on the company's updates, corporate governance, and other information that is important for the market participants and also the regulators in order to make informed decisions. So here, modernization and digitalization of corporate disclosure system will have a hugely enhancing competitiveness of the country and strengthening the private sector's role in our economies. And for Central Asia, this is important. This is number one. So definitely having the best practices from a regulator's point of view across the Central Asian countries would be very important. Secondly, of course, the regional integration and importance of the greater pool of liquidity, making the pie bigger. Of course, it is important, but these steps need to be taken also in order to take advantage of how to make the pie bigger. And my final point is going to be I'll give you another example from this time other countries of operation that we have at EBRD, this time from the Baltic states. At the end of 2007, there was an MOU that was signed between the governments of the Baltic states, their central banks, and the EBRD, and the European Commission was also involved. So the main goal was to establish a common market field for the capital markets. And all of these parties agreed to cooperate on 4 different areas. One is the developing a regional legal and regulatory framework for structured products. This also shows the importance of AIFC here with the framework that it has. Second one is supporting the equity and derivative instruments as an alternative to bank credit. This is also extremely important if we want to have access to finance to more on the private sector side. 3 is the promoting access to capital market financing, especially for SMEs. Again, it's the mid-size SMEs, especially in the countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, is very important and it could be used. And finally, encouraging the regional pension funds and other institutional investors to invest in the local markets, so to keep the investments in the regions as well. So the main challenge in Central Asia is this perspective is that some countries are rapidly evolving in terms of their regulatory systems and their frameworks, whereas some countries are a little bit lagging behind. And a strong commitment from the top level and the government is needed to move this forward. So I think if you want to have one main takeaway here is that the benefits of working together and collaborating, especially on the financial markets and capital markets, is a must. And this needs to be supported from top to bottom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hussein. And I hope that also might mean that perhaps we might be seeing increased support from EBRD for various initiatives that we keep proposing from time to time in terms of development.
Needless to say. That is needless to say. We just approved our new country strategy for Kazakhstan and our country strategies for across Central Asia as well. And capital market development is a cross-cutting theme. So EBRD is ready to support all of these initiatives.
Thank you very much, Hussein. I'd like to thank all my panelists for participation in the session and everyone in the room. We're welcome to stay here, and if anybody has any questions, always welcome to answer them afterwards as well. I think this session might in future be known as the birth of the Markets Pie session. Thank you very much.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Вне зависимости от того, кто вы и чем занимаетесь, должно быть что-то, что объединяет нас всех и дает энергию творить будущее здесь и сейчас. Зебра кофе. Здесь и сейчас. Для всех и каждого.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's session on the EU-Kazakhstan cooperation. My name is Jochen Biedermann. I'm the Managing Director of the World Alliance of International Financial Centers, and I'm going to moderate this session. Please allow me to start with a few comments on the World Alliance of International Financial Centers. We are a non-profit association registered in Belgium, comprising 19 leading international financial centers across 4 continents, including Astana International Financial Center, which is in fact one of our founding members. We organize a collaboration between leading financial centers globally. We run projects together, we exchange best practices, and we jointly promote the vital role of financial centers in financing the economy. Our regional chapter, the EU Roundtable of Financial Centers and Federations, comprises leading EU financial centers. One of them, Frankfurt Main Finance, Frankfurt Financial Center, is present in the panel today. All of us cooperate with Kazakhstan and with Astana International Financial Center for many, many years. Our panelists will provide more details a little bit later. Let me also guide you to our latest publication, which might be interesting for you if you follow financial centers. It's called The Future of Financial Centers. We have created it together with the Dubai International Financial Center, and it describes how financial centers might look like in 2030 and beyond. You can download it from our website. Now it's my great pleasure to welcome our keynote speakers. His Excellency, Bakut Sultanov, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Trade and Integration of Kazakhstan. A big round of applause for His Excellency.
Hello, dear Mr. Biedermann, distinguished guests and participants of the forum. Let me welcome you and express my gratitude to the dear European partners for the initiative to hold this session. On the eve of celebration, the 13th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations between the EU and Kazakhstan, we once again confirm that the partnership between the European Union and Kazakhstan today is becoming even more relevant, significant, and moving into a more active phase. In the emerging difficult conditions, the world economy is undergoing a process of irreversible transformation. The global vectors that negatively affect changes in the world and are the consequences of the pandemic, sanction restrictions, reductions in demand and logistical gaps. Over the past 10 years, trade volumes with European Union countries have shown a decline. We attribute this to the commodity price volatility. It is gratifying that since the beginning of the year, over a period of 4 months, there has been a trend toward an increase in trade with the European Union countries by more than 50%. Here we see the impact of restrictions imposed by countries. The export basket of Kazakhstan to the European Union countries increased. 216 new export goods appeared, including flat-rolled steels, zinc, soybeans, iron rods. Imports of high-tech products decreased, while we are observing an increase in import of pharmaceutical products, radar equipment, telephone sets. Investments of the European Union into Kazakhstan in the last 10 years alone amounted to about 270 billion euros. Today, 27 projects worth $2.6 billion with the participation of investors from the European Union countries are being worked out. This year, 2 of them have already been put into operation, totaling to the more than $100 million. Today, many countries are forced to take a fresh look at the crisis situation that has occurred, abandon previously adopted norms and practices, and reorganize to a new format of work. As you know, the country is currently undergoing large-scale political and economic reforms. They are aimed at a full-scale reset of the public administration and building new Kazakhstan. These reforms are being implemented in parallel with comprehensive economic reforms. In this regard, we are ready to continue creating favorable conditions for the development of bilateral economic ties between our countries. We have a legal basis for this. Kazakhstan became the first country in Central Asia to sign the second-generation document, the Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreement between Kazakhstan and the European Union. Numerous effective mechanisms with a focus on all priority areas of the economy operate within its framework. We are a reliable partner of the European Union in the Central Asian region, cooperation with which has a great potential for further constructive interaction on a wide range of issues. An important step for the enhancement of intra-regional trade was the implementation of the regional project of the EU and ITC, Ready for Trade Central Asia, since 2020. For 1.5 years, the EU-funded project has been supporting the empowering small businesses in Kazakhstan. To date, 30 participating companies have completed the full cycle of the program and collectively reported online sales for around $500,000. In early July of this year, with the technical support of the International Trade Center, we will launch a trade portal, a guide to all trade procedures, which enhance the ability of businesses to comply with trade formalities and standards. Based on priorities and common interests, I believe that at this stage it is important to focus on the following areas. First, we should step up work to increase the export of Kazakh food products. We are very attached in bringing our standards to a high international level. Last year, the European Commission opened up an opportunity for example, for Kazakh producers to present their best wines to the European consumer. Based on our Chamber of Entrepreneurs Atamican, we are now going to launch a project for the production of organic products. Last year, organic products worth 33 million euros were sold to the EU. Our embassies in the European Union countries are fully involved in the work to promoting our products and opening access to the EU market. Second, strengthening investment cooperation in our important task. Given the successful experience of implementing joint investment projects with the EU countries and new economic trends, we need to work together to launch high-tech enterprises for the production of high value-added products. Third, moving toward carbon neutrality is an important strategic direction taken by Kazakhstan. At the highest level, we have made a solid commitment to become carbon neutrality in 2050. We share the goals of achieving sustainable development and the decarbonization of industry, while we believe that such measures should not impede international trade flows. Dear colleagues, close work with the European Union is in line with our vision of further economic development, including the work within the framework of Central Asia, building relations on a win-win basis that would combine the interests of both internal and external players. We can fully contribute to the strengthening of interregional relations and the solution of topical issues and issues only through functional cooperation. I wish you all fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for all your insights. We will try our best to take them up in the discussion. And let me stress one point you've mentioned, the Ready for Trade Central Asia program. You also target small and medium-sized enterprise, which you said this, of course, goes to my heart, because also we financial centers know how important it is to address this segment. And also, I can tell you, we focus a lot on helping from the financial center side to support trade, because in particular international payments are becoming more and more difficult through to anti-money laundering regulation and so on, and we are trying to address this from the financial center point of view. Thank you very much again. Now let me introduce you the next keynote speaker, Johannes Messen. He is the head of cooperation section at the EU delegation to Kazakhstan. He supervises the management of the EU financial assistance to Kazakhstan, but also to Turkmenistan, including regional activities and co-funding of technical advisory and investment projects, implemented also in cooperation with the EBRD and the European Investment Bank. Many thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours. And you might need the clicker, right?
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to say that I am deeply honored and humbled by this warm welcome. I have lived and worked in Astana for about 5 years now, and it's become my second home. And I really appreciate the opportunities like this to say a few words about the European Union's work. You'll have to forgive me, because I will use some slides, and I'm digressing a bit from the theme and taking a step back, and want to say something about the EU's cooperation with Central Asia in general, and putting our cooperation with Kazakhstan within that context. So our cooperation, there should be some slides here, so let me give it a try. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So to put things into context, I wanted to draw your attention to first of all, our enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement with Kazakhstan, which are in fact a model for the similar agreements that are under preparation for the 4 other countries, or at least 3 of the 4 other countries in the region. Kazakhstan has been a front runner in that respect, and a model for replication. Our global strategy from 2016 had a very important message that I would like to repeat, and that is that our values are embedded in our interests. To exemplify this is, if you buy a European car, if you buy a luxury handbag, within that you have a product that has ensured that in certain environmental standards, labor standards, and product standards have been respected. So that's a simple illustration of how our values are embedded in our interests. I would also like to make reference to our strategy on connecting Europe, which has been further developed in the Global Gateway strategy that was published earlier this year. The simple message in that strategy is that we would like to support connectivity that is comprehensive, sustainable, and international rules-based. So those three principles will drive our Global Gateway strategy looking ahead, and is driving the way we work here in Kazakhstan and Central Asia also. And last but not least, we developed a strategy that was published in 2019 for Central Asia, and this is what I will be speaking about in this presentation. So, next. I wanted to say a few things about what drove our work on the Central Asia strategy. Well, first of all, we have a long-standing relationship with Kazakhstan and Central Asia based on strong mutual interests. This comes from the fact that Central Asia is located at the crossroad between Europe and Asia. It's Central Asia's share of EU's energy imports is significant. Central Asia is a potential market of more than 70 million consumers, and Central Asia is a critical partner when it comes to the wider regional security, which includes security in Afghanistan. To that, I would add the new opportunities that have come by the momentum in regional cooperation that we have taken note of in Central Asia. Also, the initiatives coming from the Belt and Road investments promoted by China in cooperation with Central Asian governments, and the Central Asian government's own ambition to play a role in regional and global affairs. And then last but not least, and I have to say this because I sincerely believe that this is important, the drive for economic diversification and green circular economy that fits very well into the Sustainable Development Goals ambitions. I believe the recent SDG summit in Almaty, where no less than 3 prime ministers attended and 2 heads of presidential administration, show what kind of commitment Central Asia has to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the region can really become a global role model in this respect. And the EU was happy to support this through our SDG platform program. So the Central Asia strategy, I'm just giving you here the title if you want to Google it. But the 3 key focal areas here is in the strategy is partnering for resilience, partnering for prosperity, and working better together. Partnering for resilience more or less covered the 2 P's of the SDGs dealing with peace and planet. Partnering for prosperity covers the SDGs that deal with people and prosperity, and working better together more or less replicates the partnerships P in the Sustainable Development Goals. So you see we are well aligned, not just with EU priorities, but also global priorities. What is partnering resilience about? Well, it's about promoting democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. It's about strengthening cooperation on border management, migration and mobility, and addressing common security challenges. It's about, last but not least, environmental, climate, and water resilience. Again, an area that is well aligned with our ambition to become a climate-neutral continent by 2050, and Kazakhstan's ambition to become climate-neutral by 2060. Partnering for prosperity is about consolidating our partnership on economic reform, This is about prioritizations. This is about supporting economic restructuring towards a functioning market economy and a more diverse economy. It's about facilitating interregional and intra-regional trade and investments. The Deputy Prime Minister just made reference to ITC. I will say a few more words about that later. It's about promoting sustainable connectivity that I briefly mentioned, and investing in youth education, innovation and culture. Working better together. It's about strengthening the architecture of our partnership and engaging civil societies and parliaments. For us, in particular, civil society engagement is very important. I have noticed this traveling to the major cities in Kazakhstan, that civil society have solutions to offer to the local hakims, to central government, both when it comes to introducing green economy and fighting climate change, as well as stronger engagement of citizens in decision making. It's about cooperating for high impact. It's about showing that by working more together towards achieving common goals, we can be more effective. And raising the profile of the partnership is about letting the world know that we are together and to demonstrate that there are concrete results of our cooperation. Now, on EU financing, I will not go into the details. Well, we have basically 4 ways or 4 strands of support or financial sources that we can employ. We have regional programs. The ITC program on trade facilitation is one of them. We have thematic programs that supports development of civil society, promotion of democracy and human rights. We have a technical assistance facility, TAIEX, which can be engaged virtually in all sectors of the economy on a short notice. These are resources that are readily available. We have ongoing about 6 TAIEX interventions dealing with a number of issues, including food safety standards. And last but not least, we have a new cooperation facility where we have funding available for bilateral cooperation with Kazakhstan specifically. I wanted to provide a few examples. I will not go through all of them, but a few examples of how we work in the focal areas of the Central Asia strategy. We have under the prosperity, under the resilience headline, we have a rule of law program that is implemented in cooperation with the Council of Europe. This is about strengthening the separation of powers between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial power. We have a WICU project that supports our inter-regional policy dialogue on water, climate change, and environment. We have Central Asia COVID-19 crisis response that we activated as soon as the crisis hit in early 2000, and we are now moving into the second phase of this program at the CACCR2 with another 10 million euros that we will have available from this year. This is implemented in cooperation with WHO, which is a very active partner of Kazakhstan as well. Concerning prosperity, examples of our ongoing cooperation, Jochen mentioned SME support. That's a key program for us. We are providing SME finance through our cooperation with EBRD. Through grants, we can provide support for feasibility studies, for business development, and that way supporting loan operations of EBRD. We have run a program since 2015, and from this year we will again have additional funding that will enable us to continue support through EBRD for SMEs. We have high hopes that the European Investment Bank, which have plenty of funding available for Central Asia and Kazakhstan, can become more active. Here we need to solve a currency. We need to find a way to hedge the currency exchange risk in order for EIB to lend in local currency once we come over that hurdle, there will be a lot of funding available, and this will primarily be for SMEs. I would also like to mention Central Asia Invest, the component of the program implemented by OECD. OECD is a key partner for us and for Kazakhstan, I know, and that's why we are keen to continue the funding for this. The current program will expire this year, but we have intention to continue beyond the current program. And then Ready for Trade, a very successful program that we have funded and implemented in cooperation with the ITC, the International Trade Center. And I'm so happy that the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned this specifically. I have also myself been quite impressed with the expertise that ITC brings in and see the impact of that. Last but not least here, I would like to mention Erasmus Plus, a scholarship program, I would say flagship scholarship program for the EU that more than 1,000 students from Kazakhstan has benefited from in the past. Working better together. Clicking here. So I would like to mention just 2 programs here, which is really about working more effectively by working together. And I think probably the program that I'm most proud of having been working on and with is our program for economic empowerment of Afghan women. Thanks to the very good cooperation with the Kazakh government, we've been able to support 150 Afghan women, and we continue to support them through education in Central Asia, with most of the students studying in Kazakhstan. The reception the government and the universities have granted these students is quite exceptional, and we will continue to help them through this very difficult situation in Afghanistan, and it would not have been possible without Kazakhstan's engagement. And then I already mentioned the regional SDG platform. We are very keen to support regional cooperation on this, and this is possible through our cooperation with UNDP, which, by the way, also is our key partner in the program on empowering Afghan women. I will run quickly through the next slides. This is just to tell you that a new instrument providing an additional 80 billion euro of support globally was adopted at the end of last year. Out of the 80 billion, 8.5 billion is for Asia and the Pacific, and this is the allocation that also Central Asia and Kazakhstan will benefit from. A new vehicle for support is the EFSD Plus, the European Foundation for Sustainable Development, which will enable us to facilitate investment through loans by providing budgetary guarantees. This is work in progress, but we have high hopes that this will attract significant investments to Kazakhstan. I think I will stop here and simply by concluding that I do share the Deputy Prime Minister's view that we have an absolutely unique cooperation with the Kazakh government, and I think that the EU also has demonstrated that it is maybe I'm overdoing it here, but I do think we are an unrivaled international partner for Central Asia with our resources and our responsiveness and the vision of cooperation as main drivers. Thank you very much.
Johan's very impressive roster of projects, and as a EU citizen, I really appreciate all that work you do here with Kazakhstan on behalf of the EU. Let me now come to our panelists, and let me introduce our distinguished speakers here on the panel. In the middle, we have David Cleave. He is the Executive Director of the International Science and Technology Center. Directly to my left is Hubertus Feeth, the Managing Director of Frankfurt Main Finance. And last, but definitely not least, at the very end, James Martin, Astana International Financial Center's Chief Investment Officer. Welcome to the panel, and I'll give all of you up to 5 minutes time for an introduction. And David, why don't you start, followed by James and Hubertus.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today, and as I'm sort of the outsider between two finance people, I would say that I am a banker by trade, but now more into project finance. And probably not many people know about International Science and Technology Centre, it's ISTC. We're very much it started off back in the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it was an initiative by the US, Sweden, Canada, at that time to redirect former weapons scientists, because after the collapse there was so many former weapons scientists without jobs, without money, that this was thought as a major threat to world security. So the West formulated the ISTC to try and project finance and throw money at to redirect former weapons scientists. Now, at the moment we have 10 countries which are members of ISTC. We have the USA government, we obviously have the 27 member states of the EU, we have Japan, we have Norway, we have South Korea, and the other countries are the Central Asian countries and the Caucasus. Previously also we had Canada, and of course originally we started off in Russia. We were in Moscow for 21 years, and also Belarus was a member at the time. In 2015, we moved from Moscow to Kazakhstan. We were invited at that time by the President Nazarbayev, who is hosting ISTC here in Nur-Sultan. Excuse me, in Nur-Sultan. Essentially, as I say, we are a non-proliferation organization. So what does that mean? We basically looking after global threats, trying to reduce global threats, promoting international security, looking at peace and stability, mitigating various sorts of hybrid threats, whether it's chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear, and trying to promote international security through redirecting scientists to try and develop a culture of security and international scientific partnership. And so when we moved to Kazakhstan, our mandate changed. Before, it was very much non-proliferation to support security and global security and peace. But since that time, we've become more flexible, more dynamic insofar as we are now involving much more in terms of wider types of projects. We're trying to foster economic growth through innovation of the research and development, R&D, and in looking at the various areas of science such as health, environment, energy. Of course, CBRN, of course, we're still very much a non-proliferation organization, but we're trying to integrate scientists and technologies to more Western science community. Over the past 28 years, ISTC has implemented somewhere in the region of 4,800 projects for engaging over 80,000 scientists for about $4.5 billion. And we've covered every aspect of science and technology. Since moving into Kazakhstan, as I say, our mandate has slightly changed. We're not having to use former weapons scientists anymore. It's any science or scientist that we're engaged with. And of course, since that time, the EU has now become the biggest funder. In Kazakhstan, the EU has funded 90 projects for about $35 million. Currently, we have about 10 ongoing projects in Kazakhstan for about 3.5, but that doesn't include the regional projects and other funders such as the US or Japan. And that's probably in the region of about $20 million. We're very much into looking at the environment and also medicine. In the last few years, we were very much involved with COVID, providing PPE, reagents, training here in Kazakhstan, and also looking at other things like tuberculosis, TB, cancer, epidemiology, anti-drug-resistant, antimicrobial drug resistancy. Also on the veterinary side, brucellosis, anthrax, plague, zoonotic diseases, and also looking at various laboratories and laboratory safety. Covering nuclear safety and security, nuclear forensics, anything to do with nuclear reactors, and also the remediation. So that also covers things like Semipalatinsk, for instance, trying to clean up the contamination. Also looking at seismic, export control on dual-use technologies. We've been sponsoring PhDs here in Kazakhstan, and we've also set up master's courses and various courses in the graduate courses in Eurasian National University. We also very closely work with Nazarbayev University as well. Looking at also food and water security and climate change and control and future energy. And one of the things we got very much involved with in 2017 was the 2017 Astana Expo, where we were asked to look at best practices in future energy, which we did. We also provided somewhere in the region about 45 keynote speakers, experts, and also 4 Nobel laureates, and in fact 2 of those were part of the raising the manifesto from the 12 fora during the Expo, which was then given to the Expo committee and then given to the President Nazarbayev. So whilst we have government money, one of the more interesting things is partnerships. We deal with a lot of commercial partners, a lot of international partners, and not only government partners, but international partners such as some of the Fortune 500s, Shell, Toyota, SmithKline Beecham, and people like that. So that will probably be more of interest in the second part of our discussions of how our liaison with AIFC will generate sort of future interest between AIFC and ISTC. So from that point, I'll just leave it there for the time being, and I'll pass it on back to you.
Many thanks, David. James, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jochen. I'll jump over introducing AFC, otherwise I'm sure you're well aware, otherwise you're in the wrong building of why we're hosting this. But I mean, let me focus on the practicalities, because it's all about, we've heard the macro picture from His Excellency, the Minister of Trade. So from a macro perspective, we are here as AFC to assist the government in raising deployed capital into Kazakhstan. It's all about creating business, it's all about creating job opportunities, it's all about creating equality. When we come to that then, on top of that, so we've been working around the key areas of agriculture, including environmental issues. We're working a lot across tourism and green energy in order to focus on the transition. So a lot of the work that we're doing with the EU in particular at the moment is obviously trying to bring in the likes of technologies and funding to give Kazakh companies and the regional companies opportunity to leverage off our partners in the EU. When it comes to recent activities since the unfortunate pandemic and our events that we had in Ukraine at the moment, that's also proven to us that diversification is key. It's not only diversification in our economy in Kazakhstan away from hydrocarbons, it's diversification of sources for import, sources for export, and sources, for instance, for where some of our commodities may be moving from one direction to the other. And that's very, very key for us, and that's the message that the President Tokayev gave in St. Petersburg, the message that he gave recently in Economic Forum in Doha last week. And it's something that we're very, very important in speaking to our partners in Brussels with, UK, Washington, etc. So obviously when we talk about this, it's important for us to realize that we've invested so much money in Kazakhstan on the middle corridor. Coming across from China, we've built over 2,500 kilometers, and then we're looking to go across as well. We understand we have a high dependency on the CPC, for instance, with regards to oil, which goes up through Russia. That is exempt, obviously, from sanctions, fortunately for us, but we're also looking to expand the routes. So we'll look to expand across the Caspian into Europe, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, etc. So that's very much something that we're also looking at, the logistics part with the EU, from a funding perspective, but also with regards to a partnership perspective. And then what I would like to say is that, so the role of AIFC is sort of bridging between the government, our policies of what we're trying to achieve for the Kazakh socio-economic development, but also what you as the European investors want to see. So our role here is very much to improve the investment climate, to make it better for you, the investors, and what you're looking for, to mitigate your risks, to look after your own citizens and people of the European Union, and then we have to adapt that into ours at the moment. So we work from a geopolitical perspective, obviously, through the EU ambassador and the European ambassadors, but also some of the funding institutions which Johannes has mentioned, the EIB, and in particular the EBRD. And EBRD, I think, published today or yesterday, they have just published their new policy for Kazakhstan and Central Asia, which is focusing obviously on socio-economic, renewables, for instance, carbon. So we have that little pause at the moment where we're looking at, unfortunately, with regards to the fuel moving across Europe and the fuel requirements that we're seeing in Europe. We are sort of, unfortunately, going back to some of the fossil fuels, etc. But what we're looking to do in AFC is to work with our European partners to see how we can work on a transition from our 70% coal dependency at the moment into the green energy. And very, very important, the final comment is that we are also trying to focus on job creation, because some of these new technologies will improve. They may cause differences in job creation. So then we work with some of our European partners to make sure that we re-educate people, we create equality across all the classes, and then we make sure that we re-educate people into jobs which will come from the new transitioned economy. So I think I'll leave it there and see how we continue later. Thank you.
James, thanks a lot. Hubertus, let's move to you. Can you give us a little bit of introduction what Frankfurt Main Finance is doing, and I will follow up with a specific question on Kazakhstan afterwards.
Probably, Johan, if you allow me, I'd like to start with the later, because I see time is running short. And let me probably start with a remark: fortune favors the brave, and fortune favors those who are well prepared. When I was here last time at the opening of the AIFC, I was impressed about the ambition of the project. Today, I could say it couldn't have been better timed. And the same applies in March. We had the second anniversary of the Enhanced Partnering and Cooperation Program, which we heard a lot about that. And all these have put Kazakhstan in a sweet spot in the present situation. We all know what's going on in the world ever since the invasion of Ukraine. And to be honest, beforehand, the world would either look to your border at the east, where the most populous country of the world is, or you would have looked at your border to the west, where the biggest country in the world is. And Kazakhstan was easily being overlooked. No more. Last Monday, there was the 19th Council meeting of the Enhanced Partnering Agreement. And both the EU and Kazakhstan agreed to forge an ever closer relationship. And that's a very, very good thing to see. And that's a very good thing also to hear, for example, from Dave, to have these strategically important assessment of risks in this world right here. And I can only say the responses of the government here have been very enlightened in any respect. And let me now go back to when I'm saying you're in a unique spot and you're well prepared to take the opportunity. Frankfurt Main Finance was founded in 2008. You remember that was the height of the financial crisis. And the financial industry was part of a problem. In 2016, when the Brexit referendum came, we became part of an opportunity. We tapped that opportunity. 59 banks moved to Frankfurt, 800 billion assets, 7,000 jobs were created, and we're not reached the end yet. You are at such a unique opportunity in your country now, though, and I can only very much encourage you to tap this opportunity. It's now the time where fortunes are lost and fortunes are won, and wealth is lost and wealth is won. And he continues with what the financial center played a role during the COVID crisis. We became part of the solution. We enabled the economy going by dispersing government aid in a way that managed to keep the economy going. And by 2022, we are the solution of choice when it comes to the transformation, to sustainable transformation. And again, EU-Kazakh relationships here come into play. We've heard about the circular carbon economy. We've heard about the need for technologies to employ carbon and to store carbon. And as you are a carbon economy here, but also I have the ability to contribute to energy security in the EU, to food security in the EU and beyond, there is a unique opportunity to also tap technology, because it has to be like, that's probably one of the very good reasons for David to be here, there are many more, that technology and finance will have combined to play a role to come up with creative solutions in that moment. And here, both your geostrategic situation, your access to energy resources, your clear green plan, and your willingness to go net zero by 2060, that's what your objective is, combined with the technology prowess and the financing potential of the EU, has, from my point of view, a unique opportunity to go.
Hubertus, 2017, Astana International Financial Center and Frankfurt Main Finance signed an MOU. Is that an opportunity for both financial centers to support that process?
Absolutely, Jochen, and that's one of the very reasons I've been here. We had a lot of very interesting discussions the last couple of days, and we look, for example, I mentioned ISSB very briefly. It's an International Sustainable Standard Board, which was split off of IFRS, and it's a unique organization that will make the baseline, the reporting baseline on sustainability reporting. And that's quite key, because financial markets are all about data. And there is what you measure is what you get. When you measure talk, you get talk. When you measure hard numbers, you get results. And what it's all about is to really set up what corporations who would in future get access to credit and investment have to deliver in terms of sustainability reporting, amongst others also to enable to issue green bonds. So to get back to your questions, what are we doing? We're looking, first of all, on capacity building, on sustainability reporting. We're also looking on risk management. Why is that the case? The financial system in Kazakhstan had undergone a period with quite high non-performing loans. When you start expanding now, when you finance that transformation, that's something not to be repeated. It's something that needs to be prevented by prudent risk management. And so we'll help on all those aspects, and many more, but those are the key.
James, perhaps, and David will come to you after that. Perhaps you can pick up on some of Hubertus' point, and also maybe elaborate a little bit how such a cooperation between Astana International Financial Center and Frankfurt can help to attract inward investments from Germany or whole of the EU.
Yeah, well, following on both my introductory remarks and Hubertus' remarks now, when we're talking about job creation, we're talking about transition to more security across our diverse sectors. It's all about human capacity, really. When I moved here several years ago to Kazakhstan, I have to say I'm highly impressed by the education that we have, especially of the youth here. There's girls and guys who have many masters, PhDs, but what we need to bring in is more companies who can mentor. Companies who can show what the youth can do. We still have a population under the average age of 30 here, so that this is just going to increase. And as we bring in efficiency, like I'm saying, we need to bring in these new job creations to re-educate, which is why we created the BCPD Education Center here. So when we're partnering with the likes of Frankfurt, it's very much an understanding and leveraging their experience, but also it's because Frankfurt, the financial center, works very much with its members, with the business community. So we have to match our needs, our skill sets with what the Europeans are looking to do. So we're not only working with them, but on a practical level, we've signed an MOU with ISTC, and that is again taking it to the next level. So the next level is where all these world's leading scientists have gone through theoretical, they've done feasibility studies, they've done proof of concepts, and a lot of these excellent opportunities, nothing is done with. We have these great potential projects with very smart math science people here in Kazakhstan. So what we need to do is to marry them up in somewhere like the AIFC, is to marry up having someone like who's an international expertise funded entity with the experience of the EU, such as Frankfurt and its underlying, because remember, Germany is the industrial heartland of Europe. So I mean, we have to bring in the academia with the experience. So it's trying to bridge that sort of area that we're looking at doing now, obviously attaching it to the sort of key SDG goals that we have here in Kazakhstan.
Many thanks, David. For you, it's to give us a closing insight, so to say.
Okay.
James has mentioned the MOU you have signed.
Yeah.
We have also heard, that the EU is a big contributor and also funding a lot of your activities. We have heard from Johannes all the EU projects running, how this all fits together and what role international and sustainable research and development plays, and what are your lessons learned working with financial centers?
Yes.
Long list of questions. Sorry for that.
Certainly, and I agree with Hubertus. Technology, science, innovation. That is the catalyst and the driver for economic growth, and this is something where we can help, because we have, as ICC, we have a multinational, multilateral setup. We have agreements with not only Kazakhstan but also regional agreements, and also we can get project proposals through through the institutes, all the people, the contacts we have, and I know that this is something which James has touched on. We can help not only on the commercialization, we can help on a multitude of sort of technical, technology development, commercialization, and of course with potential partners, which AIFC can generate. We can help not only because we're cost effective, because we have diplomatic privileges and immunities. So when we're non-profit organization, so any partner that comes to us has the advantage of the cost effectiveness, plus the knowledge that we've been around this region for 28 years. We have close connections with all the governments that in the region, and also in the science community. We know that Kazakhstan has good science, the Caucasus countries have good science. Kazakhstan needs to be at the forefront in Central Asia of research and development technology, and if that could be done, I'm sure that will not only generate not only economic growth, but also from a knowledge base for the rest of the countries, that will certainly help the Central Asian countries. So we are here to help, and through AIFC, I think there's a great potential for partnership, where we have certain synergies and certain things that we can offer that will multiply the offering of ICC with potential new funding partners, new partners, and within that will generate not only jobs, but economic growth at the end of the line. So there's certainly a lot to look forward to, and I hope that our cooperation and our partnership with AIFC will generate some of that future.
Let me thank all my panelists, James, David, Hubertus, but let me also wish Jans, who is facing a new period in his personal career, all the best for his next location. And finally, let me thank all of you to listen to our conversation. I know it's lunchtime, and I'm very happy, and I hope you find it interesting what we shared with you. Thank you very much, and please give a hand of applause to the panelists.
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь Виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Вне зависимости от того, кто вы и чем занимаетесь, должно быть что-то, что объединяет нас всех и дает энергию творить будущее здесь и сейчас. Зебра кофе. Здесь и сейчас. Для всех и каждого.
Начинаем, да? Начинаем. Хайырлы күн, құрметті әріптестер, ханымдар, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you to our traditional conference, Astana Finance Days. Currently, Kazakhstan has been experiencing global transition and reforms, and everyone is aware about a very comprehensive constitutional reform, and on the basis of the updated constitution, we have established the new changes for all powers, and there's going to be the constitutional court, and at the constitutional level the human rights status gets fixed, and so on and so forth. I think that in this very room there's no need to repeat everything, because I'm pretty sure that you're well aware about the global changes that Kazakhstan has been experiencing so far. The development of any country, and Kazakhstan especially, depends on the economic activity of the people of the country and the way business functions. And this issue is very important, and the issue has been discussed at many platforms, and AIFC conference is not an exception. And we have arranged this discussion for a repeated number of years, and our intention is to discuss the future of the legal practices in Kazakhstan, as well as the future of the legal market. The participants to this conference will listen to the opinion of the experts in the field of protection of the rights of entrepreneurs, to include the existing legal tools, the measures of the state support to business, and lowering down the administrative obstacles. The sponsors of this conference are ERG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank, GMC, Freedom, and I think that today we're going to be having an efficient exchange of opinions regarding the issues that I have just mentioned about. I would like to wish us all fruitful and resultful discussion and new achievements and endeavors.
I would like to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Alma Mukanova. Unfortunately, the minister himself promised to participate, but the destiny of our officials is not so simple. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all the participants for finding time to visit our meeting. The topic of my presentation will be dedicated to administrative justice as a new mechanism of human rights and business protection. In a few days, there will be 1 year since the Code on Administrative Procedures was adopted and approved. So the objective of this code is to raise to a new level the protection of rights of business and persons in their relations with administrative bodies who have powers. And the applicants, private business and private persons, have a new spectrum of rights that before wasn't available on the territory of Kazakhstan. First of all, I would like to say that the administrative procedures themselves you work with every day in the creation of absolutely a new type of court where unfortunately sometimes you have to participate as a party. At the stage of procedures, the applicants have the opportunity to get the right to be heard if a specific unfavorable administrative act is made against them. Before, the mediation institution wasn't available between the state body that takes a decision and the citizen or an entrepreneur. So it wasn't available or even corruptive. But thanks to the code, we transferred it to a new format. At the stage of the court procedure itself, the burden of proof was reconsidered before it was made in the civil code. Now we can say that one of the parties and one of the complainant can show enough evidence in the court against this unfavorable suit in order to justify own decision. And the biggest role is connected with the active participation of the court, where the court has got the opportunities to collect and to search out the evidence. And over 6 months of the work of this code, 80 or 48% of all cases were achieved. And before, this indicator was only 10%. And the Ministry of Justice initiated the practice of application of the code, and both negative and positive actions were found from administrative state bodies. And our study was dedicated to the center and its activities, but we have other parties and we work on them as well. And our statistical data shows that 91% of accepted acts by state bodies are favorable administrative acts, and only 9% are burden one. But actually, this figure has the capacity to be decreased. As for the problems, here we see the present problem of understanding of the administrative act and the structure of the code itself, and insufficient capacity of its application. Thank you very much. I think that this institution of administrative procedural code will be developed further in the framework of the legal policy development up to 2030. And I wish all of you success. Thank you very much, Alma. I think that this brief information will make our businessmen to address to more serious study of this information that is available in the internet. And I don't think that we need to explain to our audience that we have two administrative justice. The old one, when the court considers administrative violation, and administrative justice that deals with the issues which is spread out in other countries, meaning the rights protection of citizens, including businessmen, from the mistakes of the state bodies, which sometimes make them. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Rainbek Batalov, the chairman of the Presidium, the acting chairman of the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs, Atamikian. He will speak about systematic measures on supporting business. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for introducing me. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for coming to this session, to this event. I think that the legal society in general is aware about opportunities and instruments of support that are available at the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs. But I would like to remind you that the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs has got the representative offices in all 17 regions plus 3 regions, Abai, Jetesu, and Ulutau. Regions that were recently opened there. And the chamber is quite active in Akimats, regional institutions of development, associations. In some cases, it's more active. In some cases, it's less active. But now the chamber works in different directions, 3 of them. One of the most fundamental and important, is the issue which is connected with business protection. And it's one of the main tasks, the task on strengthening, improving effectiveness of the chamber in different directions on horizontal and vertical levels. And for us, it's very important. It's very important for all the segments of business, not only big business, not only medium-sized business, but micro and small business to have the opportunity in a good sense to use the Chamber of Entrepreneurs, first of all, as an instrument which will help to defend own rights. I think it's very important, and for us as for the chamber, it's very important to create an infrastructure that would allow to orient for all business segments in different issues that are connected with rights protection, entrepreneurs' rights protection. It's a complex, complicated activity. Undoubtedly, we need to strengthen our internal processes of the chamber. We need to strengthen internal interaction, not only with our own legal bodies, but for us, a collaboration is very important. Collaboration with legal society. We are from the Advocates Bar, and we have good relations with them, but we see and we feel that this collaboration, this interaction should be at a different level. And from business point of view, it's very important to have this interaction in the regions. Why? Because we understand that all business companies, they are connected with regions, no matter whether it's small or medium-sized business. If I have any problems, I think these problems, first of all, are connected in the fields, or that these problems emerge in the field. And how we make this collaboration and interact with other organizations, I think it's a very important moment. And here we set such a task when we will focus on clients and services. Without these processes, it will be very complicated to work it out. But I think one of the important issues is to have the platforms of the chamber. and those that we develop from the scratch. For example, the quarterly meetings with the prosecutors of regions. Recently, we arranged with the General Prosecutor's Office to talk about it, and the head of the state also supported it. On the 19th of May, he gathered all the entrepreneurs, the judicial bodies and court bodies, and we were supported that every quarter we will meet together and generalize all the issues connected with the criminal character and administrative one, everything that happens in the region, all the violations from business point of view. Every quarter, together with the prosecutor of the region, we can discuss, not just to discuss, but to consider all these comments. I think it will be a very important platform, and in the future, it will be considered at the level of the General Prosecutor Office, and we see that this mechanism and this platform will bring many positive things in solving different problems. That is very important for business today, because there are some issues connected with administrative or criminal moments. And every quarter, we will discuss all of them and discuss publicly. And I think, once again, I will stress out that this instrument is very important. We need to tune this activity. It's a new mechanism. And for us, it's very important for the legal society to be aware about it. Once again, we have started to organize it. We developed a methodology. This methodology consists of two sub-methodologies, and these methodologies will help us to systemize all applications from business society in the region. And the generalization of law enforcement practice on administrative cases and supervision activity will be quite useful. We have two tasks. The first is a rapid response, because we have the access to the body, because we can solve different problems rapidly. And the second issue is a generalization of the practice that will be systemized in the central office together with you in particular. And we will provide our own provisions or comments, because we need to change our legal and normative acts. And it will be more systematic approach, qualitative approach, permanent approach. That is very important. And this instrument is present. And the second important instrument, that in the 19th of May, it was in the minutes of the head of the state, it's the role of Akimats and Akims in business protection. Rustam, correct me if I'm mistaken. We were setting it as an investment climate, but we specified it as business protection. We all understand that Akims of cities and regions are aware about our current situation and have the opportunity to impact on different processes. And again, this platform will operate at least every quarter. We want the activity that we held in our prosecutor's office be discussed on the platform together with Akims. I think it will be public discussions, and I'm sure it will allow to decrease and mitigate different violations that happen in the regions in specific control supervisory bodies. I think it's a very important instrument, and we call it as a usefulness or service or clients focus. And we hope that these platforms will be working effectively. The National Chamber of Entrepreneurs
has a lot of working platforms. Sometimes not all business companies are aware about these platforms. For us, it's very important to consolidate all of them. It's a very important instrument for business protection. And for example, the appeal committee under the Ministry of Finances that, for example, works with customs bodies. The appealing committee that works with the Ministry of Environment, where they consider different applications on environmental issues. Different committees connected with pharmaceutical issues or sanitary and epidemiological control of the Ministry of Health, anti-monopoly body, and so on. And there are two more of them. For example, the Committee on Procurement under quasi-state sector. We have these platforms. They're all working mechanisms. Some of them are more or less active, but of course we work hard in order to have it in one window. It will be a one-stop shop. Publish it on the website of Atomiken with a very comfortable navigation, with the information what happens in the region and what happens in the central bodies. And I think it's a very important task for us to make our audience aware about this activity and to make our professional lawyers aware about it. And the last thing that I wanted to mention that today we have signed the MOU between the AIFC and the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs. And of course, we want the instruments of the support, the instruments that are used in AIFC be popular, because sometimes business society is not so aware about these instruments. It's very cautious about these instruments, and we have agreed upon and discussed some positive cases. We have some examples to show to business. We know what to promote, and we made a very good mutual program in order to promote all these instruments on attracting investments, legal instruments, arbitration instruments for our participants. And I think that we will have very good results from our joint activity, and they will improve the business, doing business in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Raimbek. The information is very interesting. So I see that here we have some Kazakhstani entrepreneurs, but I have noticed some foreigners. And when they were listening to us, it seems to me that some of them are puzzled. Why are we talking about prosecutors? Dear colleagues, a prosecutor in Kazakhstan is not an European prosecutor. In Europe, in England, in the USA, a prosecutor is a person of legal relations. But Kazakhstani prosecutor is a person who is responsible for the provision of legality in different fields.
To a certain extent, and in modern circumstances, subject to the reforms, the competence of the prosecutor become larger. Actually, the prosecutor may raise a case to verify the constitutional status. We should have invited prosecutors actually to this conference. I think that we will have a chance to get them engaged. So please don't be surprised and don't be concerned. The National Entrepreneurship Chamber hasn't engaged prosecutors in order to have any criminal proceedings and prosecution, but in order to ensure the compliance with your constitutional rights. The next presenter is Mr. Jusunov. who is the ombudsman, and his title is to actually protect the rights of the entrepreneurs. It is important for us to share the results of our plans, and we do whatever possible in order to ensure the protection of the business rights, and in order to enhance the investment climate. We have done a lot, and the amendments were made into the entrepreneurship code, and the first ombudsman was Mr. Polombetov. I am the second ombudsman, and I got assigned to the position in the end of February of 2020, and right after my appointment, the pandemic has started, and ombudsman's functions are supported by the National Entrepreneurs Association in order not to duplicate our functions. Who made it on purpose, actually, and I've met with my colleagues from OECD countries, and many of my colleagues have said that this is one of the most balanced institution. You're at the same distance from the state, you know. I have a right actually to file a case against any state agency without paying any state fee. Unfortunately, we deal with the conflict of interests, but we use our mediation opportunities in order to make sure that the parties come to an amicable decision. We divide our activities into three parts. The first one is reactive. We receive the submissions. The second one is proactive. We participate in different promotion of our products, and the active is when we participate in different platforms and to raise awareness about our activities. So starting from 2016, we have received 32,000 applications, and we manage actually to provide a help to entrepreneurs in 30,000 cases. Over 260 billion tenge is a total amount of compensations that were paid to entrepreneurs. And last year, for instance, we received 4,198 complaints last year. And we deal not only with the complaints itself, but also we make the generalized analysis of, we make the regional breakdown, and each and every region of Kazakhstan has its typical problems, and we ask the governors of the regions to pay their utmost attention to certain issues. And we would like to thank the government of Kazakhstan. Mr. Zhamanbayev, Yerlan Kinzhibayevich, the Deputy Prime Minister, looks at the systemic problems of business on a weekly basis. This is a very serious tradition that we have so far. Talking about the numbers, we have 1,103 problems, 620 problems have been solved. We have clouds on the sky, you know, sometimes we have to have some uncomfortable conversations, but this is the part of our job. I wanted to bring your attention to a very, very important issue that everyone is to be aware about. Generally speaking, we have done a lot in terms of enhancement of the investment climate, and back in 2014, you do remember, that we have developed special packages for business support, and now we have the 9th package of support measures. We would deal with licenses and certificates, permits, and so on. Papers, this is what we have started with. We used to be having 543 controlling functions. We managed to decrease it by 30%. You are aware about the number of audits and the moratorium that was announced by the head of state. And in fact, there was a decrease, ninefold decrease actually, of different audits that were used to be arranged by different state agencies. At the same time, there are different figures. We analyze the practice of bringing the businessman to administrative liability. Back in 2018, the numbers were 235,000. And in 2020, the numbers changed to 620,000, So we have slightly over 1 million entrepreneurs, which means that every second entrepreneur would be somehow penalized, which is not a good thing. The law enforcement agencies received over 17,000 complaints against state officials, and in 2020 the law enforcement agencies received over 73,000 complaints of this nature. So the concern the head of state shares and we share as well is, why is this happening? So we did not agree actually when and how the state is to be regulating the business, and in what cases the business shouldn't be regulated. The definitions haven't been identified, and we're pretty sure that the state of Kazakhstan, represented by each and every state official, is to manage the risks like HES risks, moral risks, and so on and so forth. The rest is to be provided by the state machine. So what does the state do, on a daily basis? They do develop the requirements for business, and in most of the cases, the state agencies do it in an isolated manner. So what they do is they impose requirements on us, then the hysterics starts, the government reacts, and so on and so forth. I requested one of the departments of the ministries, to calculate how many requirements the business has to comply with, and in 6 months, they asked to be dismissed. They said it is impossible to make calculations. 30,540 different requirements to business. Nobody in Kazakhstan is capable of responding to you how many compulsory requirements to business you have. The figures differ, it could be 100,000 requirements and so on. This is the Soviet heritage. Back in Soviet times, there was no private property, and therefore the head of state insisted on having regulation from scratch. The law was adopted on the 30th of December last year. And each and every state agency is to have the massive for their requirements and to actually protect the requirements during the settings of the committee. Each and every requirement is to comply with the 7 pillars. The proof is to be provided that the cost-benefit analysis is that the requirement is transparent, in accordance with the advanced technologies consequent. It has to be equally covering private and quasi-state sector. The requirement is to be identified and be doable. 7 filters, a very, very simple check. Every single legal norm is to be in compliance with those filters. Whatever is coordinated is to be included into the informational system that is to be run by the Ministry of Justice. If for some reason the state agency forgets about those filters, the requirements that won't be in compliance with the requirements, starting from the 1st of January of 2024, the business won't be in need to comply, and the state agencies during 6 months have to be making the amendments to the legal framework and make corrections if need be during the upcoming 3 months. So up until the 1st of January of 2024, we hope that we will be able to harmonize the entire legal framework. We have lots of archaic requirements. For instance, in order to work in food industry, you gotta have 3 rooms to deal with eggs. You have to have a storage room, one separate room to prepare the eggs, and the 3rd room to serve the eggs. And with the support of our colleagues, we hope that we will, accomplish our objectives. I have talked to my colleagues from Estonia and Russia, and I asked them, what mistake did you make? And they said, we made the revision mechanically. In fact, you gotta look at the foundation. You gotta look at what I responded to the head of state on the 19th of May and to the government. We gotta have in-depth reforms at the industry level. And I think that you will support me, we have lots of complaints related to the construction business, right? Funding, pricing, acceptance of materials, and so on and so forth. And I think that it's a high time for us to actually shift over to the new FIDIC regulation. And so we have initiated a development of the new city building code, the food safety, procurement details. And I would like to bring your attention to a very important aspect, cooperation with AIFC. We have lots of ministries dealing with economy, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Finance, Samruk, Agency of Financial Services, and so on and so forth. And 3 to 4 years ago, we addressed the government asking to settle the Council for Corporate Governance, and Corporate Governance Council has been established accordingly. And on the 30th of December of last year was the date when we adopted the new code, and we have 5 commitments on national standards, corporate secretaries, corporate standards, internal audit and compliance. So those are the good clubs uniting professionals dealing with these issues. And we have also developed the in-country code for corporate governance, both for private sector and private sector and quasi-state sector, to include provisions on corporate directors, corporate secretaries, and so on. And taking this opportunity, I would like to invite you all, dear colleagues, to participate in this process of negotiations, and we will have more prominent corporate governance. We will bring more investors. Thank you so much for your attention. That's all I wanted to report about. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jursunov. for such a interesting information. And hopefully our entrepreneurs will take it for action. And I have started my speech. Let me remind you about the statements. Amongst the novels of our constitutions, we have the norms devoted to the ombudsman and reinforcement of the status of the ombudsman and the entrepreneur is an individual who might be vulnerable from the standpoint of some criminal actions or illicit actions, and he is also potentially subject to illicit actions from some officials. And let me give the floor now to Ms. Utibaeva, who's going to be talking to us about the human rights in business. So this is the topic of her address. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Mr. Rogov. Good afternoon, dearest participants to this conference. Human rights in business is the topic that becomes more important, and this is a topic of the global nature. Because of the fact of increasing number of human rights violations, UN Human Rights Council has adopted the leading principles for human rights protection in business, which were developed by Mr. John Ruggie, who's a special envoy for human rights, and they were named and lately as Ruggie principles. The Ruggie principles are based on three major indicators. The first one is the commitment of the state to protect human rights in business, corporate responsibility to comply with the human rights principles, and the next is making sure the availability of the wide spectrum of human rights protection tools in case of infringement of rights. So, you know, the attempts to make sure that the business respects the human rights has its results, you know, the labor rights and the rights of the business partners are provided in the corporate codes of different commercial companies. So the higher the status of human rights protection, the easier economic growth is, and this will be a benefit to all. And at the same time, in Kazakhstan, not all of the organizations in Kazakhstan do have an understanding of the essence of human rights, taking into account the policy of the president, taking into account the major accent of the state policy concentrated on human rights protection. And the most recent referendum is a evidence of what I'm just saying. It is a high time for business to get back to this issue, because it provides the opportunity to provide a discipline of the business and ensuring the compliance with the human rights protection requirements. This is a very, very necessary measure, and the lockdown has demonstrated the rightfulness of the statement that I just made. As an example, during the lockdown, there were many issues related to salary payments which were raised, the unlawful termination of employment agreements. The next wave of complaints that we received, for instance, was that currently there is a mix of corporate interests and personal interests. The total arrest of entrepreneurs' accounts lead to the lack of capability of the entrepreneur to pay salaries to the subordinates and the employees. So we have to differentiate to make sure that we don't block the business activities. The next block of issues is related to the service companies' performance. In Zhanaozen, we had lots of protests of workers, and this is related to the fact that the service companies haven't been in compliance with their contractual obligations under the employment agreements, and the business hasn't been monitoring the human rights protection issues, and the problems actually get imposed on the state. And this leads to the infringement of right for employment and for payment for employment. And this leads to the complaints from the employees, a lack of information and a lack of reaction actually leads to the riots and meetings that became regular recently. And I just wanted to talk to you about the moratorium for the state inspectors of employment. And in response to our requests that we sent in compliance with the complaints that we received, we get the responses saying that because of the moratorium, audit is not possible. So we sent the address to the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, asking to ban moratorium when there's an infringement of employment rights, and the entrepreneurs have to comply with the human rights, and they have to actually, irrespectively of the size of the business, the form of property, and the structure of business.
Despite these human rights and also the standards and principles, the company should be governed by additional agreements of the UN, for example, women's disabled rights, migrants' rights, if the company faces with the situation. The human rights protection plays a very important role in a full-fledged and development of the society. It should be a basis of the regulation, and the government should also promote the supreme of law in order to provide the law enforcement and also the principles of the legal transparency. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. We share your hope for all these norms you were talking about be observed. I think this topic should be discussed separately, and in the conclusion, I would like to give the floor to Aydin Bikibayev, the chairman of the Republican Bar of Advocates. And very often advocates say that they are always the last in the discussion, but here we would like to give the floor to you in order to finalize everything that is connected with human rights protection. Hello, dear colleagues. I think that we need to use Kazakh language here. I think we have a simultaneous interpretation. That is why I will speak both in Kazakh and Russian. I would like to thank the organizers. I'm not sure how much time we have. Igor Ivanovich said that I was given the last word, and you can see the status of the advocate. You're all aware that an advocate is a person who has got the monopoly in criminal cases. But at the same time, you see that the status is different. We have two persons, like a prosecutor and an advocate, and their equality is a question, because we still have some issues here. That is why we developed a special program document for advocates, and we want to make this profession as respectful as in other countries, and we develop a draft law. We talked to the president with the Ministry of Justice, and I hope that this draft law will be approved soon. A lot depends not only on the profession of advocate, but also law enforcement body. You're all aware about the presumption of guilt that is used in different procedures. And we see when, for example, a case is sanctioned, different measures are made only due to the investigator's opinion. But we have an understanding with the Supreme Court, and this Friday we will meet with all the lawyers, the advocates, with the chairpersons of the bars. It will be an event where we'll share with our problems, where we will receive the answers. And I liked one interview of the chairman of the Supreme Court on Tengri News website, and he showed what was changed, where we were moving. Of course, we were waiting for more, and I hope that it will be implemented. We're limited in time, but you're all aware that the procedural right of advocates, lawyers is not so developed. In order to just come in the office of the prosecutor's office, you are, as a lawyer, need just to take away your mobile phones. You need to know different methodologies, different expert issues should be clarified. But how can you do it if, for example, you do not have any instruments, your mobile phone is taken away from you, and we just hope to receive a solution. Mr. Rembek last time had a meeting with the president, and I liked the event. It was a similar event. There were about 60 to 70 people, and entrepreneurs come in front from the audience. They came in the line and they asked different questions to the president. He was listening very carefully, and I liked the minutes. In the minutes, there were 4 points that had to be implemented. Systematic issues of business, I will not stop on them, but for example, we were discussing that very often businessmen and entrepreneurs for example, prosecutors just take away all the documents from them if, for example, if in case the guilty is not justified before the judicial procedure. But who will be responsible for that? Now, in the criminal procedural code, the responsibility of regress investigator shouldn't be in place. A person, for example, made a harm, and that is why those who are guilty should be responsible for that. And very often we see in different economic cases, when people are arrested, they are in jail, and that's it. But actually, the person didn't justify his guilty. He is made to sign specific documents on economic crimes. and the technologies allow to improve the situation. For example, there can be some special electronic bracelets for people not to escape, for example, his place. And Atay Mekian and Ombudsman discuss all these issues, and we have got the plans, and I hope that in framework of this activity we will solve our advocate issues. I would like to thank you that you had invited us to these activities and events. We are ready to discuss them because there are some lawyers, in this audience. I would like to say that we support a classical bar association in Kazakhstan, similar to the bars in other countries, that will strengthen our profession and the biggest objective that we want to achieve. And in the end, I would like to thank you, Mr. Rogov. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. This event is very useful. I hope that there will be some results. Mr. Bikibayev, thank you very much. I hope you know that our constitution provides a person the right to receive a qualified legal support. And I think that it's the main structure. I mean, the bar is the main structure that can fulfill this obligation from the state, where with the help of the state or without the help of the state, but actually it's a separate topic. I think that there is a Ministry of Justice, the bar, but we can discuss it further. Now I would like to thank all of you, all the speakers, all the participants of this conference for your participation in this interesting discussion. Once again, I would like to say that based on the agreement with Mr. Batalov and Mr. Zhursunov, the Human Rights Committee under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, which is presented by myself, will gather in November and have the meeting on human rights and entrepreneurs' rights protection with the attraction of interstate structures, state bodies, and others, in order to submit own proposals for the head of the state. It's a preliminary discussion. Probably it will be so-called scientific, but after that it will be more targeted with a specific suggestions and proposals to specific state bodies. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to announce that today at 9 o'clock, today in the evening, in Nazarbayev Center, there will be a presentation of the exhibition, The Art of the Silk Road. The organizer is AFC. The fund of the first president, the library of the first president. Is it okay that actually it's so late, but it's never later to learn the art? Thank you.
Бұл не екен? Ойын емес, мынау. Бәлкім сіз визаны жай ғана банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көзқарас өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
Растут акции или падают? Быки и медведи всегда в деле. Выбери свой клуб. Freedom Finance. Инвестиции с характером.
Limited. It's not poetic, so.
Did you see there's a fantastic interview given by the head of Ryanair to the German press recently about long haul? I'm not sure I've got you on WhatsApp, Holger. What's your oh, maybe I do. Well, just give me your WhatsApp number. Oh,
yep.
Ah, we're here. We're live. I think we're live. Now, they always said, Holger, never work with children, animals, or technology. And I thought may well be the case. I'm going to work on the basis that we are live in AIFC, in Kazakhstan, in Nur Sultan. And we're here today to talk about legal technology and what it holds for the future of law. But before we start, I think it best that we thank the sponsors who have helped to make this session possible. That's ERG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank, GMC Management Company, and Freedom broker. Many thanks to each and every one of them for making this conference and this event a possibility. Now, and what I'd like to do at the beginning is to apologize to everybody listening for the pronunciation of Russian surnames. I am to Russian surnames what Diane Abbott is to maths, which for those of you who are English know is not ideal. So I apologize up front because we have a really stellar lineup to look at what the future holds, both for courts, for justice, for the rule of law, for access to justice, to access to legal advice and the legal profession. I got sent the bios of each of the speakers, and it would take us more than the length of the Astana Finance Days to read out the achievements of the speakers. So I'm going to allow them to say a few words about themselves at the beginning of their address, but I am going to introduce them to you. Niall Akhmet Zakirov is an absolutely brilliant individual. He has had a long career in serving the people of Kazakhstan, and that continues. He is responsible for many things, including the digitization of the Kazakh courts. And as I think a recent academic paper said, I should know because I wrote it, I think that the Supreme Court of Kazakhstan has done more when it comes to digitization and been more successful over a short period of time than any other court system in the world. And I'm hoping we'll hear a bit more about the rationale for digitization and the end goal for digitization for the purposes of the Supreme Court from Niall. We have online with me, proving that technology can work, Holger Zheshega, President of the European Legal Tech Association and a fellow member of the AIFC's Law Tech Advisory Council. Holger, it's a great pleasure to see you here on the screen.
Likewise.
Thank you. We have Jean-Birkin Asker, Vice Minister, Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industries. Mr. Asker, it's a great pleasure to have you here. And we have Roman Kodikin, a partner at Bryan Cave Leighton Paisner. So a superb panel of individuals looking at the future of law and justice. And to give you a sense of where we are, artificial intelligence, AI, is now better than humans at English comprehension and writing. AI is better than lawyers at reviewing contracts. AI is better than lawyers at writing contracts. AI is better than humans at achieving settlement of disputes. AI is better than lawyers at predicting the outcomes of litigation and arbitration cases. AI, I'm afraid to say, is better than judges at making decisions, up to 41% more accurate than judges on a recent Harvard survey. And that's based on modern AI. And we're yet to enter the world of quantum processing, but to give you a flavor of where that will take us, a quantum processor, commercially available quantum processor like Sycamore, will offer 10,000 years worth of modern day processing power in 200 seconds. What it would take a computer, a supercomputer, 10,000 years to solve today can be solved in a quantum computer in 200 seconds. The end of end-to-end encryption, the end of bank account details being safe, the end of Zoom calls being unhackable. This is the end of the world when it comes to privacy, or so people would have us believe. And what does that mean for the legal profession if today we are in a dot matrix world when it comes to law tech, moving towards a laser printer? The legal profession, many would say, is still at the quill and ink stage. Can lawyers keep up? Can the justice system keep up? And is the market big enough to support AI lawyers and human lawyers? The answer to that is yes. There's estimated to be 1 billion significant legal problems a year around the world, according to the Hague Institute for Innovation of Law, in the work they've done for the UN's SDG 16.3 equal access to justice field. That's 1 billion legal problems a year. Of those 1 billion serious legal problems a year, 95% of people don't go to court and 84% of people don't see a lawyer. There is a significant justice chasm. There is an unwillingness of people to seek the law and justice to help them. And can AI and all of its potential fulfill that need. That's what we're going to be hearing from our speakers about today, I hope. And before I hand over to Niall, I'd like to recognize Jali Ualiev, who has done a phenomenal job in putting this together. He's the Secretary General, if you will, the Honourable Secretary to the AIFC Law Tech Advisory Council, and I don't think has slept for the last 2 weeks in pulling together the Astana Finance Day. So congratulations to Jali, to the entire Astana Finance Days team, and of course to the governor of the AIFC, who some years ago had the foresight to create within the AIFC the first, for the purposes of international financial centres, it's the first financial centre to actually focus on law tech as an investable asset class. I would say law tech is the new fintech, and we all saw what happened there. So thank you to the governor and the AFD team as well. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hand over to Niall to talk about his experiences in the Supreme Court.
Всем добрый день, Марк.
Hello, Mark. I welcome all of you. Unfortunately, we are not offline, but I would like to welcome all professional audience. I think that we will be very comfortable to discuss our professional issues, and probably we will dream about how fast this future will become our today's day. And first of all, I would like to enlighten main issues because I represent the court, the Supreme Court of our country. As for the law enforcement, I would like to ask, do we need the digitalization in the court itself? How deep it can be penetrated in justice procedures? Can classical justice be existing without digitalization, taking into account that it's not Anglo-Saxon direction and robo-judge, which is highly technological program? Is it our fantasies or it's in our future? Having tried to respond to these questions, in the beginning, I would like to say that not only me who asks these questions, different people interact with justice, and that is why we see how they are widely spread in our life. And today, I look at the audience, at least 30% of people look at the mobile phones and like Caesar try to solve different problems at the same time, listening to me and talking to own relatives. And that is why online life is an ordinary type of life, starting from our education, ending to technological decisions. And I would like to say that in 1992, internet traffic amounted 150 gigabyte per day in 1992. In 2022, in the end of the year, it will be 150,000 gigabytes but per second. It means that the speed of data transfer is increasing, and every day we make more content compared to the previous years. That is why our technologies allowed to receive information per one click. It's very fast, it's very rapid, it's cheap. It's not just when you wait for, but it's just the requirement of the time. Having learned the experience of our colleagues, meaning the judicial system, we can take a decision that different courts use similar technologies, and they opened the electronic doors to the temple of justice. And what's the point of the development of our country and judicial system? Three theses. Recent years, like in other countries, we made electronic procedures, and not only in the field of final judicial decisions via mobile phones, but some intermediary decisions that are made by judges. You can find them in electronic format. It's 7 million electronic documents per year. In other words, we produce more than 50 documents every minute of our working time. So this is our KPI of our judicial system if we transfer it in digits. Via big data, we learned not just to create electronic documents, but we learned to structurize it, to process it. Like in Singapore, we have a situational center where in 1 second automatically you can see and trace all the materials, even in the remote area of and in different courts. We don't need the desk studies, but you can even go to all the regions and see these documents and the data that is processed is 750 indicators of procedural terms that can be monitored in online format. And we launched a one-stop shop. It's an electronic judge so-called shop or room, and about 150,000 users can communicate with us who do not see us, who do not know us, but they can communicate with us via electronic services. In 2015, when we launched these digital products, the share of use in the courts amounted not more than 5%. It means that people used to bring tons of papers from the appeal court to the Supreme Court and so on. Today, 92% of all applications in the court are made via electronic and online formats. And we recorded the participation in the processes of investors and other representatives from more than 30 countries.
And undoubtedly, in brackets, we could say that our emergency situation related to pandemic helped us. We had to make decisions in a speedy way, so therefore the speedy transfer over to the digital platform made our digital technologies even more available. And the users do have a right to listen to their lawyers at the courtroom and make the comments, irrespectively, either the person is in Singapore, Russia, or elsewhere. And we do realize that courts do not have a geographical belongings, so to speak. And we have launched another innovative project. There's no similarity to this project worldwide. We do not have any more judiciary considerations in extraterritorial judiciaries. We do have over 400 courts throughout the territory of Kazakhstan, and those courts would be, made available so that the individuals could reach physically the courtroom, by car, by horse. And starting from the 1st of August, we have made the amendments saying that the parties may participate at any, at any location. For instance, the dispute in Shymkent could be considered by the North Kazakhstan court. Starting from the 1st of August, this model is going to be launched, and this is an element to anti-corruption control. We have aspirations that certain oligarch figures of the region and the impact from the law enforcement agency representatives of the given region will be minimized very, very considerably. And this product, as I said before, is going to be launched on the 1st of August this year, and we will raise awareness regarding the service through our information dissemination systems. And we have hopes that those products are not the final ones, and digitalization allowed us to make two innovations, and using this platform, I would like to raise the awareness about this. So the first one is the judiciary digital analytics. We hope that it will become an active helper of the judge, and this was not our development. We have engaged at the McKen. We engaged IT experts and mathematicians from Kazakh British University. And what do we have eventually? How does the product work? The service provides you with an opportunity to use search systems in millions. So we do have an access to 3 million different judiciary acts. It acts as a library. Back in Soviet times, you gotta go to the certain shelf in order to find the given novel by the given author. The same refers to different natures of disputes. They don't have to be mixed together. The cases have to be separated, and while entering the needed word, the computer, it takes 1.5 seconds to process millions of judiciary acts and picks up the search with the given word combination. And we also have the intellectual search. Mark and I disputed a lot, and we were looking for similar products, in United Arab Emirates and in the United States. So what do we have? A system with AI elements allows us not only to search for the words, but to look for the essence of the court decisions. So we are able of copying and pasting, right? But the computer has the mathematical model allowing to find all of the cases of the similar nature all the way up until the appeal, and make the focus of the civil case based on the information being stored in a database. This product is available for the courts only. You could be saying that there's nothing to be proud of. Why courts? The Supreme Court is to form the unified judiciary practice, but it's only 1.5% of cases made its way all over to the Supreme Court. 10% of cases only go to the appeal, to the appealings court. This program, this software is available for the judiciary core, and this product will allow our judiciaries to make prognosis on judiciary decisions, and with the help of the Ministry of Digitalization, who is our direct sponsor in this product. We wish for us, to be able to open the access to our Kazakhstanis, so that the civilians would, make the prognosis of either winning or losing in a court. Perhaps you could need. You gotta go to the mediation instead of going to the court, and I would like to finish my speech with this announcement. We are not the only ones who have been dealing with this in the global practice, and it is called the European Ethic Charter, approved by the European Commission for Judiciary Efficiency. And there is also a statement regarding the machine learning. And the fifth principle is the user control. What does it mean? The judge is to have the right to oppose the decision that has been proposed by the artificial intelligence, and plus there is a right to make it an appeal in person, irrespectively of the prognosis of the digital instruments. Sorry for going beyond the time that I was given. At this very stage, the technologies are not going to be replacing the human being, the judge. This is just the additional tool to ensure the high quality of the rights of the parties participating in the court hearings. So we are to make sure that the efficiency is higher, but the human beings may not be replaced. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nadia. We will continue, you and I, to debate whether classical regulation should be applied to a digital future. And I'm glad that that debate continues. Thank you. We could listen to you all day, and but we will move on now, if we may, to the Vice Minister Askar, who's going to talk to us about digital development, innovation, and particularly in the context of the aerospace sector. So, Vice Minister.
Thank you, Mark. So Nail has mentioned almost everything I wanted to say. The technology is changing the way legal practice is being and will be performed. It not only challenges the landscape, but also opens up new opportunities for practitioners. Richard Susskind, in his book, The Future of Law in 1996, mentions that lawyers would be using emails in their practice to contact with clients. And he had been challenged for such an opinion 25 years ago, but we see that in these 25 years, things have gone much further than simple emailing. Routine processes demolished and are easily being replaced by technologies. We see audio recording, speech-to-text technologies used in our courts, emails and messengers for everyday contacts, and we see that the video platforms are being used, as Nail mentioned, for in the courts. Legal practice is an expert-based one, such as healthcare and education. So human expertise that is formed from experience, practice and theory was believed to be untouchable. Other ways of producing and distribution of this kind of a practical expertise. Yes, and we see the trend of, I call it de-lawyerization. You can refer to collective mind of lawyers or even algorithms and databases to find a solution to your query. From simple forums like Quora to comprehensive algorithm-based products where one can find answers to his everyday queries. And again, it was mentioned that Supreme Court is using AI instruments and algorithm-based solutions to support citizens in finding the solutions to their queries. And for simple processes and cases, decision-making systems could be used, but for more complex ones, decision support systems are being used. 10 years ago, we introduced the Central Legal Act database, and now we have 2 of them. And those who are interested can use AI tools to analyze the legal base of the country to develop digital attorney products. There is also a dedicated online cabinet on the website of the Supreme Court where all decisions could be found. And the Supreme Court is using these AI tools to forecast the outcome of the case. In terms of the legislative process, we are the followers of openness, and all drafts of the law are being published on Legal Acts source so that every citizen, every association can make their comments, make their inputs to the law during the public discussions. And as you mentioned, Mark, the law can be new fintech. This is a new big opportunity and new big market. And of course, there are much more new business opportunities for practitioners and new perspectives that comes with challenges. For example, new types of deals in the tech sector, venture capital deals, M&A deals. Those are the big challenges for them, in the tech industry. And those are new opportunities and challenges for the practitioners. Disputes in online world, digital consent, digital signature. Should we accept digital signature, for example, issued in one country? Is it valid in the other country? Because we don't have this interoperability systems, and that causes challenges for cross-border transactions as well. Disputes for money transactions and so on. Intellectual property and rights. To what extent there is a plagiarism? For example, VS new code. If the code consists of, for example, 100 strings and someone changed 10% of them, should it be considered as a new product, or should it be considered as a plagiarism? This is the other place for the lawyers to think about, and this is a new market where the practice would develop. Data protection, antitrust, and information security are also in place, and we are working closely with international organizations in these areas. We need to cooperate, share knowledge, and absorb best practices. We understand that, and that's why, as I mentioned, we closely work with organizations, and they help us draft data protection law and information security norms. Especially, it's critical for large corporations and governments. Lack of trust on one hand and legal practice on the other pushes big corporations and governments to remain paper-based, report-driven, and consequently bureaucratic. So, but we are in a way of going data-driven, and we are cutting out thousands of reports in the government at the moment. We have revised, for example, only within the government we have almost 1,000 type of reports that government officers were producing every month as a reports to their management, for example, from Akimat to the ministry, from the ministry to the Prime Minister's office and the administration. Why does it come? Because no trust to the data source, it comes out as a bureaucracy. So when this kind of sources will be valid and these sources will be trustful, we believe that the bureaucracy within the government agencies will disappear as well. And today we have passed the law in Senate, which covered few things. For example, Supreme Court initiated automatical. So if you allow, I'll continue in Russian. Сегодня мы в Сенате прошли.
So today, the Senate has adopted the draft law on automated distribution of jury. This is a huge reform, and the processes that would be imposed upon the shoulders of the local municipalities. The local municipalities would form the lists of juries. Now the juries lists will be comprised automatically, so this will allow us to avoid any corruption. And plus, we made absolutely equal status both for the hard copies and the digital documents, and you know that the certain provisions have been included into the administrative code, and you may travel around, you may purchase the tickets, you may actually use the checkpoints at the airports by using your e-government documents. Easy as that. Overall, this is what I wanted to talk to you about. At the moment, we have a very diverse legislation, and we have the law of informatization, the law on digital signature, and this year we launched to have the unified code, the digital code, to say that the digital document is equal to the hard copy, and we would like to have the digital document prevail. And there's also a statement saying that the information and that is available in informational systems is the data that the individuals may request for. So the digital documents are equal to the physical documents. Prevalence of data, the responsibility for requesting the data available at the informational system. So this is something that we would like to include into the legal acts. And last year we launched the platform called Dinesh, and if you are not aware about this fact, if you disagree with the resolution or the response that you received from the state agency, you do have the right to go to the court, and this function actually has been fixed accordingly. So those are the innovations that we had so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Vice Minister. Is Kazakhstan going to be the world's first digital democracy with every citizen able to access all government services, including voting, from their mobile phone? Who knows? It certainly sounds as if the transition is moving in that direction. Congratulations on all that you're doing. We then come on to the European perspective with Holger. Holger, please tell us your view on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and welcome everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining this session. I think you made the right decision, even if you're not a lawyer, because a functioning legal system affects us all. So let's share my screen because I have a presentation prepared. I hope we get through all the slides. So if you're looking at the world today, wait a second. Okay. If you're looking at the world today, so we are entering society, the world is entering the fourth industrial revolution. Only lawyers are still working and operating like they are still in the second industrial revolution. So if you forgot from your history lessons, that was 150 years ago. So indeed, the business model, the operational model of most of the law firms in the world is still more than 100 years old. So of course I'm a little bit exaggerating this, especially with the picture on the right. I am sure all those nice people in wigs are using smartphones and computers, but still the pace in the legal industry, the pace of change is very slowly. So why is this? There are a couple of reasons. First, the legal industry is a fragmented industry. So even the largest player in the legal industry in terms of revenue, and this is not even a traditional law firm, as you will see on the next slide, has only 1% of the market, 1%. So that's not a big player as you're accustomed to in other industries. Second, it's a very conservative industry. The only lawyer who started a revolution was Vladimir Lenin, and in hindsight, probably he would have been better used as a managing director of a law firm anyway. And legal is a small industry than retail, financial service, or tourism. So venture capital or capital in general hasn't been looking so detailed on the legal industry, but that already changes. So the number of the legal industry has come up, and if you think that if you don't agree with the notion that the number of the legal industry for change has come up, if you're living in that bubble, comforting bubble of the legal industry, then have a look at this slide. On the left, you have the largest player in terms of revenue in the legal industry, PwC, which is making more than double the revenues of the largest, in terms again of revenue, the largest traditional law firm, Kirkland & Ellis. So that should be a reminder that change is already underway, change is going on, that the industry is transforming. And it's transformed by outside players, because PwC is not a law firm, it's an auditing company or strategic advice company, whatever you want to place it, but not a law firm. So of course we all know the drivers of change, which Richard Susskind identified in his Tomorrow's Lawyer. There are three originally, the more for less challenge, that the clients of law firms or of lawyers want to get more bang for the buck. Second, digitalization, so everything turns into data that you can crunch, can analyze, and market liberalization, where the regulators or the government more and more open the market, unscrew the screws for the legal industry, allow outside competitors into the industry. And since last year, probably we can add the fourth driver of change, the COVID-19 pandemic. If there's one silver lining from that awful 2 years is that law firms finally understood they need at least a basic stack of technology to be competitive in the 21st century. So if you look at the last decade, we saw a lot of tectonic shifts in the legal industry. So now we are dealing with cost-conscious legal services clients after the large global financial crisis of 2008. We saw a shift of in-house legal from cost center to strategic partner. So legal departments are not so much focused anymore on saving costs, but decreasing value erosion, which is a much more larger field of being useful to the corporation. We saw and still see a shift from legal services to legal services with a fixed or capped fees. We see increased regulatory burden, which is probably a good sign for the legal industry, because the more regulation is on business, the more lawyers will have work, and we see a liberalization of legal service provider ownership. So regulators are allowing more and more outside ownership of legal service providers. So if we apply, if we want to understand the slow pace of innovation in the legal industry, we probably can apply Roger's theory of diffusion of innovation to the legal industry or to the legal tech industry. And we see for the last decade, we probably crossed the first two stages. We are now approximately at that part of the curve where we see a slowing down of adoption, but more companies deploying legal technology. So that's a good sign. At last, we see some movement in that regard, and it's a little bit similar to the Gartner hype cycle for legal tech and compliance. So you see most of the legal technologies which are available and developed at the moment, they are on the third, on that slope of the curve that indicates that we are beyond that first two stages of innovation triggers and peak of inflated expectations. We have now a slowing down of adoption, but we see people are more seriously looking into legal tech. So why again did we see that slow adoption of legal technology? Partly to blame is probably this survey, the future of employment, how susceptible are jobs to computerization, because on top of all that talk of legal tech pundits that algorithms will replace human lawyers, lawyers read Frey and Osborne and freaked out because they saw themselves replaced by technologies. And we're looking 100 years back, like how the transportation industry changed within 10 years from 1910, where most of the transportation was based on horse carriages, and in 1920 it was almost entirely based on automobiles. So the problem is lawyers identified themselves with the horse, not with the milkman. So that was the wrong conclusion out of that experience 100 years ago. So they were a little bit hesitant to get in bed with legal technology because of that wrong conclusion. Lawyers are not the horse, they are the milkman, and just the technology has changed. Okay, 2 minutes left. I have to speed up. So we see that still the global legal tech market is a very tiny percent, less than 2% of the legal market. So lawyers spending less than 2% on legal technology. That's not due to lack of products. So in Europe, you have more than 3,000 companies producing legal tech, globally more than 8,000 companies, but lawyers are still way back. Just as a reminder, lawyers are the second largest group of users of WordPerfect. But the complexity of the legal tech stack is increasing, so we are way beyond WordPerfect or whatever you use for word processing. The legal tech stack is becoming more and more complex, and lawyers start to understand that they have to do something in that regard. if you're looking at legal tech and law firms in terms of popularity and the perception of need, they are in this in this part of the curve, it's still not very popular, and the need for implementing technology is rather low at law firms. But nevertheless, and if you're looking at the satisfaction of law firms, of lawyers with technology, only 37% are satisfied with what they have in terms of technology. So if you're looking, we should go a little bit away from the technology itself, because that's the trap a lot of companies are stepping into, just looking at technology. Law firms and legal departments should look more on a broader model of the digital maturity model, which consists not only of technology, but also the customer strategy, operations, and organization culture. And you see what you have to do. And finally, law firms started to understand it. Just in the last month, you had two announcements from Cleary Gottlieb and Northern Rose Fulbright launching their own legal tech, internal legal tech company, so to say, and we saw that with other companies as well. And even more, a lot of companies, a lot of law firms are introducing a position in their law firm called the Chief Innovation Officer. So that's something very interesting. And legal departments as well, 25% have a larger digital budget post-COVID. 9 out of 10 legal departments use legal software daily, and 45% provide more proactive legal advice. So the takeaways from this presentation are transformation is happening, whether you like it or not. So use a holistic approach for digital transformation, concentrate on efficiency, and use data-driven business models. Thank you very much.
That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Holger, as ever, comprehensive and thorough. I love the fact that you were efficient in the use of your time. Thank you for that. And I also like the fact that the one major law firm in the world that you didn't include was Bryan Cave Leighton Paisner. And the reason for that is we have a partner from that firm, Roman Kurikin, who's going to wrap up this session with his thoughts on legal tech from a law firm perspective.
Thank you, Mark. I'd like to apologize that I'm going to speak in Russian, and because the majority in the audience are Russian speakers. And frankly, that's the first time I've heard Holger speak English. He speaks Russian perfectly.
It's the first time for everything.
Коллеги,
Dear colleagues, I would like to speak in English. I was asked to prepare the presentation on our lawyers' preparation. And we see how different courts go online, how different legal firms use digitalization. How should we prepare the future lawyers? And I remember when I started my activity in law firms, some people couldn't even use computers. And there were some secretaries who, for example, used computers. And there was a less radical form of lawyers who, for example, used, dictaphones, and they were very slow in printing, and that is why they made the records, and their secretaries after that made it in the paper. After that, the secretary brought it back, and so on. You know, I'm not an older person, and we are in the situation where these, animals disappeared. But if you look at the world that was changed, just two examples. Several years ago, when I had to make a transaction in the bank, there was a person who made all the transactions and got his salary, but today we can do it via mobile phones. And this profession just vanished. In the training gym, there was a trainer who for example, rides a bicycle and asks you to do something, but today you come to the gym and you can see a person on the screen, and there should be only one person or one video for 100 people, and you can just ride your bicycle. And Holger is right that lawyers is a traditional profession. It combats with innovations, but these changes are inevitable. There are some lawyers of the future. The lawyers of the 21st century cannot be prepared or trained like the lawyers of the 20th century. It's an utopia. And today's everything different. Before, when I need to look at the court practice, I was a junior lawyer. We were spending the whole night in the libraries, and today you give an order to your lawyer, and he can go to Facebook and asks a question in the Facebook, and after that he goes to the bar and drinks some shots and so on. And in the morning he collects information from Facebook and he says, I was thinking like you asked me. And in English law, there is another topic that is called the disclosure of evidence. And another side, for example, a different party gives you tons of documents. You take 20 paralegals, you take them to the room without the windows and ask them to find something about the quality of goods and so on, and they need to read these papers and so on. But today we have special systems, like Holger has noted, and I understand that the representative of the Supreme Court also said about it. When an artificial intelligence, we call it a predictive coding, when a machine learns itself. For example, you make the first batch of documents and you say to it, it's not right, it's right. And after that, the machine learns itself. And after that, it provides these documents. 3 million documents. Out of 3 million documents, it provides 1,000, the most relevant, in order to help the lawyer not to die because of this burden. And I remember when an English court, in one of the first cases, taken into account the volume of documents, it's proportional costs for 20 paralegals in one room, and that is why we procured this machine. And another side told us, it's a robot. We don't trust it. You didn't do your responsibility on disclosure of these evidences. And the judge agreed. But we showed the statistics that this artificial intelligence actually excludes the human error, and statistically it's more correct. And these 20 paralegals in the basement who drink coffee and bowls, actually at specific time they do not just see anything. And after that, new types of dispute, blockchain, cryptocurrency appeared. And some people even don't know such words. And a lawyer of the future should understand that there will be some directions that actually do not exist today. They are not created yet. Like when I went to the school, when I was choosing a school for my child, and the principal told me, you do not understand that you cannot teach your children like before, because your children will work in the business that they will create themselves, because they will know any traditional businesses anymore. And in general, the approach for lawyers preparation will be different. As for the civil code, probably it will be traditional. They will speak about all the theories, but they will not be capable to write down the SU application. But in English law, it's different. And in the end, I think that there will be a new technology that the lawyers of the future, for them, different machines will select the court acts and predict cases, and computer skills are not discussable. It's the same like the skill to read. It's like reading skill. And at the same time, they need some management skills, how to manage a legal firm,
And of course, predictions will not come in practice, and that is why these changes will be applicable, and that is why we need to teach our lawyers differently. Thank you.
Fantastic. What a tour de force to wrap up. So with enormous thanks to Niall, to Holger, to Jambakin, to Roman, to ERG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank, GMC Management Company, Freedom Broker, to Jali, the team at Astana Finance Days, the governor, and most of all, ladies and gentlemen, to each and every one of you in the audience for listening to such wonderful perspectives on the future of law and justice. Have a great day. Enjoy Astana Finance Days, and looking forward to catching up another time.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination and direction, but at the same time it leaves all the local officers to pursue their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
Good afternoon. I think the advertising break is now over, so we can start our session. My name is Roy Pearce. I'm a partner at Baker & McKenzie and a former resident of Kazakhstan. Before we get into the session, we'd like to express our sincere gratitude as a panel for the generous sponsors of this event, who are ERG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank,
GMC Management Company, and Freedom Broker. We appreciate their dedication, support, and interest in the event. So the session today is going to cover challenges and opportunities of doing business during the current geopolitical crisis. And if you were here for this morning's session, you'll have heard some very interesting talks specifically on the crises that we currently face. There are multiple aspects to this, as we heard this morning. There's the military conflict in Ukraine, geopolitical tension globally, extensive sanctions against Russia, which affect the wider region. We're still dealing with the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. We're dealing with inflation, a looming food and energy crisis, and all these factors affect practically all businesses and practically all of their customers. So how do businesses manage risk and operate in the current environment? Well, to discuss that, we have a fantastic panel here for you today, and I will introduce them in order. So first, immediately to my left, we have Andrew Oldland, QC. He's been a member of the AIFC, a legal advisory council, from its creation in the beginning of 2017. He's the senior partner of the law firm Mitchell Laws LLP, and he specializes in financial regulation, financial crime, and litigation. He also sits as a judge in the UK courts. Next, we have Amjad Hussain, who's a partner at K&L Gates in the Doha office. He focuses on finance, corporate and commercial matters, with a particular emphasis on banking and Islamic finance, and is generally considered a leader in Qatari finance matters. Next, we will have Khawar Qureshi, QC. He's the head of McNair International. He specializes in international arbitration, commercial litigation, and public international law. He's undertaken many high-profile, complex cases for and against both commercial and state parties in many, many countries. After that, we will have Anastasia Malyukina. She is at Barclay Research Group, UK, where she leads the disputes and forensics practice across Eastern Europe, the CIS, and Central Asia, specializing in complex damages. She often considers fraud, mismanagement, bankruptcy, and money laundering cases, and is an expert in all those areas. And then finally, but certainly not least, we have Ishak Berni, who's the Managing Director and Chief Legal Officer of the Astana Financial Services Authority, who will bring a unique perspective, I'm sure, to this panel. He has over 2 decades of experience in disputes, corporate and regulatory law in Australia and the Middle East, and was at the Qatar Financial Centre for over a decade. So that is our panel. And I'd like to start, Andrew, with you. Now, a large part of your practice focuses on the sanctions against Russia. And so if you could tell the audience what are the key things they need to know about those sanctions, particularly from a UK perspective?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here after so long. All of the speakers on this panel have got to tackle quite chunky topics. Mine's particularly chunky. Any of you who are familiar with the sanctions regimes around the world will know how complicated they are. But why is it important that I'm talking to you this afternoon about UK sanctions? It's important because of what we've heard repeatedly during Astana Finance Days, which is that the AIFC will not permit itself to be used as a conduit for the avoidance of sanctions. So it's important, is it not, to attempt at least to understand the guts of those sanctions. What I'm going to say now doesn't deal with another key aspect of the effect of sanctions, which is reputational issues. Besides all the sanctions, the legal issues, there are reputational issues that may dissuade people from doing business in certain contexts. So I'm now going to whistle through a slideshow for you. Forgive me, I thought that was the quickest way of dealing with it. I'm not a great fan of PowerPoint and I'm not very good at operating it, but we'll have a go. So first slide, please. There we go, it's working. So what types of sanction are there in the UK? Please understand this is the briefest of overviews. The UK has a distinct system now from that of the EU. They are still very similar, however. The sanctions focus on trade, financial, travel, transport, the implementation of UN sanctions, and some human rights-based sanctions. Next slide, please. The key legislation in the UK is something called SAMLA, the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2018, and it has sitting under it a number of regulations specific to political issues that crop up wherever in the world. And there is a set of sanctions in respect of Russia that date back to 2019. As you see from the title, in the brackets you've got EU exit. So that regime was in place following the annexation of Crimea. But more recently, as you will see, there have been multiple amending regulations since March following the war in Ukraine. Next slide, please. The sanction regulations themselves are lengthy, detailed, and subject to frequent amendment. And to add layer upon layer, they are also subject to an awful lot of political noise, lots of chat about what may or may not be introduced. They are broad. Broadly, they prohibit things, but allow for exemptions and licenses where necessary. They cover finance, trade, ships, and aircraft, and you see the relevant parts of those regulations set out there. Trade includes goods, obviously, that are restricted, dual use, energy, iron and steel, and others. Next slide, please. So, who do they apply to? Well, British citizens, wherever you happen to be, British overseas citizens, anywhere in the world, UK incorporated and constituted entities, again, wherever they're operating in the world, and it includes their branches and foreign subsidiaries, provided they are wholly owned or sufficiently controlled. But also it covers any conduct by any person which takes place either wholly or partly in the UK. So if you do business in the UK or with UK entities, you are likely to be caught by this jurisdiction. However, there must be a UK nexus. There is no equivalent in UK law to what the US call their secondary sanctions regime. I'm not going to go into that. It's beyond the scope of this talk. Next slide, please. It's based on a number of things, but designated persons are one of the aspects of it. They can be both natural and legal persons. There is a list that is kept, the UK sanctions lists. Ministers have the power to designate, in other words, put people on the list, but there must be reasonable grounds to suspect that a person is an involved person, which means, and again, this is shortened, someone who is or has been involved in destabilizing Ukraine or obtaining benefit from or supporting the government of Russia. There's also a system of designation by description. Next slide, please. So what are the trade ones? Well, prohibitions on the trade of specified goods and or services, they're all set out in the sanctions regulations. And this is an example of political noise, perhaps. On the 4th of May, the UK Foreign Secretary announced that professional services would also be included as a trade type of sanction, to include accountancy services, management consultancy and PR. That hasn't yet been defined or implemented in the UK, but as some of you may know, the US OFAC has included professional services as of the 7th of June of this year. So that is likely to be coming down the railway tracks. Next slide, please. Financial designated persons, basically that's the asset freezes. You would have read all about so-called oligarchs having their yachts taken away and their villas frozen. That is because they are designated persons. They have their assets frozen. There's a prohibition on providing funds or economic resources to any person who's on the list. I should say it can be a person or a legal person. and a prohibition on owning or controlling entities. It's very, very broad. Anything that's done for the benefit or directly or indirectly relating to someone who's subject to those asset freezes are caught. Next slide, please. Ownership and control, another important concept. It's a wonderful mishmash. It starts when it's sufficiently clear. Basically, if you hold either directly or indirectly more than 50% of the shares or the voting shares of an entity, that amounts to ownership or control, or if you can remove the majority of the board, and then this wonderful catch-all at the bottom. It is reasonable, having regard to all the circumstances, to expect that you would be able, in most cases or in significant respects, by whatever means, and whether indirectly or indirectly, to achieve the result that the affairs of the entity are conducted in accordance with his or her wishes. So a big catch-all at the bottom of it. Next slide, please. Financial loans, securities and other instruments, though prohibited ones, are set out in Schedule 2 to the regulations. There are prohibitions on dealing with certain financial institutions, including correspondent banking, as I'm sure you're familiar with. Next slide, please. AIFC is the regulator who oversees the enforcement of sanctions in the UK. It provides guidance. It also is responsible for enforcement. Companies who are caught or described as relevant firms are required to report to AIFC, and if they don't, they could be committing a criminal offence by failing to report. Similar to the AML regime, they operate a series of licences and exemptions, the most high profile of which was the licence recently granted in respect of Chelsea Football Club to enable the club to continue to operate and to be sold. Next slide, please. The last slide from me. Enforcement, civil monetary penalties of 50% of the total breach, or £1 million, whichever the greater, on a strict liability basis. So if you deal with someone who's sanctioned or you breach trade sanctions, you can go straight to enforcement without the need to prove knowledge or suspicion or anything of the like. It's very draconian. There are criminal sanctions, some big criminal sanctions, 7 or 10 years imprisonment, but that still requires the mental element. There's secondary liability of company officers, both on a civil and criminal basis, and all sorts of other nasties such as publicity warnings and reporting. That is the last slide. So what are the takeaways from that? The system is incredibly broad. We don't know how enforcement's going to look. It's an ever-changing picture. So important to treat this with a great deal of care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That was a whistle-stop tour of a very complex area of law, but Andrew's made some extremely good points there, and I think it's worth reiterating that the AIFC, as with other international financial centres, is not prepared to be a conduit for any sanctions avoidance. I'd like to sort of move on next, and Amjad, perhaps given that we've heard so much about crises and crisis management, we've also heard that where there are crises, there are opportunities. What's your take on the current situation that we find ourselves in?
There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Qatar, and I think the reason I'm going to talk about Qatar, not just because I practice law there, but also because I think there are a number of similarities between the situation that Qatar faced in 2017 and maybe the rest of the world is facing now. There's a lot of challenges happening, and some of these challenges are beyond the control and also the contemplation of many people, and we're not quite sure how that's going to pan out. Nobody's got a playbook to this. So Qatar is, I think, a good case study of how maybe to keep your wits about you and manage a crisis and turn it into a positive. I've got some slides. I think we're going to have a condensed version of those. So I started off with Einstein. According to Einstein, in every crisis there's an opportunity. I think Qatar certainly showed that to be the case. So firstly, what happened? What was the Qatar crisis? It was a diplomatic crisis in 2017 on June the 5th, which was in Ramadan. The neighbors, which were primarily Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Egypt, decided to sever all diplomatic relationships with Qatar. And they were later joined by some other nations as well. And what that meant was there was no land, sea, or land, sea, or air relationship between those nations. So overnight, Qatar Airways planes weren't allowed to fly over airspace in the UAE. Ships weren't able to cross the waters, and the biggest land crossing which Qatar had, and the only land crossing it has in terms of supply of goods and services, was with Saudi Arabia, and that was closed. And I was living there, so I remember that day very well. I remember not being sure as to whether we were going to be able to get fresh milk, eggs, and like things, and especially there was a run on the supermarkets. I remember it was very interesting to get up in the morning and nobody came to work, and everybody was in the supermarket trying to buy supplies and freeze them. So that was a real thing. It happened, and it changed things very quickly. Next slide, please. So what caused it? So there was a political element, and that isn't the purpose of this conversation, so I won't go there, but essentially it's to do with geopolitics in the region. There was a suggestion that Qatar was supporting terrorism, which Qatar denied, and there was also issues around Al Jazeera, which is the national broadcaster of Qatar, and there was concerns about some of the reporting in Al Jazeera and how that was impacting nation states, and that was deemed to be against GCC requirements. Next slide, please. Qatar, obviously, sorry, the one before that. Thank you. Qatar denied that they'd been involved in any of these issues, and that led to a creation of 13 wish lists or demands on Qatar, and some of these were quite interesting. They ranged from Qatar being required to pay reparations to nation states for damage caused. There was issues to do with foreign policy, so cessation of making any foreign policy statements, and Qatar was asked also to essentially stop relationships with Iran, which obviously wasn't going to happen because of the LNG gas field that was shared. So what did that mean to Qatar, and what was the impact? So there was it impacted on a personal level, as I mentioned to a lot of people. There was also a commercial impact, there was a geopolitical impact, and there was also an impact from an economic perspective. So for the purpose of this session, from economically, obviously Qatar is a big supplier of energy. LNG got impacted. The supply routes that Qatar had in terms of shipping lines, they were impacted. But interestingly, Qatar didn't stop the supply of LNG to the UAE. And UAE bought 30% of its domestic needs from Qatar, and Qatar continued to provide that. Logistics, which was a big issue, 80% of the food consumed in Qatar came from other countries, primarily through Saudi Arabia, and that stopped overnight, and that had a huge impact on people. Air travel, I mentioned already. Shipping, 85% of the cargo for Qatar came through Jebel Ali, and Jebel Ali was generally seen as a friendly port until this happened, and then overnight supplies of spare materials, of raw materials, of goods, of spare parts, all of that stopped, and Qatar realized it wasn't going to be able to continue buying these things directly. And then from a finance perspective as well, there was a S&P downgrade, liquidity was impacted, cash was taken out of the economy, so all that had a big impact. Next slide, please. Next one, please. We'll carry on. Oh, you're going backwards. I thought that was familiar. Anyway, I'll carry on. So what did Qatar do? Qatar decided to prioritize key areas where it wanted to make changes. So the first thing was to bring in foreign direct investment. They introduced a number of laws, primarily in 2019, which led to opening up the economy to foreign investors. So foreign investment law was introduced where 100% foreign capital was permitted in certain parts of the economy. So previously, Qatar operated a 49-51% model where maximum of 49% of foreign ownership could be by a foreign entity. And then through this law, a number of sectors were opened up, telecoms, transportation, IT, all of these sectors were opened up to foreign ownership. A media city was created as well. That was a very important part. It meant that Qatar wanted to attract global media at a time of difficult issues rather than detract them. And that was seen as a big political message. Next slide, please. The financial markets was also opened up. New rules were passed to encourage listings on IPOs, especially for family offices who were looking for liquidity and were looking for exit options. So this was changed very quickly. Previously, the QFMA, the Qatar Financial Markets Authority, was seen as being rather slow and maybe not as effective as the regional players, but that changed overnight. And then the Unified Economic Register law was passed. This created an ultimate beneficial ownership register, which is extremely important for Qatar from a point of view of transparency. And then finally, there were some laws intended to increase access to justice, or mediation law was passed, and a commercial court was also created. Next slide, please. So what else did they do from an economic point of view? We had a great focus on food and agriculture. So an entity called Baladna, which means in Arabic, our country, was established, and this led to the creation of a dairy product farm, which is now one of the biggest dairy suppliers in Qatar and potentially the region as well. There was a Qatar Economic Forum created, and this led to the creation of the free zones. And a number of industries were created through that, especially focusing on transportation and also focusing on the ports, the seaport, the airport. There were a number of technology companies which moved their hubs in the region to Qatar because of that. Travel routes were created, the airport was announced, and art and culture was also expanded, and 3 new museums were set up in Qatar in short order. Next slide, please. So what did this mean from a point of view of where was the opportunity? I think there's a number of things which came out through this. Firstly, the crisis we saw was a catalyst. It led to change in a way which we wouldn't have seen in Qatar otherwise. I genuinely believe it sped up the change, the pace of change. We moved away from single sourcing of foreign policy, single sourcing of products from Saudi Arabia and the region, to multi-sourcing and developing bilateral ties, which is very important and has put Qatar in really good stead, especially when the COVID happened and we were looking at the pandemic, so supply chain issues. Qatar was able to weather those better just because it had those diverse relationships. And then it led to Qatar creating, moving down the route of a diversified economy. Qatar has been trying to create a diversified economy for many years, and I think this has really, really hastened that and moved that forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent case study in how to turn a crisis into an opportunity. Lessons there for many countries. I'd like to move on now and talk about disputes and dispute resolution, and what trends are we seeing currently in the way dispute resolution is being handled in current conditions. Khawa, can I turn it over now to you, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Firstly, it's a pleasure for me to be here in Kazakhstan for the first time, hopefully not the last time. I've been very pleasantly surprised and impressed at the progress that's being made here and the enormous potential that exists not just within the AIFC, but in Kazakhstan more broadly. It's not my first interaction with Kazakhstan. At the beginning of my career, I worked on various matters concerning the Kazakh government when privatization was taking place. The subject that I've been asked to address is trends in international dispute resolution during challenging times. What are the challenges? Where do we start and where do we end? From the jurisdiction where I'm based predominantly, which is the United Kingdom, from which over the past 30 years I've done work in at least 60 states, I've witnessed the transformations that have taken place in Eastern Europe states joining the European Union. I've seen us, for better or worse, detach ourselves from the European Union. Some would say, based upon the illusion that somehow we can retake control of our borders in circumstances where we have about 10,000 people a year coming over in little boats, little dinghies. What that illustrates is that whether we like it or not, we're interconnected. It's only states like New Zealand that can cut themselves off in the face of a pandemic. which is what they tried to do with COVID. And then as soon as they opened their borders, hey presto, they had their first COVID cases. The three areas in which I want to focus in terms of dispute resolution are the impact of technology, regionalization, and the push towards alternative dispute resolution. The impact of technology, we're all here in person, but there are lots of events taking place during this forum which are hybrid, with people participating online and in person. Now that couldn't have happened without the positive effects of globalization and the way in which technology has developed. Certainly during my lifetime and beyond, we're going to see leaps and bounds the way that we move forward with technology. To give you a few examples, until March 2020, it was almost unheard of for the English High Court to hear matters with witnesses or submissions being provided online. Literally, in a matter of hours, the courts issued practice directions to enable us to take advantage of the technology that had been put in place for us to engage in hearings online, to file documents digitally. That's now taken for granted, but it only started about 2 years ago. There was always the desire to move towards a digital platform, but there are many who might be described as dinosaurs, I'm not suggesting I'm one of them, who prefer paper. Because there are drawbacks. If there were several people participating in this forum online, they might not be able to sense the mood of the room when you're getting bored, when you're getting interested, when you want to be able to ask questions. And that's a problem that you have where you have a hearing. As an advocate, if I'm in a room and I can see the room, I can sense, because as a consequence of evolution and our development, we have other faculties beyond sight and hearing where we can detect what's going on. And maybe generations ahead, they will lose that ability to empathize, to understand other human beings. But that is a major drawback of going online, especially for hearings of long duration. Technology has helped us enormously, as we can see through this fora, but it has limits. So let's not pretend it doesn't have limits. Technology has had an impact in terms of regionalization. COVID forced people to stay at home, not just in England, because we were told through legal edicts that apart from some few fortunate individuals who could apparently break the law without any real consequence, the rest of us were subject to the law and we couldn't leave our residences save for exceptional circumstances. But that meant that we had to improvise. And disputes didn't stop. I didn't stop engaging in arbitrations that were taking place in Singapore. It just meant I had to get up a little earlier. And that's continuing now. Regionalization is bound to be a further consequence of the uncertainty that exists, whether it's because of conflicts, tragic as they are, because of a recognition that we need to ensure that these long lines of communication don't hamper effective dispute resolution. I have no doubt that there will be more regionalization. Witness the emergence of the AIFC. Less than a decade ago, witnessed the emergence of the Qatar Financial Center less than a decade ago. The success of the Singapore International Arbitration Center, which has seen an exponential increase in its caseload over the past decade. These are all reflections of regionalization. And the third point is the way in which parties are wanting to move towards alternative forms of dispute resolution. Now, there is a note of caution that I want to sound. There was mention of the sanctions regime. Let's not forget that sanctions don't prevent access to justice. Certainly in the United Kingdom, might be the case in other jurisdictions where professional services will bar access to justice. In the United Kingdom, whether you're a Russian party that's sanctioned or not, you're entitled to access to justice. And we will rue the day where we start qualifying access to justice based upon political considerations or the existence of sanctions. Unfortunately, this trend is emerging. It's never happened before, to my knowledge, where major law firms are abandoning clients based upon nationality. That shouldn't happen, and that shouldn't be based upon the emergence of sanctions or an environment that's no fault of people just because they hold a nationality of a certain type. Alternative dispute resolution. The theory is that arbitration is cheaper, faster, confidential, and there is greater finality because of a system provided by an international convention called the New York Convention. That doesn't necessarily hold true, but there's no question that arbitration is on the increase, as is mediation. These are three key trends which are being accelerated as a consequence of conflict, because ultimately, whilst it was possible, in fact, people enjoyed coming to London, coming to Paris, coming to Geneva to have their disputes resolved, particularly if there were government parties, because very big delegations would come, and/or people enjoyed having arbitrations in exotic locations, especially if there were time during the best period of the year to take advantage of the weather. I'm not suggesting that's the reason why arbitrators wanted to have hearings in certain jurisdictions, but that's all had to change. And that's as a consequence of conflicts, tensions, realization that disputes can't be put on hold, and we have to move forwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting and very thought-provoking. We're going to stay with the topic of arbitration now, and Anastasia is going to tell us about investment arbitration specifically in our region, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and share with us some statistics and also comment on the developments and prospects in this area.
Thank you, Roy. As an accountant, I would choose to bore you with some numbers and statistics. My team, as some of you might know, are monitoring regularly the statistical landscape of arbitration and investment arbitration in particular in Central and Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. And I'll show you the results, but the current geopolitical crisis is not something new. The situation has deteriorated materially, but it has been in the making for the last 8 years at least. So we have started talking about this, and we have started talking about the trends how is Russia standing in the world? How is Russia standing in the region? Is it moving to the east? Is the UK or the US the preferred fora for those disputes? We have been talking about this for the past 5-8 years. And what we've done is we've collected some stats to show what has been changing in the landscape of disputes in the region. So what has been happening since 2014, 2015. As a caveat, our stats are finished at 2021, so for obvious reasons, we still don't have anything for this year, so it will only start emerging in the next couple of years how the landscape is changing even more. Fact number one, if you look at the global investment arbitration caseload just generally, and I think most of us know it or suspect it, Eastern Europe and Central Asia are one of the largest, if not the largest source of disputes. If we take the wider region, including Central Europe, it's probably about 1/3 of the global caseload globally. So everything from Czech Republic and up to Kazakhstan. So it's a huge, huge region. And over the past 20 years, it's been growing dramatically. So the caseload has gone from 10 cases a year in the early 2000s, 10 cases in 5 years, apologies, in the early 2000s to 10 cases a year. In the most recent times. But the one thing that we've noted in the last 5 years is that growth is slowing. Whilst it was exponential before, it is no longer the case. We may be seeing a 10% increase in 5 years, not year on year, but in the 5 years. So it is slowing down. But it's still the number 1, number 2 region globally. Next slide. Interestingly, in terms of countries, so what are the top suit countries in the world? Spain is number 1, interestingly, but that's all their renewables. 5 out of top 20 most suit countries in the world are from our region. And I'm talking about the CIS region more widely. And that would be Russia and Ukraine. That would be Georgia and Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. Next slide. what people are surprised at, or one of the trends, is that actually if 5-10 years ago Russia was the biggest state to be sued, and then we were talking about the biggest numbers, that is no longer the case. Whether it's enforcement issues, you could speculate, but Russia is actually not in the top 3 of the most commonly sued states anymore if we're looking at the data starting from 2015. The biggest number of disputes is actually Ukraine, Georgia, and Turkmenistan, if we're talking about investment arbitration. Russia is still in the top 5, but it's changed dramatically since 2015. Next slide. An interesting one is about the preferred seat of arbitration. So we will look at the preferred seat and we will look at the preferred city, because it's a connected but different area. Exit is still by far the most prominent and the most commonly chosen seat, and that remains the same whatever period you're looking at. And that is followed by Ancestral, and that is followed by Stockholm Chamber of Commerce. Next one. And that hasn't changed over the years. Next slide. Yeah. Now, what is surprising, again, people often talk about the UK and London when we talk about investment arbitration, but London is actually only number 3 on the list. If you look, again, for our region, it's really Paris and Stockholm which get the bulk of disputes. And if we're looking at stuff that happens after 2015, that's really Stockholm, that's number 1. Next. Now, the other interesting thing is the shift in the industry focus of investment arbitration. I think most of us who are active in the market, we're used to the mining and natural resources and the extractive industries, because that's always been the bulk of at least my work. But in the last 5 years, the landscape is changing as well, and what we see is construction as real estate coming to place number 1. And that is a welcome and good development in a way, because you would hope it means that the economies are developing beyond being pure natural resources economies, and foreign investment comes into areas that are not purely natural resource related. Electric power, energy, and manufacturing are also very high up. Actually, if you look at the stats starting from 2016, electric power and manufacturing are as big, each one of them, as natural resources, including oil and gas and mining, which I thought was a very interesting development. Next. Oh, a lot of us have been talking about moving to the east, Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai. Not all of the statistics is easily available, but we did manage to get the stats for the Singapore Arbitration Center in particular. And what we can see is that there is indeed an increase in cases compared to what was seen in the pre-2015 period. Part of it is probably because the center itself has grown. But if you look at 2015, 2014, there's 1 or 2 cases a year. But if you're looking at the most recent years, it's growing. Cases are starting to show up. There's a big number of 22, but that's because there were quite a lot of respondents in a single filing. Next. Now, Hong Kong is a bit different. They don't publish the stats in the same way as Singapore, but they do disclose the top 10 states, and they do have the infographics which shows you what the biggest regions are. And you can kind of see here that there's something happening in Kazakhstan and in Russia, but it's small. So I would assume that it's some individual cases, but we're not seeing the big trend. It's still, as a center, predominantly Asia focused. Next. Now, probably the last big trend I want to mention is on the size of disputes. as we just established, the arbitration landscape has gone from humongous billion-dollar cases against Russia and Kazakhstan into countries like Georgia and Turkmenistan, which are now in the top 3. And what it necessarily entails, or what it apparently entails, is the reduction of your average value of claims. Whereas in the 2010 to 2016 period, we saw claims, an average claim, a median claim was about 180 million. In the last 5 years, the median claim has gone down to 100 million. And the total value of claims has gone down as well. So we have a bit of a growth in the total number of claims, but then the total value claimed is less. And then the median claim is less. And in a way that reflects access, that probably reflects access to justice for parties that have smaller disputes, and access to funding as well, most probably. Which I found interesting. At this point, my time has run out, but we do have a lengthy research into how damages work and how damages are decided and what are the methodologies and how it changes over time and by country. So if you're interested, happy to discuss separately.
Thank you very much. I think those stats do show some really interesting trends. I think at this point, I'd like to end with our final speaker, Ishak. It is only right that the host and the regulator has the last word. Ishak, you're going to talk to us about strategic regulatory measures in challenging times.
Thank you, Roy. My job today was actually quite simple, just to tell you a bit about what the Astana Financial Services Authority is doing in respect of some recent geopolitical challenges that we've faced. However, before I do that, I just wanted to recognize our AIFC legal team for having put together 5 stellar members in a room in person. I think that in itself is a management of crisis in itself. And in particular, I'd like to thank all the panelists for being here in person. I know all of you got significant personal blackmail at various occasions to be here. Thank you very much for responding to that. So I'll make this very short and simple. I've surveyed the room significantly to see a few compliance officers and lawyers in the room, so I think it might be a very good idea for the regulator not to give too much away, but only give enough away so you know where to find it. So someone made the point earlier today that in terms, if you look at the sanctions text these days, and you compare it to the work of William Shakespeare, you'd find that, it's a multiple of, how much William Shakespeare wrote in his life, if you compare the amount of sanctions material out there. And that's, by the way, primary material without spices. So first, we have to appreciate that. Second bit of appreciation is, where are we? We are in a jurisdiction where, uptake of compliance is a relatively newer industry. People have access to databases, but at the same time, some of these databases, etc., are quite expensive. And now we have the challenge of geopolitical crises within the region, which our firms have to face with as well. So Kazakhstan is quite clear. We are not the sovereign. The Astana International Financial Center is not the sovereign. I mean, we follow the foreign policy dictated to us by the state of Kazakhstan, and then we implement it in terms of how the AIFC sees that. I think right at the start, Kazakhstan was quite clear that while it will not be allowed to be used as a tool of enforcing sanctions in certain countries, we will also not be viewed as a sanctions-busting, sanctions-evading financial center as well. Because that really is what our core value proposition is, in terms of that. There is many other places within the region where you can actually do business and perhaps not face the challenges that perhaps the AFSA would give you in terms of its questioning. And we encourage you to go there instead of come to us in those regards. As far as sanctions are concerned, so how we've approached this is that from a strategic perspective, there is legal obligations. Of course, we're bound by UN Security Council resolutions. We very much intend to follow that. There is the Kazakh list as well, which is part of Kazakh policy, which we will follow as well. In terms of, sanctions imposed by other countries on, for example, Russia, We formed a committee that actually would review such exposed matters and decide how to proceed with them. Of course, in terms of primary matters which are subject to primary sanctions, we do not, from a strategic perspective, it's not even good business for us to be involved there, and we would not go there. In terms of other matters where there is possibility to actually mitigate the risk and manage the possibility while not attracting any sanctions, I think it would be in Kazakhstan's interest to actually pursue, for example, IT companies, etc., or multinational companies which are relocating its staff to actually be present here. To that extent, of our regulated community who actually apply to us, we would, in cases, also insist on getting, we will of course check it ourselves, but also getting some council certification to give us additional comfort in terms of, their exposure to sanctions as well. And we will also keep a very tight eye in terms of monitoring some of those arrangements as well. I think that, given the paucity of the time, is perhaps as much as I wanted to say on the topic. Some of the members of our legal advisory council actually asked me to express this position for a meeting that's upcoming recently as well. And I did comment to them that that was actually one of the most challenging emails, and a very brief one at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't think you gave too much away there, so that was very, very interesting. I think we have a little bit of time left for questions. If anyone wants to ask questions in this room, you are, of course, free to ask questions after the event as well. So, if there are no questions in the room, I have to thank the panelists for sticking to their allotted time, which made my job a lot easier. Thank you very much. And thank you all for listening.
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Бұл не екен? Ойын емес, мынау. Бәлкім сіз визаны жай ғана банк карталар деп ойлайтын боларсыз. Егер мен сіздің әр жерде көріп жүрген атауыңыз жай ғана атаудан әлде қайда зор нәрсе екенін айтсам, не дер едіңіз? Виза дегеніміз желі. Ол адамдарға ақшаны ана жерден мына жерге аударуға көмектеседі. Және де мына жігітке тіпті таудың басына шығып алса да онлайн жұмыс істеп, джинсаны сатуға көмектеседі. Бұл кадр сыртында қалатын, бірақ бәрін бір-бірімен байланыстыра алатын ғажайып. Ол таңғы кофе ішкенде әлемге жаңа көзбен қарауға мүмкіндік беріп, бизнесті бизнес ететін нәрселерге көзқарас өзгерте алады. Виза бәрін біріктіре алатын желі. Сізге қажет жерде, сіздің арманыңыздағы жерде, сізге лайық жерде. Бұл желі арманды іске асырудың кілті. Өйткені виза күн сайын бүкіл әлем бойынша есік ашады. Коммерция бәрімізді біріктірсін деген оймен.
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
The AIFC Court and International Arbitration Center e-Justice system is now live. It functions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and enables parties to file cases electronically from anywhere around the world without having to be physically present in the Sultan. It ensures convenient and accessible processing of case documents. The judges, arbitrators, lawyers, and the Court and Arbitration Center Registry can manage cases digitally at any time and from any location around the world. Automatic notifications and calendar updates are among the wide range of services provided by our e-Justice system. The AIFC Court and International Arbitration Center developed the e-Justice system in close cooperation with Crimson Logic, an IT solutions provider from Singapore, using innovative world-class technology. Our e-Justice system was developed with invaluable participation and feedback from lawyers and professionals in Kazakhstan and internationally. Our unique e-Justice technology, applied for the first time in Central Asia to assist with the resolution of complex commercial disputes, will contribute to increased digitalization and access to justice in the Central Asia region. We welcome you to the AFC Court and International Arbitration Center as the digital court and international arbitration center of the future for Central Asia.
Dear colleagues, please be seated.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful to see you, for those who survived for this 5 o'clock session, and would like to greet you on the session of official presentation of legal services regime in the AFC. My name is Yerkin Budenov. I'm Managing Director of the AC Authority, and today I'm honored to represent a distinguished experts panel here. We've got Mr. Amir Ali Nasser, who is online and joining us as a first speaker. Then I will pass the floor to Mr. Simon F. T. Cox, who is Chairman of the Legal Services Board of the AFC. He will be followed by Mr. David Gower, who is a Director of the Academy of Law of the AFC, and Yelena Manayenko, who is a partner of Agritas Law Firm, who is joining us today, coming from Almaty. So I'm very happy to have such a distinguished panel today, and happy to say that 3 speakers who are present here are all the members of the AFC Legal Services Board. And also I'd like to thank our sponsors who contributed to the event, to the Astana Finance Days. These are Eurasian Resources Group, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank, GMC Management Services Company, and Freedom Holding. So thanks to our colleagues. Our session will be consisted in 2 parts. The first one will be with the presentations and speeches from our speakers, and we'll follow with the official ceremony of awarding certificates for first registered lawyers by the Legal Services Board in the AFC. And we're happy to have you, the first ever people to be registered here today with us. So, Mr. Cox, Chairman of the AFC Legal Services Board, the floor is yours. Thank you, Simon. Yes, you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My subject is what you need to know about being a legal advisor. What I need to know is that I have an extremely short slot, and if I exceed that slot, then Igarim, who looks after us with immense efficiency and a great determination, following the issue of the certificates, there'll be a formal ripping up of my opera ticket. So I'm going to talk very briefly about these subjects. We'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards, and of course the AFC team will be available at any time to do so. Individual lawyers, the regime I'm principally going to be talking about very briefly, but also firms. There's a regime for firms to become authorized by AFSA, and I'll come on to their requirements very briefly in a second. But there are these 2 parallel regimes which work together. Why are we here? Why is there AIFC law at all? Could we have the first slide, please? It's the backbone to everything we've got around us in terms of legal structures. The makeup of the AIFC and the various bodies within it are all governed, created by a combination of the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan and also by the AIFC law under it. The AIFC law is being used to build up this amazing complex as a financial center of the present and of the future, but also as a gateway for investment into Kazakhstan. By having a common law structure with which the international investors, international market are familiar, there is a basis for international investors to govern their contractual arrangements in such a way as to comply with AIFC law, but with concepts and structures which are familiar to the international investment market. There's a whole range of vehicles which are available, 15 different types of entity available under AIFC law for the establishment of of structures here for holding companies, operating companies, financing companies, and so forth. And that law, as with any other law, governs the conduct of these. So who's going to advise on this ever-increasing body of law? We have a common law-based system for structuring deals, corporate governance based on international standards. AIFC-based lawyers will be operating in this amazing global financial center with international standards of legal services regulation, which is what the Legal Services Board is all about. It is a diverse, business-friendly environment with over 1,400 companies, which, as the slide says, from 64 countries are now registered in the AIFC. There's increasing use internationally and domestically of AIFC law to govern contractual relationships, which is fundamental because many of them, and many indeed other contracts governed by other laws, are selecting AIFC as their dispute resolution center, either the court or the International Arbitration Center. So against that background, there's the establishment of a new regime for registering individual lawyers. If I could have the next slide, please. This is a very brief synopsis of the structures that we're talking about. The basic rules have guidance for registration, practicing fee rules, list of recognized professional bodies, the Legal Services Code, which is broadly a conduct code, and the continuing legal professional development rules. It all starts on the 1st of July, in other words, on Friday, and the process for registration of individual legal advisors, which involves recognition of foreign legal advisors who have qualifications elsewhere, has already started, and we have the first lucky winners today. Each legal service provider, which is a firm effectively authorized by AFSA, must, with effect from May next year, employ at least one registered legal advisor. But they will not be carrying responsibility for whatever the firm may do. They are responsible for their own conduct and the conduct under these rules of people under their supervision. But if an international firm establishes a presence here, authorizes it with AFSA, then they are subject to this regime, and their individual registered legal advisors, one or more, are subject to the regime, but their international business other than AIFC law is not subject to this regime. Registration with the LSB for individual lawyers is only necessary and will only be necessary in due course once people are looking to get formal LSP registration and authorization from next year. So it is a voluntary regime at the moment, so why do people apply for it? It is going to be a public recognition that people are holding themselves up for recognition as complying with the rules which are setting up, having to have mandatory insurance in place, being subject to the continuing legal professional development rules under the superb Academy of Law, and generally being answerable to this regime. Next slide, please. That is my very brief summary of the structures. It's up and running. Very enthusiastic members of the AIFC team, more than happy to get your applications and process them very rapidly in the next few days. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Simon, for your presentation. Actually, this is basic information, what you need to know entering the market as a legal services advisor in the AFC. And Simon mentioned international experience and best practices from the Commonwealth jurisdictions. Today we have our special guest and speaker from the Hong Kong, Vice President of the Hong Kong Law Society, Ms. Amir Ali Nasser, and I want to invite him to provide his speech virtually. Amir Ali, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, good afternoon. I think you can hear me, okay?
Yes, we can hear you well now.
Thank you. So I'm going to deal with this very shortly. These slides are there to help you, those who are in Kazakhstan, understand Hong Kong regulations, and those who are in Hong Kong to understand the beautiful Kazakhstan from my visits to Kazakhstan. So this is a group of people that we attended Kazakhstan several times, starting with earlier Expo 2017. Sorry. We also attended the opening of the AIFC, and we also went to the court buildings. So Hong Kong is governed by the rule of law. It has Article 35 basic law, governs the rights of individuals, including that of privilege. And so Article 35 encapsulates the common law principle of privilege. And also you look at Article 39, which incorporates various international covenants. And Article 1907, you can see the picture here as this photograph, this painting represents your history. So this law society is a corporate body, independent of the government, and is established by a body corporate with articles of association. And we're governed by the Legal Practitioners Ordinance, and of course our insurance is through our own professional indemnity scheme, through the Solicitors Indemnity Fund. These are the sources. The picture shows you the beautiful blue and gold of Kazakhstan. These are the number of members that we have. You'll see 12,882 members. Of those, 1/3 are in-house lawyers. So there is a huge increase in in-house lawyers, but we also have registered foreign lawyers, 1,449, including registered foreign firms that provide services on their jurisdiction alone. And you can see there are the various categories of solicitors, including trainee solicitors, which is 1,167 every 2 years. As far as the regulation is concerned, we have to look at a solicitor's private life and a solicitor's life in practice. And then we look at the public interest, and conduct issues are dealt with exclusively by the Solicitor Dispute Tribunal, with appeals to the Court of Appeal and Court of Final Appeal. So that is our structure, but we have to balance those ethical and professional norms within the concept of professional conduct. And that's why I've got myself in a picture in your university in Kazakhstan to represent that. When you have cases coming before the disciplinary tribunal, they look at the standard of proof, which is a preponderance of probability, which means the greater the sanction, the greater the evidence that is required to prove on a preponderance of probability. That doesn't mean it's a criminal standard, but a greater standard is applied. And so that's very important. The other aspect is the trade union. So we have to balance the interests, and we promote the interests of law firms. And we understand the law firms have to play in a market which consists of a market for their staff, a market for their clients, and then their profitability. It is all, of course, leveraged by IT and the staff. And we have risk management schemes that balance those interests for law firms. We also have to balance the interests of the personal goals of solicitors within that role. And as you can see, many solicitors have many different aspirations on a personal basis, which we try to improve within the Law Society. Of course, there are many risk areas, and we have a risk management course through the Academy of Law, and we hope through our participation with the AIFC, and we signed an MOU recently, that we will be able to participate in joint educational programs to address these risk factors. We of course have foreign law firms and Hong Kong law firms, and these are the different values and rules that govern the different types of firms. We also have here a checklist for foreign lawyers as to what is and is not allowed. In essence, a foreign lawyer from Kazakhstan can come and work in Hong Kong, providing he's approved, and work as a foreign lawyer within a Hong Kong firm. As a foreign lawyer, he has to be admitted as a registered foreign lawyer, or alternatively start a foreign law firm which provides advice on foreign law within Hong Kong as well. And of course, I know that there are some members of the Law Society who also join the AIFC. So I'm glad to see this cooperation. Of course, my visit showed me Kazakhstan's wonderful MTR, and of course you adopt the Korean things because of the gradient involved. And of course, I'd like to continue to go back to this restaurant where there's wonderful food, and I've got my shopping list of these things on the right. Hopefully I'll get there. And these show our trip and the reason why Kazakhstan has a blue flag with gold to represent the blue sky and the sun. And of course, there's a wonderful shopping center for members to go to when they visit Kazakhstan. So thank you very much, and I hope that run-through enabled you to give you a quick glimpse of regulations of the profession in Hong Kong. Thank you.
Rahmet Amir Ali for such beautiful photos in your presentation, and I would like to mention that, as you mentioned also, just recently, 1 week ago, we signed an MOU with the Hong Kong Law Society, the AFC authority, and inside the scope of the MOU is also collaboration on development of legal profession and joint initiatives in this sphere. And we're looking forward to share experience and actually to look for your experience as a Hong Kong jurisdiction for lawyers. Thank you very much, Amir Ali. Being admitted as a lawyer in the AFC is not only qualifying as a lawyer, but it also means that you bear some responsibilities, and professional development is one of the primary of such responsibilities. So continuing professional development is a cornerstone for every lawyer for self-development, for taking additional knowledge in judicial sphere. And I would like to invite Mr. David Gower, Director of the AFC Academy of Law and member of the AFC Legal Services Board, to present briefly the requirements in continuing professional development for lawyers, for those who will be admitted in the AFC. David.
Thank you, Jurgen. And good afternoon. Thanks for your time today. My colleagues here on the panel have provided a lot of information on legal regulatory frameworks, which are designed to maintain competency standards for lawyers, and that's really what it's all about. So education and the regulatory matters are really closely linked, and together we hope will develop hand in hand. In legal education, the goal here is to provide opportunities for legal professionals to develop the knowledge and skills they need to provide competent and professional services to their clients. So regulation is always about maintaining quality standards, quality control standards, ultimately for the benefit of the clients who are such an integral part of the development of the AIFC ecosystem. So developing a regulatory framework really starts with defining a competencies framework for lawyers, and then we go from there. So we asked ourselves early on in the process, what specific legal knowledge, skills, and professional behaviors should lawyers have to ensure that they're prepared to deliver high-quality services? Well, this is probably obvious to everyone in this room, but the globalization of business, international trade laws and sanctions, and legal issues arising from new technologies have really added to the complexity and the sophistication of international law practice and regulatory compliance. So preparing lawyers for global transactional and dispute resolution work really requires an expansion of traditional core legal education programs. So when we think about it this way, theories of international law, comparative law, conflict of laws are now even more relevant than ever in a global environment. Also, cultural sensitivity, uniform standards of ethics and professional responsibility are increasingly important international attributes for lawyers. Finally, cross-training in civil law and common law traditions really ensures broad access to the AIFC system, so we're focused on that. So can we move to the next slide, please? Maybe the one before that. There we go. Okay, so the CLPD program that has been adopted, really it's divided into the left side of that page and the right side of that page. And so basically, starting in May of 2023, there will be a requirement for registered legal advisors to earn 8 total CPD units in every calendar year, basically, January 1 through December 31. And 4 of those units would come from the left side of the page. There are 2 categories. The first is ethics and legal skills courses. Basically, 4 units from that left side would need to be taken. And each of these units, or each of these programs in ethics and legal skills, provides some options as to what classes you could take. So you can see, to kick things off, in the ethics category, you'll have probably 5 choices. In the legal skills, it looks more like 10 or so courses from which you could choose. You just pick 1 from each category. What I find really interesting about the ultimate structure of this program is on the right side of the page, you also can earn 4 units of based on your professional development activities. So if you attend a legal event, or if you're a speaker at a legal event, you can earn your units that way. Or if you publish a paper on the AIFC Academy of Law discourse page on LinkedIn, which is basically a forum for white paper development, policy statements, new legislation commentaries, and so forth, you can earn your credits that way. So you need to earn 4 from the classroom side of the page and 4 from these outside activities side of the page. But the intent was to make it easy, to make it fun, to make it enjoyable, and really to give you some options. And obviously on the left side of the page, there will be a new range of diverse programs that are always being offered, so you don't have to repeat yourselves. So that's really it. Final page, please. Well, that's okay. I think most of you are probably familiar with the Academy of Law by now. So we really are looking to provide services like a law society or bar association and so forth. And we look forward to really supporting the efforts of the Legal Services Board moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your concise presentation, and we are happy for the Academy of Law to be a successful institution in the AFC and a primary point of raising awareness of the AFC law and for continuing professional development of lawyers and also for non-lawyers in legal disciplines. I would like to move to next speaker, Ms. Helena Manayenko, who is a partner of Equitas and who kindly traveled from Almaty city to Nur-Sultan and to speak about professional standards under the AFC Legal Services Code. Thank you, Helena.
Thank you, colleagues. I will continue on Russian, please.
I thank the Council for this opportunity to speak today and to talk about some standards of professional behavior and the professional behavior of legal counselors that are defined by the legal code of AFC. And the primary objective of this code is the necessity to introduce the best international practices in legal services and the definition of the main standards of international practices. Unfortunately, or probably vice versa, our life is based on specific standards. The standards cover a broad spectrum of fields, starting from construction to nanotechnologies, from corporation management to the issues of medicine and security, from matches development or making to the development of new technologies, and that is why we need to follow specific standards of professional behavior and the ethics of lawyers. If we ask a question, what are the standards? The standards are knowledge or concentrated wisdom of people who have got some knowledge in old fields and who know what other people need or other organizations need. Standards are effective instrument that can make effective production of something that can simplify and make our life easier. the standards of legal services and professional behavior of advisors are necessary to identify specific criteria that will show whether services were rendered properly and correctly, and the development of quality standards of legal services and professional behavior should be focused on rights protection of consumers or their clients. I would like to speak about some standards that are defined by the code, and I would like to note that despite this unusual definitions for Kazakhstani professionals for the definition of standards, these standards by its nature are not unique, new, or unknown before. We can say that the laws of the Republic of Kazakhstan on the law activity, the legal service dated 2018, states the principles of legal services rendering that are similar to the standards that are identified by the code. Now about the standards. What are the standards of the code? For example, integrity and trust, based on which the advisors should behave in integral mode. It shouldn't misuse their own position. We can find similar requirements in the law. The principle of this the rule of the law, independency of counselors, article number 6, or the norms of ethical professional behavior. Next standard is client care. First of all, it's the action based on the client's interest and the provision of legal services based on the client's request in effective and timely manner. And here we can see in the law similar principles, the principle of the respect of clients' rights. The next standard is competence. Based on this standard, the advisor has a right to render services only in the issues where he has got some competencies, and he should keep own knowledge and skills. If we look at the law, we can see that there is a principle of following some standards in rendering legal services. In particular, we need to have a professional qualification and to improve it for professional lawyers. The standard of code, conflict of interest. Consultants shouldn't render any services to the clients in case of conflict of interests if it's connected with own interests or third-party interests. And similar legal services and conflict of interest, you can see it in the article of the law. Client property and disclosure of benefits. Here, for us, it's new. The standard has some liabilities for the counselors to keep and to care about the properties of the clients and the obligations to inform the clients on material benefits connected with this order. Standard number 6. Confidentiality and disclosure of information. The consultant should keep the confidentiality of the information and can disclose it only based on the requirement of the law or the court, or if the client agrees to disclose this information. This standard is similar to the standard of the law to keep the professional secret. Standard of compliance and cooperation with the Council on Legal Services Regulation. It's a special standard that is developed by the Council, based on which the Council should follow the standards of the code, which is applicable by the law for the law of AIFC, and timely inform the Council on regulation of legal services on the necessary information. The standard sets the requirements towards the rights and the legal behavior towards the court. And he has the right not to interfere and not to impact on the people. It's article number 13. It's the respect to the court and the procedures, and another standard, which is the legal services pro bono. Based on the code, the counselor every year in own practice should spend 12 hours of free of charge legal services. It's about accessibility of the legal service, but unfortunately the law doesn't regulate the minimum number of hours when the counselor should work free of charge. Thank you. Thank you very much, Yelena.
And for such presentations. Today we have a second part of our session, which is going to be dedicated to the award ceremony of first registered legal advisors. Actually, the registration procedure was open just a week ago, and we've received numerous of first applications. Today we are going to present applications to first 10 registered advisors. And I remind you that the regime is fully operational from the 1st July. So all the lists and all the requirements will be enforced and commencing on the 1st of July. So I would like to go to the tribune and also to invite Mr. Simon F.T. Cox for award ceremony, Chairman of the AIFC Legal Services Board. And the first word, Mr. Alexander Korobeynikov. Расул Токмурзин. Спасибо. Султан Калым. Thank you, Simon. And next, I would like to invite Mr. Akobek Huseinov. Yeah, sure.
I'd like, on behalf of the LSB, to congratulate everybody who's succeeded so far. And I think it is fantastic to see such a buy-in by local lawyers, by the home team. This is not something which is being imposed from outside. This is very much your creature. We're very honored as foreigners to be part of it, but it's fabulous to see such a buy-in by the local team. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Akobek. Следующее.
Next, Roshan Aymak.
Все. Александр Алексеев. Аужаз Данияров. Спасибо, Акубек. Следующим. И I would like to invite Ms. Claudia Fonselle, who is a member of the AIFC Legal Services Board as well. Thank you, Claudia, for coming. Claudia has arrived from Germany. Nuradil Ait Muhammad. Mark Beer. I think on behalf of Mark, it's Jan Tkachov. Almost the same height. Ayan Tashmagambetov. Thank you, Claudia. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Actually, we have a few minutes for any questions if you have. And I will please go. Коллеги, если есть вопросы, будем рады.
Dear colleagues, if you have any questions, we will be ready to respond. The microphone is off. The microphone is off. The speaker is not heard.
At the AIFC court. Does this procedure still exist? Or what is the current requirements to appear before the court?
Yes, perhaps I should have focused on that. This is a separate regime from the court regime. The court and the arbitration center have different rules. So there's nothing to prevent, of course, people applying for rights of audition if they are registered legal advisors, but it is not a requirement for that right of audience.
Mr. Gala, my question to you is about this requirement of accumulating 8 points per practice year. You further mentioned that the practice year probably corresponds to the calendar year. So we are being honored and getting the certificate starting from the 1st July till the end of this year. Does this requirement works for us with some waiver, or we should accumulate 8 points or 4 points or something pro rata? Thank you.
My understanding, subject to correction, is that basically the CLPD requirement doesn't kick in until May of 2023, okay? And there's a way that the board has decided to handle the partial year registrations. So let's run the clock forward to when the program is in place. Let's say you were to register in October of 2023 or March of 2024 or what have you. There will be a prorated requirement for your CLPD. So the idea would be that rather than being required to earn 8 in that first year, you'd be required to earn something less than that, prorated based on the timing of when you registered. After that first registration year has finished, then you would automatically go to a calendar year basis. So it's January 1 through December 31, and in that period, you'd then be required to get the 8 a year, 4 from left-hand category, 4 from the right-hand category.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, any other questions you might have? Yes, please.
And how you will monitor whether the legal advisor complies with this creditor requirement? I mean, because there is, from professional development view, there is like one attendance, for example, attendance of the webinars and seminars on AFC law and common law. How you will monitor whether the legal advisor should provide some documents, whether they participate, and just I'm not very clear about this.
Yep. So there's one provision in the CLPD rules that says you need to keep your own record of the activities that you have attended or participated in. And you're supposed to hold on to those records for a 2-year period. And then as a separate matter, typically there would need to be some kind of double checking. So from the provider of the activity, we would need some sort of confirmation that in fact you attended that event. There may be some gray line areas where it's not practical to do that, in which case, you know, like any other system, there will be an honor system component to all this. But generally, you know, the academy would look to get confirmation from the activity provider. Okay.
David, if I may just add one comment to this, as it is done in any other Commonwealth jurisdictions. So the events which will be provided by the Academy, which will provide you with the COPD courses, they will be in advance when they will be advertised. They will contain such information that such event or such course or training course will provide you with some X number of points. And you will be invited while attending just in the beginning of the event or after this to come and to collect your points just to make such a written notice. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? Yes, please.
Thank you. What about the legal bodies who providing the legal services as an advisors as well? Do they have this kind of requirements? Do they have to obtain some points?
You mean those legal advisors in Kazakhstan, or?
Yes.
Okay. Will legal advisors in Kazakhstan, so registered with the bars in Kazakhstan, have such an obligation to gather these points for CPD courses? Yes?
The regime here does not impact on what people are doing under any other legal system. So that a Kazakh lawyer, mainland Kazakh lawyer who is practicing AIFC law, if they choose to submit to this jurisdiction, then they are subject to this regime. But I'm not aware of anything under Kazakh mainland legal service provision regulation which requires any AIFC authorization. One of the obligations is on having insurance. In international law firm terms, it's a very modest amount of money. But I understand that many of the insurance providers who are providing insurance for mainland Kazakh law firms are actually also providing coverage for the AIFC. So there is that benefit.
Just in addition to this answer, I know that in Kazakhstan, being a legal consultant under the Kazakhstan law, you have also to subject to decisions of every bar in Kazakhstan to collect these points, maybe not points, to raise your education and to undergo some educational courses. So, for example, in some most popular bars in Kazakhstan, you have the same obligation, and here as well. So I think in some ideal situation you can collect points here in the AFC and they can be counted in Kazakhstan too, subject to decision of your bar when you are registered as the legal consultant in Kazakhstan.
Okay,
thank you. Any other questions, colleagues? We have a few minutes more, if any. Okay, thank you very much. And I think that today's session actually was an informative one of the series, and it was also a celebration one for the first registered legal advisors. I would like to kindly mention that the regime for registration has already kicked off, and all these registrations will commence on the 1st of July when the regulations will be in force. It's just a few days later, and we are welcoming your applications for registering as a legal advisor. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, the AFC Authority legal team is a secretary of the Legal Services Board, which is an independent body for registration regulation of legal individual lawyers here in the AFC, and we will be happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination and direction, but at the same time it leaves all the local officers to pursue their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
Is evolving rapidly.
And the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана, Компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Act as the moderator for this session, and where better to have a discussion about the partnership between the UK and Kazakhstan than the London Hall in the Astana International Financial Centre. The symbolism is perfect, and I've been visiting, my name's Francis Maud, I've been visiting Kazakhstan on a very regular basis since 2015, when on my first visit here as the UK's Minister for Trade and Investment, I visited this complex when it was a building site and was delighted to commit the United Kingdom at that stage to being an anchor player in the 2017 Expo, which was a huge success, and have been visiting regularly since. And for me, the partnership, building a strong and resilient and sustainable partnership between our two countries is a deep and long-standing passion. I became fascinated with this region and particularly fascinated with Kazakhstan, and this is a very timely moment to have this discussion when recent tragic events have meant that Kazakhstan's northern neighbor for the foreseeable future is likely to be sidelined from the global economy. This has massive challenges for Kazakhstan, but also it presents realistically an opportunity. So this partnership is hugely important. It's my pleasure to introduce first our two keynote speakers, appropriately enough, the ambassadors, respectively, for Kazakhstan in London and for the UK in Nur-Sultan. And it's my pleasure to introduce, to speak to us from London, one of Kazakhstan's most distinguished diplomats, twice foreign minister, twice ambassador in the UK, with a stint as ambassador in Washington along the way. It's my great pleasure to introduce His Excellency Erlan Idrisov to address us. Erlan.
Yes, good evening, my dear friends. Lord Maud, thank you for your very nice introduction. Excuse me. It's an evening in Astana, and I hope you're enjoying a very busy and good day. Here we have grey sky in London, but the weather is quite good for the summer, and I send you warm regards from all your friends here in London. I'd like to congratulate you and other participants of the forum, and of course the management of the Astana Financial Center with this annual important event, which marks the 4th anniversary of AIFC as it was launched. I think Astana Financial Days have become one of the most important economic events in Kazakhstan's calendar, political and economic calendar, and has become a very attractive and recognizable platform for debating and discussing and exploring new opportunities in Kazakhstan, current events and future plans. So I would like to congratulate and commend everyone who is building these busy coming days in Nur-Sultan. The unique situation is that this year, Astana Financial Days come in the wake of a hallmark event in Kazakhstan, the referendum which we held on the 5th of June with great success. As we all know, and as you all know, 2022 happened to be quite a challenging year. It took off with a bumpy start for Kazakhstan and for the world. In January, as you know, we had very tragic events, massive rioting, which actually shocked not only Kazakhstan, but the entire world, because Kazakhstan until then was seen as the model for stability and security and sustainable development. Then on top of that, Eurasia was hit by Ukrainian crisis, which sent massive shockwaves across the world and continues, unfortunately, to send. So Kazakhstan found itself in a very difficult, challenging situation under the internal and external pressures of geopolitical and macroeconomic nature. Many were, of course, observing this challenging situation. Many thought, including many investors, were very worried that Kazakhstan will roll back on its political and economic reforms and change, and will close up, particularly after the January events. But it happened so that things developed to the contrary of these scenarios. Kazakhstan uniquely opened up, went on to commit itself to massive political reforms, unheard of political reforms, and it opened up and announced that Kazakhstan will continue to be the magnet and hub for economic activity, partnership and investments. This has culminated, of course, in the referendum, which I mentioned. Referendum is a starting point for delivering on this promised political and economic change. The change will really change the, will reshape Kazakhstan grossly in political, economic and social terms. The focus, of course, will be on common people, on the well-being and advanced living standards of our population. Throughout all the massive and multiple measures of political and economic reform comes the principles of justice, equality, openness, meritocracy. This relates to the massive program of political change at the federal, local level, the change in the legislation on media, election, other important areas of activity in Kazakhstan, the establishment of the Constitutional Court, and so many other things which have been now enacted through the changes of in our main law, the Constitution. We will now witness a very robust activity by all branches of power in Kazakhstan to deliver on this massive program. And as President Tokayev has tasked the government has to get back with the first report on what is being done in already January 2023, which is quite a impressive speed and pace of work. And of course, we all wish that these promises are delivered in the most successful and resultful way. Economic reforms is a very large and important part of the big broader change which is coming to Kazakhstan. After all these political changes, all these constitutional changes, they have one top priority: to improve life of each and every citizen in Kazakhstan, to bring up the living standard of each and every citizen of Kazakhstan, to ensure systemic, sustainable, technologically advanced economic development of Kazakhstan. So these are the main underlying principles and goals of this massive change. Of course, the government and the president have promised that on the basis of these political changes, economic part of the reform will make sure that there are no more zones of special benefits for a small few. There are no more favoritisms of whatever nature, and that a level playing ground will be ensured in Kazakhstan. I think these are very important messages for investors, both domestic and external. And I think throughout these days in Astana Financial Center, they will be repeated many times as commitments on the part of the government and as principles on which new economic reality will unfold in Kazakhstan. Astana Financial Center is an important tool in this respect to implement these reforms. This is a new institution, and if you like, it's a model for excellence to follow both in Kazakhstan and by Kazakhstan's neighbors in the region. The key principles which this institution wants to cement are, of course, the rule of law, the Western business standards based on the English common law. Of course, it's a new ethic and habits of work. So the new culture is being brought to our part of the world. New instruments, financial instruments like green finance, fintech, Islamic finance. These are all the principles on which Astana Financial Center wants to enforce and reinforce not only in Nur-Sultan, but throughout the entire country and the region. With the advent of the green era, of course, Kazakhstan is not standing aside. We have been active participants of COP26. The president was among the few leaders which participated and supported the ambitious summit which Prime Minister Boris Johnson held in December of last year. So green agenda resonates very seriously in Kazakhstan and in the plans of the government to take the country further economically. Through Astana Financial Center, I think Kazakhstan has ambitions and has a potential to turn itself into a regional hub, covering not only Central Asia per se, but a broader region spanning the territory of the Caspian area, the Caucasus, Western China, Mongolia, and Eastern Europe, if you like. So we have these ambitions and potential, and the growth of Astana Financial Center is a good proof to that. And many now see Astana Financial Center as a true hallmark of financial and investment maturity of Kazakhstan. This is a magnet and a platform for partnership. The government of Kazakhstan clearly understands that we will not be able to implement these massive plans of economic growth without efficient and very resultful partnerships with throughout the world. And I'd like to say that the United Kingdom stands out in this a whole of fame, if you like. UK is firmly in the group of 10 most important contributors to foreign direct investments. UK is firmly in the group of major trade partners of Kazakhstan. We have all reasons to believe that the global Britain, which Boris Johnson's government is trying to build, is aspiring to build, will find Kazakhstan as a strong partner. And actually, we now call for new Kazakhstan, which the country builds now, to partner with global Britain, which British government is building, to tap on so many opportunities which the 21st century offers. I'd like to say that with the new trends in the world of economic development, particularly the green trends, the high-tech trends, and of course anything which is brought and being discussed by such things that like artificial intelligence. These are the areas where Kazakhstan and UK can excel and promote their partnership further. I am sure that at Astana Financial Center days, there will be places for people to mingle. You have hundreds of people there physically and online, but these days will present a fantastic opportunity to cement and take further these relationships. I hope that presence of people of such caliber like Lord Maud will add quality to the debates and discussion, and they will bring us closer to finding the best ways to enhance that partnership. We try to do practical things here on the ground in London. We quite, despite all this geopolitical and macroeconomic pressures, we have quite a busy calendar envisioned for the rest of this year. Very soon, next week, we will have a massive, an important event with EBRD, marking the 30th anniversary of the membership of Kazakhstan and other Central Asian countries with the bank. And we will have Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Yerlan Zhamobayev, visiting London for this event. And we will have a very serious one day of panels and discussion on the opportunities for growth and development in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. We expect Astana Power Days Expo, Astana Almaty Power Expo in September of this year, and we hope that a very meaningful delegation from UK will visit Almaty and Kazakhstan then, possibly including the Lord Mayor, who I met and who showed his interest in contributing to further enhancement of Kazakh-UK economic cooperation. Of course, we hope to materialize the plans for the physical presentation of the 5th Global Investment Forum in Kazakhstan in London later in October, and we hope that Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan, Mukhtar Tlyuberdi, will head the delegation, and we expect that Astana Financial, Kazakhstan's Global Investment Forum in London, after 2 years of pandemic, will come back and will present lots of opportunities for exploring investment and economic partnership between Kazakhstan and the United Kingdom and other countries. And of course, another important instrument which we have in our bilateral economic cooperation is the Intergovernmental Economic Commission on Trade and Scientific and Economic Cooperation. Its regular 9th session will now come to London after we had it, the 8th session in Nur Sultan last year. So this is an annual feature, a very important tool in our bilateral agenda to have a meaningful government-to-government discussion of economic opportunities and any problems which may arise on the way of enhancing this partnership. Therefore, my dear friends, Lord Mott, Ambassador Leach, dear participants, I'm very happy to join you through the air to your discussions in Nur Sultan. It's maybe now late, coming late in Nur Sultan, and you are a bit tired, but I hope that this panel will contribute to the overall climate of interest and engagement which characterizes Astana Financial Days on an annual basis. Therefore, I wish you a very pleasant discussion. I welcome the panelists. I once again express my thanks to Lord Mott, Ambassador Leach, and other participants for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for that. You've got us off to a fantastic start. And can I just personally say a massive thank you to you for your service as ambassador in London, where you have done a magnificent job. Thank you very much indeed. And it's now my great pleasure to introduce Her Excellency Kathy Leach, who is the British ambassador to the Republic of Kazakhstan. Kathy Leach started here a bit less than a year ago, I seem to remember, and has obviously been here through some dramatic times, has had a very, already, while still young, a very distinguished career in the diplomatic service, including serving as British ambassador in Armenia previously. But Kathy, very great pleasure to welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Lord Maud, and it's always a bit of a challenge to follow Yelena Drysov, my dear friend, but I will do my best and I'll try to be brief. It's always a pleasure to come to AIFC, to be here among friends, supporting everyone working here and the business opportunities, of course, between our countries. And the title of today's session is A Sustainable Partnership, and I want to focus just for a couple of minutes on the many meanings and nuances of those words for the UK and Kazakhstan. Now, the UK has been a staunch partner and friend to Kazakhstan from the very beginning, and we remain so in these challenging times. Back in 1992, we were a signatory of Kazakhstan's Budapest Memorandum, which provided assurances on independence and territorial integrity. And we were, of course, also a founding partner in the oil and gas development, which has driven Kazakhstan's amazing economic growth over the last 30 years. Other key pillars over the last 30 years have included education, perhaps one of the best investments in economic sustainability that there can be, as well as other sectors like mining, leading the way in new technologies, AI, other technologies which enable modern mines to be as clean and green and responsible to the environment and to their communities as possible. And of course, the UK professional services sector was absolutely fundamental in setting up AIFC, its court and its arbitration centre, and I remain hugely proud of the contribution that our professionals have made in partnership with some wonderful professionals in Kazakhstan. But this year, I have to talk about sustainability in terms of COP26 as well. We hold the presidency of COP26, and as part of that, our role has been to accelerate the end of our government support to fossil fuel development overseas and demonstrate a pivot to sustainable development. And at COP26, we signed a new joint statement with Kazakhstan on pushing forward cooperation on energy and climate change in a sustainable way. And our Department for Trade team here in Kazakhstan are working hard, looking for options, possibilities for British companies in areas like green hydrogen transport, waste management, and climate-adapted agriculture. We've We've helped support the development of a green taxonomy for green bonds, and we know that London, as a global financial centre, has a huge amount of expertise to share with colleagues both here, the Agency for Financial Regulation, and with those businesses seeking to list on the London Stock Exchange, on how to get ESG principles into the lifeblood of the financial system here, but also into the beating heart of commerce and economic growth. And this really matters for Kazakhstan, because as the plenary session this morning of distinguished experts set out really clearly, Kazakhstan's successful growth model of the last 30 years in political, social and economic terms had already started to run out of steam, even before it was hit by one crisis after another over the last 2 years. So, as the President signals his determination for a new political and economic contract with the people of Kazakhstan, I really see a great opportunity for Kazakhstan to position itself as a forward-looking, diverse, highly skilled, technology-driven country with sustainability, social responsibility and green transformation at its heart. Now, I hope that Kazakhstan will send a clear message to investors and the wider international community about its future direction, its future green transformation, with a detailed, policy-rich NDC, that's a nationally defined contribution, and a low-carbon action plan delivered before COP27. Forgive me, I had to get that policy message in. We are the presidency. The NDC and the low-carbon action plan are, after all, a year late, and the clock is ticking. So we really expect it before COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in November. If these plans deliver a compelling, convincing vision, which investors can get behind, then we will absolutely do everything we can to get behind Kazakhstan as well. So thank you, and I look forward to hearing the contributions today.
Kathy, thank you very much indeed for that superb contribution to set us off in our discussion. Before we go into the, as it were, the live panel discussion, we have a recorded video from Miles Selick, who is the Chief Executive of the City UK. The City UK is the body that represents the financial centre of the UK and the financial institutions of the UK. So it's my great pleasure to introduce a recorded message from Miles.
Industry-led representative body for the UK-based financial and related professional services industry. Our members include the leading UK-based banks, insurers, asset managers, law firms, accountants, and management consultancy firms, amongst others. The City UK and the AIFC have enjoyed a strong partnership over many years, and I'm delighted to be able to join you virtually for the flagship Astana Finance Days conference. I wish I could be there in person to celebrate the AIFC's many achievements with you. As it is, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish all of you the very best as you continue in your mission to support the economic development of Kazakhstan and promote international trade and investment, issues that are huge priorities for the City UK as well. I would also like to thank Ambassador Idrisov and Ambassador Leach, both fellow panelists, for their role in strengthening the overall UK-Kazakhstan trade and investment relationship. The theme of this event, the UK and Kazakhstan, a sustainable partnership, is particularly timely and appropriate. Firstly, because a shared focus on sustainability is one of the vital underpinnings of the UK-Kazakhstan partnership. Sustainability is at the heart of everything that we do at the City UK and one of our top strategic priorities. Meanwhile, the AIFC was founded with a goal of driving the sustainable growth of Kazakhstan and, since its foundation, has delivered some bold and innovative reforms to help make this vision a reality. Secondly, because our partnership itself has proven to be sustainable and long-lasting. Since the City UK and the AIFC first agreed an MOU in 2015 to work together to support trade and development, we've been fortunate to partner on several projects. Some of the work that I'm most proud of includes our work together to shape a common law legal system within the AIFC, influenced in some ways by UK law and the UK court system, but adapted to a local context. And our partnership to shape a new AIFC corporate governance code. Our members are committed to strong corporate governance, and we're delighted to help AIFC regulators consider how best to structure the AIFC's new governance code. In both cases, the evidence suggests that the common law systems and high standard governance regimes provide strong foundations for sustainable growth and investment. Now that our partnership has helped lay those foundations, it's time to start building on them. In this way, we can drive the next wave of UK-Kazakhstan trade and investment. I also wanted to talk briefly about where I see a major opportunity for future growth and collaboration. There's no doubt that our industry's greatest mission right now is to develop green finance tools to help our customers and clients manage the green transition and to shape a new global green economy. Green finance is already a key pillar of our partnership with Kazakhstan. In 2020, the City UK and the AIFC led a joint project that allowed industry, government and regulators in the UK and Kazakhstan to share insights and best practices on green finance and to support the development of the AIFC's green finance regime. Such projects are vital, because unless we can learn from each other, and fast, we will struggle to act quickly enough on climate change. Fortunately, green finance is growing at a terrific pace, and as our industry works around the clock to develop new products and businesses in all countries that demand more sophisticated green offerings. The City UK recently conducted research into the trends in green finance, which we published in March, and we found that over the last decade, the value of green finance, including bond issues, IPOs, and private equity investments, grew from $5.2 billion in 2012 to $540.6 billion in 2021. And while green finance remains a small part of finance overall, this too is changing fast. The share of green finance in total finance has steadily increased from around 0.1% in 2012 to slightly more than 4% in 2021. From our perspective, this means there are huge opportunities to grow this share further. And given this rate of growth, even the green project that we did together back in 2020 risks becoming outdated. At the City UK, our thinking on green finance is continually evolving as we review new evidence and learn of new innovations. And I'm sure it's exactly the same at AIFC. It's important that we continue to share insights with each other about how best to develop green finance products and regulations. We're eager to continue to partner with you and with others around the world to identify the best way to get to net zero by building in ESG risks and opportunities into decision making, to enable green and transition financing to help our businesses and users around the world reach net zero, and to avoid greenwashing in order to best protect investors. If we want to create green finance markets that are big enough to support the green transition, we need to work together now to develop common green finance disclosure standards and principles that allow our different green taxonomies to communicate with each other. This will allow our regulators to compare different countries' regulatory approaches to green finance and recognise the validity of different approaches. It's only by working together that we can resolve our common environmental challenges, and so I very much hope that the next phase of the UK-Kazakhstan Sustainable Partnership is even more successful and impactful than the first. I look forward to hearing the outcome of this panel discussion, and indeed all of the discussions on sustainable investment that you'll be having this week. And even more than this, I look forward to the next Intergovernmental Commission in November 2022, where the City UK and AIFC will look to co-chair the Financial and Related Professional Services Working Group and further deepen our sustainable partnership. Thank you very much.
Well, many thanks to Miles for that, and he's talked about the deep institutional partnership and relationships that there are between financial services in the UK and the AIFC in particular. We're now going to move to our panel discussion, and our first member of the panel is not with us in person, but I hope is with us virtually. Ayuna Necheva, who is the head of primary markets for Europe at the London Stock Exchange. Ayuna, are you there? Are you with us?
I'm here.
Excellent, very good. Welcome to this discussion, and very good to see you now. Excellent.
Likewise.
And so, if I can ask you this, you've been working with Kazakhstan, in Kazakhstan and the Central Asia region for a number of years now, and you've been very successful in achieving that. London and has been the partner of choice in many ways for the dual listing processes with the Astana International Exchange, particularly in respect to the Kazatomprom privatization. It'd be good to get your perspective on how the London Stock Exchange views Kazakhstan now, particularly in these new circumstances, and get your sense of the progress on the privatization program that was announced a few years back. And do you have a sense that this is now going to proceed along the lines that was originally envisaged?
Thank you, Lord Maud, for the warm welcome and for the introduction. Just to add a little bit of background around what I do and what I focus on at the London Stock Exchange. As you all know, the London Stock Exchange Group is now a global financial markets infrastructure based in London, of course, but we deal with the whole value chain actually of the financial markets. So it's not just IPOs and listings, it's now data analytics, post-trade, and so on. So, and from that perspective, it's been an absolute pleasure to engage and be a good partner to the Astana International Financial Center. And I have been with the exchange for over 12 years now, and indeed have always worked with Kazakhstan. I have been there numerous times, both in Nur Sultan and Almaty, but also had the pleasure to work on a number of high-profile transactions. And you have mentioned one of those is Kazatomprom, which was the privatization of the leading uranium producer out of Kazakhstan. It was actually a maiden transaction on the IAX, Astana International Exchange, and of course with this dual listing in London. It was hugely successful, and as we all know, Samruk Kazana Sovereign Wealth Fund actually did several follow-on placements after the original IPO in 2018. From my perspective, the world, has been changing so fast that even if we put aside the, what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, with Russia and Ukraine, and and what happened in Kazakhstan in January, I think the world has changed as well. And I think the two aspects that have changed most, well, actually, one aspect, I'll focus on one aspect, is indeed what Ambassador Leach and what Miles have alluded to is the focus, the increased focus on sustainability and ESG. And why is it important? I think with the turbulent markets that we're seeing right now globally, but also across Eurasia, and with the energy crisis that is unfolding across Europe, it is very hard to overstate the importance of the natural resources sector. So we will see the increased focus from the community, but also from investors on the oil and gas companies, miners, metals producers. And what's important for us is to understand that these companies will play a key role in supporting the economic development in the next few years and beyond. So what is the reason why I'm talking about this is because the devil is in the detail. It's not what these companies are, it's how they do business. So what we see happening in the industry is the transition towards the low carbon economy. So these companies will need to show and demonstrate to investors that they're doing business right, that they're doing their business sustainably, that they're thinking about the communities, the social aspect of their work, but also the risk management and the environmental impact, of course. And I think for Kazakhstan, it will be hugely important to continue showcasing the progress that the country and the country's businesses are doing in that area. For example, we are talking, my team at the London Stock Exchange is engaging with some of the largest corporations in Kazakhstan that are planning to go through privatization or be privatized in the next sort of 18-24 months. And for them, the number one priority is, of course, to become more attractive to international investor community. And that includes putting in place a sustainable transition policy where they can demonstrate that they are doing very tangible things in order to become better. And that includes better corporate governance, that includes better risk management processes, and of course, a very, very sharp focus on the ESG. And one of the things that's been touched by the keynote speakers before me was around greenwashing and avoiding just sort of flagging and showcasing the things that are already being done well. I think what the international investor community is looking for is the viable strategy where new things will be done to transform the transition strategy of a certain company. So London Stock Exchange, in this regard, is very happy to partner up with the 12 Kazakh companies that are already listed on our markets, both state-owned and private, but of course also the future companies that will be tapping the capital markets through London via dual listings. And back to your question around how viable do I think the privatization program is, I think it is still going. I think the very different reality today and the market environment have, of course, delayed the process for many companies, and reasonably so. And frankly, if you have, of course, people in the room will know that there aren't many IPOs happening globally actually at the moment anyway, due to the global economic environment. But I think once the markets are back, once the volatility is slightly lower and we reach a level of stability in the markets, then I think it will be a fantastic opportunity for Kazakh companies to tap international markets. And hopefully, with our help, they will be ready.
Thank you so much for that. That was a great response. We're running short of time, but we've got two more panel members to bring in, and it's my pleasure to ask Aliya Sembayeva. Aliya, you look after ESG at Samruk Cassina. We've heard from Miles about the importance of green finance, and this is a massive focus here in AIFC. We've heard from Ayuna talking about, when it comes to corporate governance, it's how Kazakh companies do business as well as what they do. You're responsible for all of this, so give us your insights on it.
Thank you for your questions. First of all, let me say huge thanks to the Embassy of Kazakhstan, especially His Excellency Irlan Idrissa, for inviting me here. I'm really happy to be here, and thanks to the AFC for organizing this event and transforming the AFD into a platform where experts can share their opinions and forge partnerships. So Samruk Cassina is a sovereign welfare fund which manages strategic assets, including Kazatomprom and Kazmunaygas. As director of the ESG department, I am responsible for getting to carbon neutrality of portfolio companies and Samruk-Kazyna itself, technological development of our companies through R&D and corporate governance. We, Samruk-Kazyna, have on our agenda the climate change issues and support of R&D to ensure long-term competitiveness of our assets. And answering on your question, it is essential to say that sustainable development was high on the agenda of both Kazakhstan and Samruk-Kazyna itself. I believe Kazakhstan has shown its commitment on environmental issues by being one of the first to get ecological code in the CIS countries, or organizing the Expo event in the light of sustainability topics, and this beautiful venue was built. Finally, Kazakhstan has joined the Carbon Emissions Neutrality Initiative and committed to decreasing carbon emissions by 15% from the 1990 level by 2030 and to obtain carbon neutrality in 2060. Samruk-Kazyna, being one of the leaders and active supporters of our government, is actively promoting the ESG principles. We have started to publish sustainability reports according to GRI standards, and as we all know, ESG consists of three elements. We have worked greatly on all three parts of the ESG with promotion of less carbon emissions in production processes, thus affecting E, zero tolerance to injuries in the workplace, and actively supporting charity projects and events as part of S, and development of corporate processes and reporting in the light of G topics. In all three parts, we were active even before ESG became a hot topic, but we must agree that ESG as one framework is actually new to us. And pursuing ESG principles, we are currently finalizing Samruk-Kazyna's low carbon development concept, currently finalizing the analysis, and soon we'll be making drastic changes to our internal regulations, including supply chain, including investment processes, reporting, and finally we plan to get ESG rating for Samruk-Kazyna in 2022 and portfolio companies in 2023 with further ratings on the annual basis. Understanding the complexity of ESG and necessity to transform Samruk-Kazyna and portfolio companies, we prefer to move in a more reserved and risk-averse method. Thus, we are currently finalizing our analysis, getting to carbon neutrality in industries where we are active in, and building a pipeline of technologies to find right solution to achieve carbon neutrality in 2060. Based on the analysis and pipeline of technologies, we plan to do a series of R&D pilots and thus obtaining results of the pilots to finalize on the more fundamental changes. Given the challenges in obtaining carbon neutrality and financing high capital costs, we believe that risk-averse strategy is essential. And to sum up, it is necessary to say that we are open for collaboration and actually planning to go to the UK in the upcoming months. And collaboration partnership in tackling such fundamental issues of climate change is not an effort of one company or one person, but actually it's work of a group of countries, people that would lead to our sustainable future. Thanks.
Alea, thank you so much for that. And finally, to James Martin. James, you're the AIFC's Chief Investment Officer, so your focus is on drawing investment into Kazakhstan. It'd be great if you could pick up in the very short time remaining to us some of the points raised by other speakers here and how that plays into the task, the important task of AIFC in particular, but Kazakhstan more generally, being a magnet for inward investment with all the opportunities that there are here.
Well, thank you, Lord Maud. Everyone else speaking for so long shows the passion that we all have. I'm lucky enough to co-chair the Finance Committee, which Miles mentioned, together with IUNA, so the Intergovernmental Committee, and that's very important for us because we're trying to transform that at the moment to be much more about action. So for us, I actually do put a request out in the short time that I have, asking the UK companies, the ambassador herself, and what we need is support politically and financially with regards to the transition. The green transition is the key. We have so much dependency on fossil fuels. We realize that, we acknowledge that. Samruk is doing a lot of work investing through our sovereign wealth fund into green technologies, seeing how we can go to clean gas and away from this coal dependency, especially given this security that we have with regards to fuel in Europe. I think we have great opportunity to go across the Caspian to help. We have a lot of advanced partners in the UK with technologies that we have. I've been blessed enough to sit with the ambassador, both His Excellency Idrisov and Kathy as well, with regards to the sitting in practical. We do have funds in the UK that are looking for investments. They have not been put off by the unfortunate unrest that happened in January. They are still looking for opportunities. Understandably, with what's going on in Europe, we have to be clear that we have sustainability, we have governance, and it's all about, from our perspective in Kazakhstan, that the S is very, very key. We have to make sure that what we do investment-wise is not only environmental, but it's very important for our people, for their education, for their health care, and for the living conditions that we have here. And these are our priorities when we do the investments, and we're looking for FDI.
Thank you very much, James, and very elegantly done in a short time. So it just remains for me to say that I hope you've all seen from this discussion and from the contributions how deep and important this relationship is, this partnership is, and particularly in the economic and financial sphere, where institutionally the AIFC has been very strongly linked in so many ways, professionally, through the law and so on, with the UK. And those links can only develop further, and events like this contribute to that. So I hope you'll join me in thanking all of the speakers today in the usual way, and thank you all very much for joining this session. Thank you.
Это что такое? Да не игра. Вот это. Возможно, вы думаете, что виза — это просто банковские карты. А что, если я скажу, что название, которое вы видите повсюду, это больше, чем просто надпись? Виза — это сеть. Она помогает людям переводить деньги отсюда вот сюда. И помогает этому парню работать онлайн, чтобы он мог продать джинсы, находясь да хоть бы на этой горе. Это волшебство, которое остается за кадром, но может объединить всех со всеми. Эта сеть позволяет взглянуть на мир свежим взглядом за утренней чашкой кофе и меняет точку зрения на то, что делает бизнес бизнесом. Виза — это сеть, которая может объединить всех. Там, где вам нужно быть. Там, куда вы мечтаете попасть. Там, где вы заслуживаете быть. Эта сеть — ключ к исполнению мечты. Ведь виза каждый день открывает двери по всему миру, чтобы коммерция объединяла нас всех. Виза — сеть, которая работает для каждого.
самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза, престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success